Now, this is an idea that John Neal, the Chelsea manager, who himself is incidentally recovering well from heart surgery in the summer, he's working three-quarter pace at the moment. He wants Chelsea to come out alongside their opponents in as many matches as possible this season to help spread a spirit of goodwill around the stadium and in the crowd. So referee Brian Hill from Kettering leads the two teams out together. Kevin Ratcliffe and Colin Pates, the two young captains, followed by the two goalkeepers who are great buddies from their days in North Wales together. And so the second division champions are welcomed alongside the FA Cup holders. Just bear in mind that Chelsea on the right have started well. They've taken 4 points from their opening two fixtures. Everton, who are wearing their change strip tonight, well, Howard Kendall has seen their form slip rather at the start, and he's alongside John Hollins there, Chelsea coach now. Howard's team have lost their opening two league fixtures, having won the Charity Shield prior to that. So let's check on the two lineups for tonight's match. Chelsea are in fact unchanged because Kerry Dixon passed a fitness test today. There's no place for Welsh internationals Joey Jones or Mickey Thomas, he's the sub, and John Bumstead is not quite fit, so Dale Jasper, who's a promising 20-year-old, continues in midfield. Moving across then to the Everton side, it's the one which beat Liverpool in the Charity Shield at Wembley. That was possible because number 10, Paul Bracewell, who came from Sunderland, passed a fitness test on a bruised foot this afternoon, and it will shortly be interesting to see quite how this Everton side react to having had two defeats in their league matches since then. This has been a fairly successful ground for Everton in recent seasons. They've won 1-0 on their last two league visits, only lost on 2 of their last 11. And so Brian Hill gets the match started. Chelsea in all blue, playing from left to right. Here's David Speedy. Back to Doug Rugby, who came in the summer from Aberdeen. And Speedy was onside. Everton in their change strip of silver grey. Pleasant evening, sun's been shining for most of the afternoon here in West London. Here's Peter Reid for Everton, back to Mountfield, looks for Heath. Rugby's made a good start at number 3 for Chelsea in the first 2 games, but gave it away there to Trevor Steven, and Everton force a corner. Was in by Gary Stevens, too long for Richardson. Speedy back in defence, free kick. Chelsea, if they win tonight, will at least temporarily go top of the first division. Everton, if they lose, would be right at the bottom, so plenty at stake as we await the first league tables of the season. Colin Lee with the long throw for Chelsea. Speedy is in there. Lee again. Here's Nevin. Again, Speedy up, so was Dixon, and Cannaville came to the near post. It's a goal kick, despite the appeals by Chelsea. Cannaville got the winning goal here against Sunderland on Monday and has kept Nicky Thomas out of the lineup tonight. Here's Sharp, and now Richardson. And Trevor Stephen is in an outside right position. Neville. So is he normally. This time he's helped by Jasper. With a big future they feel here at Chelsea, Dale Jasper. Lee, wasn't a good header. Heath, but again Pates very much in command. Dixon, looking for Speedy. Cannaville now. Here's Lee. Dixon with Mountfield. Speckman beaten by Reed, who found Stephen. Heath trying to stay onside on the right wing. Stevens. Reed. Heath, flags up here, offside. Chelsea are in a tremendous run of league matches without defeat. If you count the run-in to the Championship last season, they're unbeaten in their last 19 league games. Trying to stay onside, the Chelsea front men here. Everton square, and they haven't succeeded because Cannaville was late coming back. Forward by Mountfield, and a flick by Sharp, looking for Heath. Dixon. Was rather careless. Mountfield. And so was that. Offside against Speedy.
No question, John, that he was just in the opponent's half of the field and in an offside position. Linesman absolutely right. But it's interesting to see the makeup of the two midfields. They're both playing a sort of 4-4-2 system. But the outside men for Chelsea, Nevin and Cannaville, seem to have more individual ability to open things up. Whereas if you contrast those with Everton, you get Stephen and Richardson. And the ball safely whacked into touch there. Richardson's on the left side of the field in place of Sheedy, and he doesn't appear to have penetration with his left. He's a right-sided player, really, or a central player. And Stephen is sort of very, at the moment, a near moment there, which caused you to squeak in your seat there, John, that I might be actually commentating when the ball went in the net. But thank goodness it didn't. Your colours come back and you can have the microphone.
Well, you always knew the defender was going to get it round the post, Jim, didn't you? Corner to Everton. Mountfield is forward, and so is Bracewell. Header out was by McLaughlin. And here's Reed. And it's Trevor Stephen on the right. Here's Bracewell, the dummy, and this could give Chelsea an opportunity with Cannaville. Dixon's the only other player up with him, and he's away to Cannaville's right, taking on Gary Stevens, who's very quick, very athletic, and not many wingers skin him. Jimmy was mentioning Kevin Sheedy there, and indeed just a reminder that Sheedy and Andy Gray are both injured at the moment and not in the Everton side. Speedy, and the flag's up there. It's a free kick to Chelsea on the edge. Jasper, the new lad, is involved sometimes in these set plays. Nevin is there with him around the ball. And they're trying to set it up for each other, and in the end Jasper got a toe end to it and found McLaughlin. And Dixon got a touch too. Speedy is in there. So too was Jasper again, and now it's Nevin. Ken will be watching this rather anxiously, because Everton have conceded goals already this season from balls which have been recrossed after they thought they'd cleared. Just over a quarter of an hour gone. Speedy's header, and Dixon, and they nearly let another one in from a similar position. That's the Chelsea 1-2 of Speedy and Dixon.
Well, the first real attempt on goal, breaking the stalemate, coming after around 15 minutes.
Speedy, beaten by Reed. Dixon trying to cut off the back pass. In the director's box, Chelsea chairman Ken Bates with the beard announced some good financial returns this week. Indeed, he tells me that promotion last season in transfer fees cost Chelsea only a deficit of £7,000, which is no mean business. They've since bought Doug Rugby, but I think the season ticket money has taken care of that and a bit more. Cannaville. Persistence paid off. Spackman has gone across, but Rugby's the man with the long throw. Speedy's there with Mountfield, Dixon is there too, John Bailey with the header, Jasper with the return. Nevin, can he wriggle his way out of that tight area with three defenders round him? He knows the way. Jasper, chipped in for Dixon, that's useful. And Bailey missed it, and Dixon hit the bar.
Well, that was a delightful ball from young Dale Jasper. Dixon was the one that slapped it, but just look at the pass coming up now, look. Delicately chipped in the air, perfectly in his path, got a bit of luck with the bounce, but that's how he relishes taking a shot at goal. Loves the opportunity, never mind the misses, he adores those he scores.
Here's Cannaville. Bracewell for Everton. Jasper intercepting for Chelsea. The midfield on either side not quite together yet. Pass is going astray. Nevin. Match requires a spot of inspiration or imagination, and it won't come like that. And Sharp is on the chase here from Stevens' pass. And Sharp takes on Nevin, who went back to try and atone for his own error, and finally does so by finding Lee. On the chest of Speedy. Play on, says the referee. Not this time. Richardson, the player, fouled. Mountfield started a run on the far side, but it's gone over his head. Stevens is following up. Heath is in there. Not a good clearance by Nevin. Bailey. Tucked back by Heath to Bracewell, and then square to Peter Reid. Now Gary Stevens. Out to Trevor Stephen. 3 in the centre for Everton, 4 now. Stevens again. And Nijveski didn't judge that, and Richardson pulled it back to Sharp, and Sharp had a chance, 2 chances, and failed to take them. Very much Everton's problem there. And Bailey may give them another. Southall's had to come out, used his head effectively. Jasper, Nevin. Well, the point was made at the start that Everton's finishing still was part of their game they weren't happy with, and Eddie Nijveski there must have thought that Graham Sharp was favourite to score, but he failed on 2 counts. Here's Rugby for Chelsea. And onside this time, David Speedie. He had a yard on Ratcliffe, there's nobody else up with him yet. He's trying to hold it up to let them get inside. Jasper's there now, and hit that on the turn. Well, the long ball there, Doug Rugby catching out the Everton offside trap, because Ratcliffe had just let Speedie go for a moment, and the flag stayed down. Into the last 5 minutes of the first half, and we're still waiting for the opening goal. Neither side has managed to dominate the game for any significant period, certainly not in the way of creating scoring chances or opening up the defence, but Nevin's trying to do just that here, and has succeeded, and can they catch him? Still Nevin, and he just lost control when it mattered most. He was going all the way, Peter Reid couldn't reach him, he was a good couple of yards behind, and then Southall, who's very good at coming out anyway in a 1-against-1, got the luck of the draw. Heath is threatening Chelsea here. It was just the sort of run that we've been waiting for and hoping for. That one by Pat Nevin. Because that really is what the game has lacked in this first half, some individual enterprise that might find a way through 2 comfortable defences, and Nevin had the legs there of his pursuers, but just failed to finish. So we've got 3 minutes left in the first half. And the Chelsea fans taking a dislike to Everton's patience game. Here's Nevin again. Now there could be a through ball on here for David Speedie, but Southall so fussed to see those things happening in front of him. It's a good clearance too, right up to Heath. And it puts Everton into an attacking position from what, for a moment, appeared to be a dangerous defensive one. Neville Southall coming well out. Sharp hovering around the 6-yard line. Oh, the shot by Stevens actually hit Stephen. I think I got it the right way round. In by Bracewell. Dixon's touch and Mountfield's clearance. Heath hoping for a mistake by McLaughlin, it didn't come. Pates, useful looking ball, and it's put Speedy on his way. Dixon's in the centre, Cannaville's joining him there, and so is Nevin. Speedy's cross, Dixon's header, and he got away from his marker, did Kerry Dixon. Well, that was a good run by Speedy, and when the cross came in, neither Bailey nor Mountfield was really picking up Dixon, and Ratcliffe is now sorting it out with his fellow defenders, but that was an opportunity. Just a minute left in the first half. Free kick to Everton. Mountfield is in there with the touch, so too is Jasper. Bailey is looking for Sharp, but before he can find him, the referee has blown the half-time whistle. There's no score. Chelsea will feel they've had the better opportunities, mainly when Kerry Dixon crashed that shot against the crossbar, and then in the closing minutes of the half placed a header wide of the post when he got away from the defenders. But by and large, defenders on both sides had quite a comfortable time there. There weren't too many scoring opportunities. Everton played it pretty tight. Chelsea, as the home side, being asked to make the pace. But at half-time in this Cannon League First Division match at Stamford Bridge, the score is promoted Chelsea 0, FA Cup holders Everton. Howard Kendall, who remembers this ground very well as a player, scored a memorable goal here in a Charity Shield match some years ago when Everton were champions and Chelsea were FA Cup holders. Everton are in the silver grey. There's no score. Heath. He was fouled by Rugby. So Sharp starts his run through. Mountfield has come up from the back. Reed chipped it in. Mountfield flicked it on. It came off a Chelsea player who was Lee, and Nijveski held it on the line. And if Howard Kendall was a fine wing half, so too was John Hollins. Not just for Chelsea, his first club, but later had some good days with Queen's Park Rangers and Arsenal, where he finished up playing at right back and then played in that position for Chelsea for part of last season. He's now the club coach. Forward by Rugby. Heath to Reed, and now Richardson. Bracewell. Bailey, and away by Spackman. It was Speedy who was fouled. With John Neal, the manager, still recuperating from that operation. Ian McNeil, nearer to us on John's left, is an important figure here now, the assistant manager. You can see Peter Bonetti on the far side with the grey hair, and Joey Jones nearer to us. Meantime, on the pitch, Chelsea have a free kick for which McLaughlin has pushed forward. That was a header by Dixon. By Sharp, but Trevor Stephen couldn't reach it. I have to say too that Chelsea were trapped 11 times in offside positions by Everton in the first half. They were hoping to avoid that. Again, here's Speedy. Stevens, up to Ratcliffe. Reed is pushed forward inside right position, beaten by Spackman. Header was by Bracewell. And then Speedy. And Kerry Dixon giving chase, but Ratcliffe very secure. In front of those waving supporters, Chelsea trying to get some rhythm into their game. Hasn't been easy. Nevin. Oh, and Speedy got through there, and Dixon with a chance. And that was probably the best chance he's had. Better than the two in the first half. It was well set up by Speedy, who got away from the defence, cut it back, and Dixon, well, very much the wrong side of the post. Good play earlier in the move by Nevin too. And the long kick by Southall searches out Sharp. Here's Stephen. And now here's Stevens. Rugby played the ball the first time. I'm not so sure about the second. The linesman wasn't either. Oh, and that was a good effort. Sharp and Mountfield are proving difficult there for Chelsea to pick up. Sharp came in behind Mountfield and didn't miss by much. Sharp with the header. They've got to make it pay. They can. This is Trevor Stephen. Reed. In by Bracewell, and Richardson's coming up on the left. And coming inside, and that's a good goal. And Richardson shows again what a good little finisher he is when he gets the sight of goal. And produces what the strikers couldn't do, a goal to put Everton into the lead. He got one or two useful goals last season, Kevin Richardson, and when that ball went over Colin Lee's head, he came back inside the fullback. Nijveski was covering his near post, but Richardson found a gap. Through Kevin Richardson. Well, Spackman there was the player who went in rather too high, and it gives Jimmy Hill a chance to talk not just about the tackle, but about the goal.
Well, I've always liked Kevin Richardson, there's no question about it. He's a fine player who loves to score, but just look now, really Colin Lee there had his eye on the player and not the ball. He really was sleeping. It did show a lot of initiative, the way that he flicked the ball back with his right foot to go past him, but on the other hand, Lee, for a moment, just it was like a statue there, almost perhaps like he was in his centre-forward days when a player went past him. It was not so important now, but it is important when you're in the full-back position. But it just shows how fragile Everton can be when their front men are not scoring. That's why I would like to see Ian Richardson in the middle, because he's got a better chance to get into the area and provide that kind of odd goal-scoring opportunity for them. Adrian Heath up to now has been virtually anonymous, which has not helped.
This is Mountfield, and Heath's in there this time, and so is Bracewell here. It was tucked back for Bailey. In fairness to Everton, Jimmy, they'd had a fairly good 10 minutes up to that point, hadn't they?
They just got Chelsea rocking, really, and both fullbacks tonight have not been as sound as they might have been.
Chelsea have installed fences this season, not just to prevent that sort of thing, but also to guard against pitch invasions. Free kick to Chelsea. against Bailey. Lee leaving it for Cannaville. There's Nevin. Bailey up his back. And Bracewell. And here's Cannaville. And now Nevin. Oh, left it for Cannaville. Always going wide of the far post.
A lot of fuss about nothing, I think, with that incident, John. The crowd have been very well behaved, enjoying it as much as they can, with Chelsea losing 1-0, but still creating plenty of atmosphere and excitement in the stadium, and a fair part of the ground chock-a-block and full. The one thing they need is a goal from their favourites. They were getting them in the second division, but are they going to be scarcer in the first?
Well, two little omens in Chelsea's favour, Jimmy. Mickey Thomas has never been on the losing side in a Chelsea team in a league match since he joined them. He's just come on. And another one in a moment. Here's Cannaville. And Nevin. And the new Chelsea captain, or new towards the end of last season, Colin Pates, hasn't experienced defeat since he took over the leadership of the team. However, they are trailing 1-0. And Nevin has earned a free kick against Gary Stevens. What a waste. And two Scottish players looking at each other there. Total misunderstanding between Nevin and Rugby. Their first decent result of the season here tonight. They have the one-goal advantage. Peter Reid battling away in midfield, but forward by McLaughlin. Nevin in pursuit. Mountfield doesn't make many mistakes in those positions, because he doesn't take risks. Spackman back to Rugby. And the crossing, very disappointing just at the moment. The attendance figure at Stamford Bridge this evening, incidentally, 17,800. Rugby forward. Mickey Thomas to Nevin. Interception by Mountfield. And Heath got a foot in there on McLaughlin. Spackman covered. Chelsea got 4 players making forward runs. Nevin is one of them, number 7. Bailey staying close to him. So Lee to take the throw. Cannaville, off his toes by Reid. Here's Lee again. And Pates, the Chelsea captain. Mickey Thomas is forward. Cannaville's calling in the centre. Here's Thomas. Pates up again, and Cannaville, and whipped away by Bailey. Cannaville with the corner. Rugby was there. Oh, that's an overhead kick by Nevin. It stayed in play too, and Richardson cleared. Acrobatics from Pat Nevin. Well, Chelsea are getting a string of free kicks and corners. It's a question of whether they can make one pay here. McLaughlin's gone forward. He got half a touch on it, and Southall looking still very much in command there. "15 minutes to go here at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea 0, Everton 1. The goal scorer, Kevin Richardson. Came in the 57th minute. Trevor Steven. Good effort. Oh, good save by Nijveski. Well, another example of a wide player cutting in for a shot. Trevor Steven this time. Came inside Doug Rugby. Saw the possibility of the far corner, and Nijveski at full stretch. Corner to Everton. And McLaughlin has cleared it for another corner. Heath, oof, if he'd met that with a full-blooded volley, could easily have been 2-0. Dixon and Speedy with two defenders against them. Good flick by Dixon and back to him from Speedy. And a good block too by Gary Stevens. Swift counter-attack by Chelsea, giving their supporters hope. They have the corner to be taken by Cannaville. 7 minutes left. McLaughlin, oh, and Southall didn't make it. Here comes Spackman. Moment of hope there for Chelsea. He doesn't drop many. McLaughlin. Colin Lee had joined the attack there, and that might leave Chelsea one short at the back. It's Trevor Steven on the ball with Heath now. Ratcliffe's made a tremendous run from defence. He's over on the far side of the area. This is Steven. Mickey Thomas got the challenge in. Now it's Stevens. Heath. Steven again. Reed taking over now. Richardson has gone wide. Bailey. Into Heath. He's tricked Spackman as Heath, but Spackman knew a way around that and recovered admirably. Didn't pass the ball so well. Cannaville. It's really a series of errors this match at times, but Cannaville stopped in his tracks by Bracewell. Otherwise he was clear. Pull possibly at the back of the thigh there for Cannaville, but Lee has the ball. Chelsea's throw. And they'll be looking to Lee to get some length here. Speedy going towards him. And Cannaville and Nevin, and it had to be helped off the line there with Southall very pleased at the presence of Steven, I think. Nevin. There's Trevor Steven on the line. Thomas. And here comes Spackman. Trevor Steven taking up the position on the goal line, and as Colin Lee put the ball in there, you'll see what happened. It was flicked on. Nevin had the final touch, and Steven, and there's a foul in the area, which gives Everton a free kick. So, was that Chelsea's last chance, I wonder? Because there are Only 4 minutes remaining here at Stamford Bridge, and they trail 1-0. Header was by Pates and Stevens. Stephen. And back by Spackman. And it's long and hopeful. Cannaville is chasing. John Bailey in front of him. Chelsea might have to find a little bit more variety in their attacking play if they're going to slice apart First Division defences. Speedy. Oof. Appeals for handball there by 2 Chelsea players. Referee had a quick look and shook his head. It was driven actually at the player rather. And that's flicked in, intended for Nevin. He couldn't reach it. As he did stretch out there, he made contact with an Everton defender. Kevin Ratcliffe. Anything that Chelsea are going to salvage now has got to come very late in the day. Rugby. It's one to chase for Nevin, and Southall has committed himself here. And Gary Stevens conceded the corner. As Nevin threatened, Southall came a long way out, might have misjudged it slightly. And now he's up there with Rugby and McLaughlin. And it's hooked back in by Pates. That was a good punch, under challenge by the goalkeeper. And the break is by Adrian Heath, and there are 2 on this side of the field. Peter Reid, and outside him, Trevor Stephen. And Richardson's made a good run down the centre. Rugby to clear. Stephen. Reid. Stephen again. Bracewell, Everton calling the tune again here. Sharp. Heath. And Nijveski quick to find Kerry Dixon. The tackle's coming in quickly from Mountfield. Here's Trevor Stephen. We're into the last minute of the normal period. There may be some stoppage time. Everton happy to keep possession. Peter Reid. Gary Stevens. There's Heath. Sharp. And now Stephen. Richardson's made his run into the centre. Still Stephen. Pull back for Bracewell. Gary Stevens wide. And Doug Rugby. And Chelsea will have to hurry now. We're going into time being added on for stoppages. And there certainly isn't much of that. And John Bailey and Cannaville having a kick after the final whistle, and the linesmen have to step in. An ugly incident there with the game officially over, and Cannaville being held back there by the linesman with the yellow flag. Michael Topping, otherwise that could have got ugly, or more so than it was. John Hollins having to come in there and take Cannaville away. John Bailey, the Everton player, involved. So an explosive finish to what has proved to be Chelsea's first defeat in 20 Cannon League matches, their first defeat in Division 1 since promotion, and Everton's first league points of the season picked up with a 1-0 win. A match which hinged very much on a miss by Kerry Dixon early in the second half, followed by a good Everton spell, culminating in the goal from Kevin Richardson on 57 minutes. After that, Everton were practiced and knowledgeable in the way they kept the lead, and John Holland's Chelsea side didn't quite have the edge or the imagination to pull it back. So the final score at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea 0, Everton 1.
In a highly competitive match with Villa, Everton appear sluggish early on. They're somewhat fortunate to find themselves in front through a Graham Sharp goal. And 2 minutes from half-time, Villa equalise. Gary Williams crossing for Peter With to squeeze in a perfectly placed header. Everton, though, dominate an enthralling second half, and there's soon the chance to regain their lead. Graham Sharp is pulled down by Tony Dorigo, a penalty despite heated Villa protests. A quiet word of advice from former Everton player Steve McMahon in Mervyn Day's ear may not have helped Adrian Heath's concentration. Whatever the reason, his kick is tamely struck and Day saves with his legs. Within minutes, Villa survive again. Heath, clearly undeterred by his penalty miss, wriggles through. Sharp's unable to apply the finishing touch. Day is by far the busier of the two goalkeepers, but Everton's Neville Southall isn't totally redundant. This fine save denying Paul Rideout. The Frenchman Didier Six hitting his shot wide. Six taking time to adjust to the pace of British football, and he's later substituted. But Everton's superiority at last brings its reward after a series of near misses. Peter Reid finds Sharp, who intelligently chests the ball into the path of Heath for Everton's winner. So Everton can now look forward eagerly to next week's derby match with Liverpool, but sensibly, Howard Kendall remains cautious on any change in Merseyside's balance of power.
What a day for Ian Rush to make his comeback. It's his first league appearance of the season after his cartilage operation. It's his 23rd birthday, and there's an all-ticket sellout crowd, with the Liverpool supporters welcoming back not just Rush, but also Kenny Dalglish, who was dropped last week. Dalglish and Rush replaced Steve Nicol and Paul Walsh, both injured themselves, and Sammy Lee is substitute, with Craig Johnston still short of full fitness. Captain Phil Neal is playing his 27th consecutive Merseyside derby, and Liverpool have lost only 3. Indeed, Everton's unchanged team, with their recent signing Pat Vanden Hauwe at left-back, are trying to reverse modern history. They haven't won at Anfield for over 14 years, and their supporters are pushed to remember the last time they went into a derby match so far ahead of Liverpool in the First Division table. In fact, it was September 1964 when Everton came to Anfield and won 4-0. And the conditions for this derby, not favourable. A gale blowing around the ground, and there has been heavy rain prior to kick-off. The referee Neil Midgley of Salford has had this same fixture 3 years out of the last 4. 90 years of football history embodied in this fixture. The 131st league meeting, and already Everton are pressing Liverpool, with Sharp going in quickly on Lawrenson. And every meeting has been in the First Division of those league matches. Liverpool lead with 46 wins to 44. The sun will pose the odd difficult moment for the Everton defence. Southall's wearing a cap. It's quite bright at the moment, as you can see by the shadows. It's a long kick by Southall, over the head of Sharp. Kennedy. Bracewell. And now it's Neal, offside, Robinson. Sharp was up well there. Here's Trevor Steven. Driven, oh! Robillard equal to it. It was a vicious low ball. from Trevor Stephen, and as Reed hovered for a rebound, Grobbelaar pounced and collected. Reed, Mulby, Ratcliffe, Neal, Walk. Heath, Harper, Heath again. Corner. Owen Grobbelaar was confused by Vanden Houwe's presence initially, but the first two slices of good fortune have gone in favour of the Liverpool goalkeeper. Mountfield was also pressing. Hansen, offside flags up. Everton so keen to get on with it, they've taken the free kick from the wrong position. By Ratcliffe, Sharp, Dalglish, Robinson, good touch, Rush, also good. Kennedy, Reed, Stevens, it's a good ball, Bracewell on the end of it, Heath's unmarked in the centre, Bracewell's cross, and Grobbelaar again fumbles. Everton didn't, in fairness, make the most of the opportunity, because if it could have come a bit further back, Heath would have scored. As it was, Grobbelaar was still uncertain. And here's Robinson, rush in the centre. Oh, he's rushed with a chance, and Harper got to him. Whelan. Dalglish, Kennedy is forward. Rush again, and a chance goes at either end. Ian Rush will need time to attune perhaps to First Division finishing again, but give some credit there to Alan Harper, he got there. Neal, Walk. Robinson back to Walk. Looking to his left, support didn't come soon enough, but he's got it back. Rush to Whelan, too hurried. Neal, feels for handball, and a helter-skelter of a Merseyside derby, now there for all to see. Liverpool, for the moment, on the attack. Dalglish, what a drive. Sharp, Heath, and Sharp, deflection off Neal. Bracewell away from Grobbelaar. Grobbelaar's out of his goal. Stephen. And Whelan got a touch on it. Sharp's got a chance here. The Liverpool player is down injured, but play goes on. Stevens. And now Stephen. Grobbelaar isn't sure. And it's gone out. Kennedy is the player down. But just for a moment there, more concern in the Liverpool defence as Sharp and Heath found a way through on the right. Clearly really back to the old days here. A packed Kop. Indeed, Everton and Liverpool supporters mingling there together. You can see by the caps, a wonderful atmosphere. Little back heel by Dalglish was a joy. The pass from Kennedy, not quite so good. Ratcliffe. It was by Walk. Now Robinson could flick this on, but he couldn't. Bracewell. Sharp to Reed. It was swung a bit wide, but it'll still get there for Heath. Sharp's in the middle, Bracewell's joining in there. This is Harper. Harper again, Heath. And can Sharp make it? Lawrenson brilliant. Vandenhauwe. Fouled by Dalglish, free kick. Brilliant defending by Mark Lawrenson, otherwise it was a goal. Reed, Ratcliffe and Stevens all round the ball. Stevens, great save. He must have touched it and turned it round. And if he did, it was a fabulous save. It's a corner. The shot was by Gary Stevens from the free kick. And the Kop appreciate the performance there of this Jekyll and Hyde goalkeeper. And he's come again, and it's Vandenhauwe. Offside, Rush couldn't get back in time. Vandenhauwe's kick. Robinson. Whelan with the header. And then Walk. And now Rush, he turned nicely there. And found Dalglish. Everton are playing for an offside. And Rush is through! Good save! It won't come back all at once for Ian Rush. But let's not forget, the goalkeeping of Southall may be the best in the country, or certainly one of the best, when it's 1 against 1. And he proved it then. Well, the old firm are back in action, but thwarted just then, Dalglish and Rush, by the Everton goalkeeper. Harper, that's a good ball, Stephen in the middle. Neil covering. And in stoppage time at the end of the first half, Everton have a throw. Deep in Liverpool territory. Heath is saying, hurry up, not long to go. Reed. Stevens. Vandenhauwe. And the whistle goes for half-time in the Merseyside derby. Everton would perhaps feel they're ahead on points territorially, although both goalkeepers have made one vital save. Robillard from the free kick by Gary Stevens, and Neville Southall when Ian Rush was clean through. It's tight and it's tense. Well, before the match started, there were lots of little boys outside beseeching us for tickets. Those are two of the lucky ones who got them. Liverpool now attacking the Kop end. Haven't scored in the league now for 3.5 matches. Their last league goal was at Manchester United a month ago. Mulby. And again. Walk. Neil into Rush, and here's Dalglish. That's quite a contest between Sharp and Hansen. Play on, says the referee. Hansen the winner, but not against Reed. Play on again, that's good to see. Mountfield forward. Reed. Stevens. Looking for Sharp, and he got behind Lawrence, and there did Sharp! What a fantastic goal! An unbelievable finish from Graham Sharp. And the Evertonians have gone berserk. I haven't seen a goal quite like that in a Merseyside derby for years. Absolutely marvellous to see him get behind the defender and then take it first time on the volley, giving Grobbelaar no chance. One of the goals of the season from the Everton number 9. 3 minutes after half-time, and he's now scored in 7 of the last 8 matches. Walk for Liverpool. Dalglish. And away by Stevens. Now can Liverpool match that with an instant reply? It's a corner, and Everton, having just scored, could be vulnerable. And Southall was at full stretch, but the stands and the terraces are still buzzing, especially among the Evertonians, with the excitement of that fabulous shot by Graham Sharp, who is in a rich vein of form. The Everton supporters are taunting the Liverpool fans, and there was even a chance a few minutes ago of going down. If that doesn't sting Liverpool into some sort of reply, I'm not sure what will. Walk. And Rush trying to make contact. Good header by Trevor Steven. He was fouled by Neil. Now we wonder whether Everton have got the nerve to consolidate the lead. It's Heath. And off Hansen for the corner. Sharp near post, Heath far post, Mountfield and Harper waiting to come in. And almost an own goal. It was off the line, but it would have been an own goal had it gone in. And Liverpool all over the place. Here's Harper, and he's onside, but the ball's going out. One man who will remember the last time Everton won here is Howard Kendall, their manager at the end of the row. He played in that 2-0 win in March 1970s in the black coat there. Stephen. And now the tempers are becoming a little frayed, which is understandable, because an awful lot's going to hinge on this as far as Liverpool particularly are concerned. Mulvey. Reed. Goal kick. Mistake by Neil. It's Reed who's in here, and he's missed it. And a terrible misunderstanding between the Liverpool captain, and I suppose it was Lawrence he was trying to find, but it was given away, most unlike Liverpool, and Reid was in, and if he'd put that in the back of the net, the game could have been almost over, but he didn't. With Dalglish. Neil. Dalglish again. Robinson's there. So is Whelan. Tackle was by Stevens. It's an indirect free kick, I would think, for Stevens impeding Whelan. Liverpool are a goal behind, but what's going to happen here? Kennedy and Dalglish near the ball. And that's Dalglish. And Lawrenson. Liverpool found Southall in their way there. Fisting out the shot by Dalglish. And when the ball was returned, Everton stayed calm and it ran out. Well forward, and he's onside. It's Alan Harper, Heath in the middle, and here's Heath, and he's missed it. Wasn't as easy a chance as it may have looked. Gobelin was coming out. Harper it was who provided the cross, but Heath had to take it quickly, and he got underneath the ball. Kennedy and Mountfield. Hansen forward. Dalglish for Liverpool. And Robinson! Vanden Hauwe with the challenge, no penalty. The referee was right. And that came in the last minute. Morby pushed the ball forward, rush on, it's Walk! Offside though, surely, he had to be offside. The cop felt there might be a chance in stoppage time. Foul, Hansen on Sharp. Everton supporters thought it might be the end of the match, but it isn't. Reid to Stevens. Harper to Sharp. Morby's tackle. Referee's looked at his watch again. A moment of supreme celebration for Evertonians. Graham Sharp's goal, for them, not just the goal of the season, they would call it the goal of the decade. It's their first win here since March 1970. 14 and a half long years they've waited. And Neville Southall, who saving the first half was so important, can celebrate now. The balance of power may be shifting on Merseyside, and Everton needed this result to prove it. Liverpool have only won one of their 6 home games in the league now this season. Everton are way above them in the table. And the FA Cup holders will not let the Liverpool supporters forget this for many a long day. But when all the excitement dies down, the goal that settled the match was one for us all to remember. And it came on one of the biggest occasions in club football. Liverpool 0, Everton 1, and how the Evertonians will celebrate this weekend.
The return of a hero who conquered the hearts of all at Goodison Park. Mike Lyons now giving body and soul to Sheffield Wednesday, just as he did to Everton in 14 years of total commitment here. And surely no visiting player has ever received a warmer welcome. Wednesday also include 2 other Everton old boys, goalkeeper Martin Hodge and striker Imre Varadi, who hasn't trained this week because of illness. It's the side that beat Arsenal at Hillsborough last Sunday. Everton are also unchanged, with left-back Pat van den Hauwe recovering from a damaged ankle. The form of Adrian Heath and Graham Sharp, 25 goals between them, keeping Andy Gray on the substitutes bench. Today's referee, Trevor Jones, a chartered accountant from Macclesfield. December has arrived in the northwest with a dank grey day, incessant rain all morning. Sheffield Wednesday in a change strip of all yellow, attacking the goal to the right in the first half. And here's Trevor Stephen for the First Division leaders. Gary Stevens. I must say the pitch has taken the rain so far very well indeed, but there's sure to be a lot of slipping and sliding. And Mike Lyons goes for the first header and is penalised for a little nudge on Graham Sharp. Peter Reid then with the free kick, away by Gavin Oliver, and that was handball by Kevin Sheedy. Promises to be an interesting contrast in styles. Martin Hodge coming out to take the free kicks outside his area so that Sheffield Wednesday can push men forward. Everton do tend to keep their game a little shorter. And I must say, talking to the Everton players, they are particularly keen to see what Sheffield Wednesday mean in terms of opposition and to pit their wits against them. Sharp. Off goes Heath. And Martin Hodge has to show some composure to let the ball run in the face of Adrian Heath. Adrian Heath just ahead of Graham Sharp, 13 goals to 12. But the return of the Everton old boys and the Sheffield Wednesday side contributing to a marvellous atmosphere at Goodison Park. And Martin Hodge back in front of supporters who know him well. There's always a good understanding between Heath and Sharp. It was in evidence then. Sheffield Wednesday trying to congest the play by pushing up quickly. On from Varadi, and Van den Hauwe lengthening the stride against Oliver. Gavin Oliver, who's played before on Merseyside. 2 seasons ago he had a spell on loan with Tranmere Rovers. Lyons, and Varadi. Now Shelton, and they've left Oliver. And Blair! Clinically struck. Southall left with no chance. A reflection of the improved fortunes of Andy Blair these days. He never scored for Aston Villa. But as the ball came off Kevin Ratcliffe to him, that's his 5th for Sheffield Wednesday. Sheffield Wednesday strike the first blow after 8 minutes. Bracewell's header. Fortunately for Hodge, it came straight at him. Well, it's very much in the Sheffield Wednesday makeup to take the game to the opposition away from home as well as at Hillsborough. Chapman. Stephen, beaten to it by Worthington. Stevens. The game helped, one must say, by the conditions, starting at a frenetic pace. Another Wednesday free kick. That was a misheader by Bracewell, collected by Verratti. It looked for a moment as though it was destined for the same corner. This time, less velocity in the shot, and Neville Southall was able to make a straightforward save. It was a tentative header by Paul Bracewell that allowed the ball to reach Verratti. The Wednesday style, pressing the First Division leaders back. Corner won by Marwood, off Vanden Hauwe. Paul Bracewell guarding the near post. Blair's corner, they look for Lyons, and Smith, after Verratti had the first effort. Mark Smith, who scored the winner against Arsenal last Sunday, and had been taking some ribbing about not scoring for Sheffield Wednesday this season. That was his first goal, and a chance for a second then. Sharp surely jumping into Lyons, but the referee has given it the other way. Judging that Mike Lyons struck the first blow. Mountfield, and Sharp, and an unusual save by Hodge. Blocked it with his left leg, as first Mountfield and then Sharp threatened him with headers. Stephen with the corner, and Hodge catching safely. Peter Eustace in the centre of the Sheffield Wednesday bench, the assistant manager, who played in that 1966 Cup final between these two clubs, as did Colin Harvey on the extreme right of the Everton bench. Chapman, supported by Verratti, Marwood away to the left. Against Stevens, and running into Reed. Two ahead of him for Everton. Bracewell was in a squarer position, and that allowed Marwood to make the interception. The boos are for Marwood, who surely felt he was going for the ball. Marwood was chasing back as Heath came to try and take the ball from him, and the boot was raised. It looks serious for Adrian Heath. Howard Kendall will perhaps just wait to see the extent of the damage before he introduces Gray. And Marwood booed with his first touch after the resumption. Reed, Stephen, and Reed will reach it. Chapman. Gray continues to warm up. Smith. Time for Van den Hauwe. Everton still with 10 men. Everton a goal down and needing to use their substitute Andy Gray after only 22 minutes. Gray on for Adrian Heath. He was 29 years old yesterday. Sutcliffe taking a ride on Sharp. The only real progress Everton have made so far has come from the odd free kick. Mountfield and Gray, and they left Gray. And it was blocked by Oliver, although he didn't know much about it. Now, it's a penalty. Sharp was the player foul. And Trevor Jones took his time. A miscue by Andy Blair, and Blair felt he'd got to go for it again. And in the mind of the referee, launched himself into the back of Sharp. And Sharp will take the kick himself. 1-1. Hodge furious. It was certainly unnecessarily conceded. Sharp concentrating on keeping the ball low, and he found the corner. 17 minutes remaining in the first half, and you feel that Everton have turned the corner. The Evertonians had seen a stuttering start from their side. Blair spotting that Shelton had made the run. No, he didn't carry that run with any great conviction that he might receive the pass. Sheffield Wednesday play the ball into the corners to try and get long throws, work on percentages from set plays. Chapman and Lyons. Well, that was almost a moment he would remember for the rest of his life, Mike Lyons. He exchanges looks with Southall, who denied him a goal on his return to Goodison Park. He battered it towards the goal that Southall guarded by throwing up his arms. Worthington, out by Ratcliffe. The pace as unrelenting as the rain. Sharp slipping at the crucial moment. Shelton kept his footing. Marwood. And Peter Reid taking retribution. That all stems from the episode earlier in the half between Marwood and Heath. And Reid took the law into his own hands, and the message quite clear as Reid's name was taken: one more and you will be off. And you could see then how late Reid was. Marwood needing treatment as Heath did before him. So close to half-time. Lyons stopped by Gray, and the referee blows for half-time. Andy Blair, having given Sheffield Wednesday the lead in the 8th minute and then been responsible for Everton's equaliser by pushing Graham Sharp, who picked himself up and scored from the penalty spot. The first half with a little bitterness in it as well, with Everton losing Adrian Heath. The half-time score, it's Everton 1, Sheffield Wednesday 1. The second half starts with the Sheffield Wednesday substitute on, John Ryan, for Brian Marwood, who hasn't recovered from the attentions of Peter Reid. Sheedy takes it away from Vanden Hauwe, which might not have been the best policy. But the two might have worked an opening here for Trevor Steven. Hodge moves smartly to his right. Delightfully constructed by Vanden Hauwe, and then Sheedy. Steven went for placement, and it was kicked away by Hodge. Gray, pushed by Smith. He wasn't happy with the decision. The aerial policy continuing from both teams. And Gray again. And Bracewell almost worked it through. Ratcliffe. And Sharp, who was thinking sharply, was checking out to try and stay onside, but found that Sheffield Wednesday were just too organised for him on that occasion. Lyons unchallenged this time. Nice touch from Lee Chapman. Berardi, Shelton through the middle, and Chapman! Just the type of cross that he would appreciate. Placed for Lee Chapman by Berardi, but Southall got across to keep the header out. Ratcliffe, now Sheedy. Wednesday funnel back again. Ratcliffe. Everton looking for a moment of inspiration. Maybe it'll come from Trevor Steven. Taking on Ryan. Still he can't deliver the cross. Ratcliffe has stayed forward. It's over Kevin Ratcliffe. Reid. And Sheedy. And how about that for composure from Peter Shirtliff? Berardi. And now Steven. Perhaps as legs tire, the game might just open up in the final 10 minutes. Ryan. Won by Chapman, then by Mountfield for Everton. And Reid. Andy Blair, maybe with the latest chapter in the battle that started when Marwood fouled Heath, because Blair then brought down Reid. No sign of retaliation from Peter Reid. He just got up and got on with the game, knowing that he got the free kick. Steven. Gray is poised. And Sheedy! Everton feel they might have had a penalty. Hodge is relieved that Sheedy's shot went wide. Andy Gray was protesting that he was pushed. The ball dropped though for Sheedy. We've seen him score so often from that type of position. Mike Lyons, and he is unbeaten on his return to Goodison Park. A draw for Sheffield Wednesday here, and a draw that they've deserved too. An interruption to Everton's progress at the top of the First Division. Andy Blair having put Sheffield Wednesday in front in the 8th minute, and then it was Blair who gave away the penalty that enabled Everton to equalise through Graham Sharp. And it finishes Everton 1, Sheffield Wednesday 1.
Weeks past his 17th birthday, Jason Dozzell starts a home league match for the first time, leading an Ipswich attack which has failed to register a single goal in 7 of their last 8 league games. It's a run which has prompted fears of a relegation struggle for the second year running, and injuries to Burley, Gernon, Davray, Sunderland and Trevor Putney have cut Bobby Ferguson's squad to the bare bones. Kevin O'Callaghan is recalled today. Well, exactly a year ago, Everton were booed off by their own fans, but in 1984, they have played 65 competitive matches and lost just 11. Gary Stevens is still unfit, but Pat Vanden Hauwe returns after suspension, while in attack, an ankle injury to Andy Gray means that Terry Curran starts his first league match since August. He's in his favourite central striking role, where he scored many goals in his Sheffield Wednesday days. Referee Danny Vickers of Ilford made 2 long and thorough inspections of this pitch before deciding at about 1:30 that the game could go ahead. And Ipswich playing from left to right in the first half, and Everton have got to defend the tricky goal mouth. It's very hard at the right-hand end. That was McCall, and Yallop's header. Zondervan, McCall. Helped on by Bracewell. Osman with the header clear. Sheedy. Osman again. Gates and Mountfield here. O'Callaghan is backing up, number 7. Here's Yallop. Ipswich with plenty of players forward here. Dozzell. McCall. O'Callaghan, nice turn. Well, O'Callaghan's been given an opportunity today by the injury to Trevor Putney. Player who's sometimes been accused of being inconsistent by his manager, but that was the first sign of life from the Ipswich attack. Peter Reid for Everton. Driving forward for Sharp. And then Vanden Hauwe. And Curran, oh, and a mistaken Bracewell. Good save by Cooper. Curran, and away by Osman. Ipswich at 6s and 7s there, but Paul Cooper came to their rescue with a good save from Paul Bracewell. Played short to Curran, back again to Sheedy. And Mountfield's in there, oh dear me. He absolutely missed that, Cooper, and Frank Yallop was on hand to clear. And Sharp's in there with the header, and Cooper's going to come again. Well, his goal bearing something of a charmed life, because Everton must feel now that on chances made they should be in front. Bracewell, who was foiled by the goalkeeper. Bounce is awkward for Bailey. Zondervan right behind him, and he fouled him. Everton will be pleased if they can get through this half without conceding, because that was regarded as the trickiest end to defend, the trickier end, and so far Ipswich have made very few chances. That was an arm in the face by Bailey as he jumped. So to a murky background, Frank Yallop prepares to take the free kick for Ipswich. Butcher's header, then Mountfield. This is Yallop. And McCall. And still McCall. And now Zondervan. Yallop's cross, Gates is there. Still Gates, and he couldn't lay it on for Brennan. Good defending by Trevor Stephen. Crowd getting behind Ipswich, knowing how much a goal would do for their confidence. This is Gates. It's a good turn, but a poor shot. Well played by Brennan. He really saw the gap there. And Brennan for Ipswich. Good save by Southall. Well positioned. And Mark Brennan disappointed. He saw the gap open up and he went straight through it. They couldn't catch him, the defenders, but Southall, an excellent goalkeeper when it comes to getting into those positions to make vital saves. Corner to Ipswich. And Butcher's there. And Stephen with the clearance. There was an appeal for handball. Half-hearted one anyway. O'Callaghan. Well battled by Peter Reid. And a good ball too by Vanden Hauwe down the line there. And very competitive in the midfield as Ipswich sort it out. Here's Cranson. Dazelle going up with Mountfield. McCall. Dazelle still in there. And again the goalkeeper taking over with some authority. Back heel to Sharp. Can go to Bailey here. So a lively first half, but the Ipswich goal drought continues. They haven't found a way through, and indeed Everton early on made two very presentable scoring chances themselves. So at half-time at Portman Road, the score is 0-0. Well, Everton, who start the second half, began this match the highest scorers in the First Division with 45, and they also began it with the best away record in the Championship, having won 6, drawn 1 and lost 3 of their 10 games on opposing grounds. What a transformation Howard Kendall and Colin Harvey and Mick Heaton and the players effected during 1984 at Goodison Park. Sheedy, well played by him. Still Sheedy, chip right across, and Graham Sharp coming in, and Everton take the lead. Graham Sharp, the scorer, after an hour, well made by Kevin Sheedy. So for Sharp, his 18th goal of the season and his 17th in the last 23 matches that he's played. A really good strike rate, but Sheedy there, known as a left-footed player, made it on the right-hand side of the penalty area with a good little run and cross, and Sharp coming in, finished it off effectively. So Everton, the side pressing for the Championship, take the lead against the team who before this match were firmly in the bottom three. Peter Reid. Ipswich's confidence badly in need of a surge before the match. It needs it even more now. Here's O'Callaghan. a really well-made goal by Everton. Quick thinking in and around the penalty area. Nice little run and cross by Sheedy, and Sharp applying the header. And Bracewell against Butcher. Reed's just inside him, and there are two waiting, and Osman covered. Ipswich is stretched at the moment, there's no doubt about that. They're a goal behind and want to make a substitution. The player coming off is Mark Brennan, and the player going on is Tommy Parkin, another midfield man. This is Curran. Callaghan misjudged the bounce, but here he is again. 10 minutes left. Ipswich 0, Everton 1. O'Callaghan picking it up from McCall, and I don't think he was aiming at Gates, but that's where it went. Here's Jalab. McCall back again to Butcher. And now Zondervan, who finds Butcher once more. And Dozzell is there. Oh, that's a great chance missed by Kevin O'Callaghan. Maybe the best Ipswich chance of the whole afternoon. The ball was carefully worked wide, and when the cross came in, Jason Dozzell got a good header down, and Kevin O'Callaghan had lots of time but put the shot wide. Out on the left, Graham Sharp, the goal scorer. Sheedy, who made it. Zondervan cuts it out. Now, Ipswich have got support here, and a good strong tackle by Derek Mountfield. And McCall couldn't collect. And Reed. This is Vanden Houw. And Curran's ghosted forward here. And Sharp's in there as well, and this is Sharp, and he's turned nicely and finished to get his second, Everton's second, and secure surely 6 points out of 6 over Christmas for Everton away from home. In the end, it was a simple goal. When the ball came to Sharp, he just in fact edged it past Cooper, but it was quite enough, and so he takes his personal tally on to 19 for the season, and Ipswich, I'm afraid, face another home defeat, and already supporters leaving the ground. Well, his finishing this season, Graham Sharp, has been of a very high order for a player who at one time, not so very long ago, was questioned in that very area. There goes Stephen. Well, Everton have done their championship hopes a power of good these last few days, it would seem. That victory at Sunderland looked a very good result, and in company with it, this one's going to look even better in some ways. In by Jalop. Franson got a touch to it. Gazelle trying to get round Sharp. And a corner to Ipswich. Gazelle and Butcher waiting. And Gazelle gets a touch. And Everton again defend quite efficiently and win the match, so that Howard Kendall's team prove just how much they mean business in this championship race. 2 away wins in the last 4 days, and the man who clinched this one was Graham Sharp. Nothing like a striker in form, and for Ipswich, 4 home defeats in succession now without scoring. Troubled times perhaps for them, but for Everton, a very healthy Christmas and an indication that they, in 1984, could easily call themselves the team of the year. They've won the FA Cup, and they would now feel that they're very much in with a shout of the championship to go with it. Well, I can certainly bear out your point about the Leeds support, Jimmy. I was up here on Tuesday for the New Year's Day match against Manchester City, and there's still a vibrant sense of occasion about Elland Road. Yet it's a ground which historically, you know, has been absolutely wretched for Everton. Their fans are well aware that you have to go back 33 years to find their last victory on this ground. It was in the 1951-52 season, and in 28 visits since then in League and Cup, Everton have been beaten on 21 occasions, and all they've managed in that time is 7 draws. Those figures include the famous FA Cup semi-final replay here of 1980, when Everton lost to West Ham, but since then, of course, this team has won the FA Cup. They are the holders, and they're the first team out, with Leeds on the far side about to join them, and they're going to come out together to start the real business in this season's FA Cup. So let's check now on the team news for tonight. For Leeds, injuries rule out David Harvey and Andy Ritchie. So Phil Hughes keeps his place in goal. George McCluskey leads the attack. A young side, as Jimmy Hill said. Hughes is one of 6 players under 21, all of them incidentally born after Peter Lorimer had already figured in the Leeds first team. As for Everton, they welcome back 2 players after injury, Gary Stevens and Andy Gray, so they field 8 of the team that won the FA Cup last May. Left out of the side, which completed maximum league points over the holiday, are Terry Curran and John Bailey. Pat Vanden Hauwe switches from right to left back. Well, our viewers very familiar with Everton by now, I should think. Not so perhaps with this Leeds team. I've seen them a couple of times. Jimmy Hill has also seen them twice. So Jimmy, what did you make of them?
Well, I quite enjoyed them, I must say. I saw them beat Charlton and I saw them at Oxford United, and the young players can be very good to watch. John Sheridan is the old man of the team, or one of the old men. He's 20, Air Youth International. He's on Manchester City's books as a schoolboy, but Leeds have developed him. He's an imaginative playmaker, but he's got a tough task tonight against the very strong Everton midfield.
Everton in all blue will play in the first half from right to left. They've won 10 matches away from Goodison Park this season. A hardened side now. Many of their supporters have crossed the Pennines. Indeed, Everton, a club that always carry a very loyal away support, and Leeds in all white, playing from the left. Scott Sellers with the throw, finding Frank Gray. Frank Gray of Leeds and Andy Gray of Everton to avoid any confusion. Here's Peter Lorimer playing the ball in, and there was an appeal for a foul there as McCluskey thought he was impeded, and referee David Richardson went along with it. Bundled over just outside the area, and here's an interesting position in the first couple of minutes. Hot shot Lorimer, they called him in his golden days, and he can still strike a ball, as Bobby Charlton was saying. He'll have a look at this, because sometimes Sellers can curl them also from this position for Leeds, and Sheridan and Gray are not far away from the ball either, but Lorimer's lined it up. and he's left it for Sheridan to curl one, and that's a good save by Neville Southall. A very good stop from Sheridan's free kick. That was excellent goalkeeping so early in the game. A corner to Leeds, the second division side, to be taken by Sellers. And Big Linnigan has come forward, number 5, with the jump there. And Lorimer drives one. John Sheridan came in behind Lorimer to curl it, and that's a good piece of goalkeeping in only the second minute. It's good play again by Sheedy, and the tackle from behind laid Graham Sharp down. It was Linnigan. Linnigan, who came from Hartlepool, where his brother still plays. Mountfield has gone forward to support Gray. It'll be Ratcliffe with the kick. And Gray gets up, and here's Vanden Hauwe high into the crowd. An occasion which is proud to bring back memories of Leeds players of the past. Eddie Gray, the manager now, down there in the dugout. And I know 2 or 3 others among the Leeds team of years ago are present in the stand. Peter Reid. That's for Tommy Wright. And Ratcliffe needed his pace there. Wright was away, but Ratcliffe, the Everton captain, one of the fastest people around. Everton plays so much through Sheedy, it's apparent in these first 10 minutes just how often he is the frontier post, just to allow the ball to move on. Sharp backing in. Sheridan for Leeds. Hampson. Sellers. Reid. Stevens. Gray's begun a run now, and he got away from the defender, did Andy Gray, and he got a header down to Bracewell, and Everton's first worthy attack. And the old-fashioned policy of playing it high towards Andy Gray, where he's in his element, competing for crosses like that, pays off again. Stevens knew where the ball had to go because Gray had got a couple of yards away from his marker, as you could see. He got the header down, Bracewell's angled drive across the face of the goal. Forward by Sheridan, offside against McCluskey. He's got a cut pedigree. George McCluskey scored the winning goal for Celtic against Rangers in the Scottish Cup final 5 years ago. Just over 10 minutes gone and no score. One good attempt by either side. Stephen to Stevens. Reid. Mountfield. Scooped that rather. But Stevens made something of it. Linnigan. And Reid again. This is Lorimer. They're looking for that early ball out, Leeds, to try and get Tommy Wright away. Ratcliffe was covering then, and his pass was a good one. Stephen. Number 7. Free kick given to Everton. And Mountfield is there. Gray was hovering. Not a good header by Irwin. Back in by Sheedy. Sheridan. Lorimer. Still got the tricks. Ratcliffe. Here's Irwin. Now Gray, that's Frank Gray for Leeds. Hampson. Sheridan. Irwin. And Wright. And Everton are coping quite well there, but Gray regains possession. Irwin. Wright again. This is Bracewell. The way back was cut off. It still is. So it's Gray once more. Really opened it out there. Gary Hampson. Came as a midfield player originally, Hampson, and Frank Gray in midfield made that possible by switching the point of the Leeds attack from right to left. Andy Gray with Aspin there. Now Bracewell and Sharp and Gray with a chance. And a good challenge by Aspin. It was a deflection off the number 6 that foiled Andy Gray there. A corner to Everton. Sheedy to take. And well collected by Phil Hughes. Only 20, the goalkeeper. And this only his 6th first-team game, his first cup tie. Sellers. He could just get away from the defender. There's a chance here for Leeds, but just overhit the pass to Tommy Wright, Scott Sellers. Sharp and Aspin. Stephen. He's on his own at the moment for Everton. Sharp behind him. Gray's gone into the centre. Away by Linnigan. As far as Van den Hauwe. And now Ratcliffe. But as often in cup ties, the play at times over-anxious. And few clear-cut chances being created as a result. But here's Bracewell. And a little scuffle off the ball. Mountfield was the Everton player involved, and he was penalised. Frank Gray standing his ground. Gray. Irwin. Gray again. Pleased to be back in First Division company tonight, Frank Gray. Sheedy. And this quick interchange in the Everton midfield is causing Leeds to just at times get a little worried, and Sheridan conceding the free kick because they're trying to shut down the Reed-Bracewell combination, and it's difficult for them. Sharp is the target here. Just under a quarter of an hour left in the first half. Leeds 0, Everton 0. sure many of the players taking part in the third round tomorrow, and indeed Sunday, will be watching this pipe opener with interest. There's something very particular about this weekend in the football calendar. Dickinson hasn't been able to get back into the side, while Linnigan and Aspin have been playing so well at the back for Leeds, and that was one reason why they've remained pretty solid. Aspin has replaced Dickinson in the last few games. Here's Stevens. Sharp bustled out of it there by Linnigan. Tries to get Sellers away. Wright's in the middle. McCluskey's making ground also. And Southall able to come and collect the cross. That's where you'll find Sellers trying to do damage, down the left-hand side. Hampson. Forward by Mountfield, that's a decent pass. Bracewell, the player after it. Three waiting in the centre for Everton here. Bracewell's cross, Sharp coming in, it hit Andy Gray on the way up from Aspin, and Frank Gray edged it on to Sellers. Very little time for players to settle on the ball. Sheridan, oh, he's lost it to Bracewell. Mistake by Sheridan. And Bracewell finds Sharp, who didn't get any power in his shot. McCluskey to Wright. Oh, that's really good play by Stephen. He got fouled, but he saw the chance there to break things up and burst through the centre. And it needs something like that, I fancy, to open up this tie a little. It's been very tight up to now. So a free kick to Everton. Sharp is in there, Sheedy's there, and Irwin came in behind him. There were one or two appeals from the Everton players there for a penalty which didn't look on. Sheedy was the player who went down. Gary Hampson for Leeds, onto the chest of Tommy Wright. But the pattern of this first half, very much a case of defenders closing down the attacking players all the time, right on their backs, and precious little space. Stephen is trying to find some for Everton, to Reed. Andy Gray. I think Linnigan has made up his mind that he's not going to let Andy Gray have any room at all. Rain or sleet is now falling, just softening up the top surface. Sharp with Linnigan. Appeals for handball, and the linesman's flagging penalty. Penalty. Linnigan handball, seen by the linesman, who put his flag across his chest and gave the penalty, which the referee was happy to endorse. While David Richardson is pointing to the spot, Leeds have gone across to that linesman, Alan Flood, with the yellow flag, but he was near the incident, a good view, and Linnigan was penalised. A penalty to Everton. Graham Sharp has taken the responsibility from the spot recently, and he's aiming for his 20th goal of the season, and he gets it. The holders are in the lead. Eddie Gray's side 4 behind, 4 minutes before half-time. Graham Sharp the scorer, and this is how it happened. The ball bobbled about a little bit. Sharp was there, and watch Linnigan, the number 5, on the left arm it seemed. The referee looked across, linesman gave it, Everton in the lead. Sheridan. Only one way for Leeds to go now. Reid for Everton. Stephen on the edge of the area, he was bundled, play goes on. I think Linnigan's just perhaps lost his place for a moment. Gray's over on the far side for Everton here, and Stephen just over. That could have killed Leeds off. I think maybe the penalty award has unsettled the centre-half, who made another mistake just there, allowing, in the end, Van den Hauwe to cross, Andy Gray to get up. The ball fell for Trevor Stephen, just over the angle. McCluskey hasn't had a look in so far at centre-forward for Leeds. Indeed, that goes for the whole Leeds attack, truthfully. Well, when these two clubs last met in the FA Cup in 1968 in the semi-final, it was settled by a penalty for Everton, and that's exactly how it stands tonight at half-time. 4 minutes before the break, a handling offence by Linnigan, punished first obviously by the referee and then by Graham Sharp for his 20th goal in his last 27 games. It's a great strike rate, even though there's penalties included. And as the teams go off to their dressing rooms, Adrian Heath on crutches there among the Everton fans, Eddie Gray with talking to do. As the two teams go off, the half-time score in this FA Cup third round tie, coming to you live from Elland Road, is Leeds United of the second division 0, FA Cup holders Everton. Just seeing Adrian Heath on crutches there brings to mind my feeling that Howard Kendall, despite the presence in the side again of Andy Gray after injury, and with Terry Curran now in reserve, necessarily won't stop there. I have a fancy that he might go into the transfer market even now and buy another striker before too long. We'll have to wait and see on that. For the time being, Leeds are playing now from the right, the second division side 1 goal behind on their own ground. And we'll see if they do what Adrian Heath suggested, Leeds, and push more players towards the Everton penalty area, because they didn't create much in the way of scoring chances in the first half. There goes Peter Reid for Everton, who know that a second could go a long way towards settling it. There's the cross, and Sharp is there, away by Aspin. Sheedy inside to Bracewell. This is Stevens. Bracewell again. 1-2 not coming off there. This is McCluskey, who was well marked by Mountfield, who now splits it up again and gets Everton moving with Sheedy. Comes off Aspin, and Mountfield is coming forward again. Played in for Sharp. It was in Cup final week that Howard Kendall signed Paul Bracewell, so he's never been satisfied necessarily with the squad he's got. And you can't be when you're chasing the top honours, as Everton are now. Mountfield. Sellers. Forward by Bracewell. Sharp is closing in. Andy Gray is there. Sheedy is spread out left. And out right is Trevor Stephen. And Aspin comes across and has to concede a corner. Andy Gray up with the keeper. Vanden Hauwe was there, but it was a foul by Gray, and memories perhaps there of the FA Cup final when Steve Sherwood thought he was hard done by on Gray's challenge. With so many young players in the side, Leeds have got to hope that they can keep their morale steady, not get dispirited. Having said that, there are only 10 minutes gone in the second half, so there could be a twist and a turn in this cup tie yet. Here's Sellers trying to achieve just that. Sheridan away from Trevor Steven once, but not twice. Andy Gray. Reid. Oh, he's had a tremendous 12 months, Peter Reid. Sheedy, Bracewell, Vanden Hauwe on the chase on the far side. Two waiting in the centre. Sharp arriving with the defender, and it's safe for Leeds now. The move originally engineered by Peter Reid. Sheridan for Leeds. Now they have got two men on this side here. This is Tommy Wright. Sheridan. Hampson. Sheridan again. And now Sheridan. Again the foot in from Bracewell. How often that's happened. Sheedy's out to the left unmarked. Two the other way. And Sheedy can pick somebody out here surely. And it was Reid who would have wanted to have done better from there. But Sheedy must have had a choice of 4 Everton players to whom he could have crossed. And Reid was the one he picked. Broke for Lorimer, and Sellers is coming in here. It went over the head of Gary Stevens, who blocked the shot. Now Hampson. Sellers again. Now can Irwin do something with it? Played it wide well for Lorimer, and that was a good interception by the Everton captain Kevin Ratcliffe. Otherwise, McCluskey was waiting to pounce. Lorimer has suddenly provided some service from the right-hand side. McCluskey in the centre waits for the corner. Linnigan was up early. Sellers. Hectic stuff, but Everton clear again. They're peeling out now. Just look at them. So a little flurry from Leeds, but it didn't achieve anything. The home fans are doing their best. They've been patient, they've been understanding, and they're still trying to inspire the second division team. Tommy Wright. Gavin. Well, that was the momentum Jimmy Hill was looking for from Leeds. Suddenly they did get people forward, and it may be that with a free kick given right on the edge, they can go one better here. What's Lorimer going to do? He's got Sellers with him. And he's driven it back to the old-fashioned days. We haven't had many scoring chances. So maybe, but a one or two to come. Sellers. I would imagine that if Gary Stevens feels a twinge, they won't hesitate to bring on their sub, Everton. But here's Andy Gray with Aspin. Because it is Ian Atkins who deputised for Stevens in that position at Sunderland on Boxing Day. Reid. Stevens. Rain seems to have eased rather now. Andy Gray making himself available. Aspin is climbing a little bit and a free kick has been given. This time Mountfield stays back. Gray starts to make a run. Sharp is in there as well. Now Mountfield's come forward. And Gray's climbing. And here's Bracewell. Ricochet off a Leeds defender. Off Lorimer, actually. Reid. Ratcliffe. Bracewell. Here's Stephen. And Aspin first to it. Tommy Wright, Vanden Hauwe. And Aspin looks up to try to penetrate the Everton defence with another 40-yard pass, but that's not on, I'm afraid. Not from the Leeds point of view. Southall must feel he's been so well protected tonight, because whilst Jimmy's made the point about the Leeds approach, Everton have seemed so firm. Reid. Forward by Stevens. Header out by Linnigan. Andy Gray. Bracewell. Crowd trying to raise Leeds' game for them. But they're still being forced to go back very frequently. Reid charging forward for Everton. Sharp to his right. But it's broken down. And here's Frank Gray to Sellers. Out to Gavin. Gray again. Irwin. Oh, he's lost it in a very tricky position. Sheedy, the man who won it for Everton. Well, they weren't in a hurry, actually, to break out. And indeed got rather careless. Lorimer. Good ball by Frank Gray. Gavin. Hampson. Gavin again. And Gray, who miskicked, but Leeds kept possession with John Sheridan. Irwin to the other fullback, Hampson. Tries to get Tommy Wright in. Gavin. Ten minutes to go in the third round of the FA Cup. Leeds 0, Everton 1. A penalty goal in the first half. Vanden Hauw. And Sharp and Bracewell breaking away. Andy Gray's in the centre, and Trevor Stephen was also. And a couple of half chances have fallen to him, and he struck them both over. Good break by Paul Bracewell, who, in his unpretentious way, is a quickly developing midfield player. He provided the cross here. Andy Gray was in the centre, he couldn't reach it. Stephen sliced it well wide. Frank Gray. Offside, just. It was young Tommy Wright who was caught. 19 years old next Thursday, but packing an awful lot of experience into his teenage years. And valuable it will be too for him and the other junior members of this Leeds squad when they look back on this match. Mountfield has been solid at centre half. Ratcliffe alongside him likewise, and Sharp turning well up front. Bracewell. Stephen. Trevor Stephen picking a way through here and brought down by Aspin on the edge of the area to put Everton in a threatening position. Sheedy with his left foot can often curl them from here. Number 11 he is. And Sheedy hits the bar. Gray's coming in for the rebound with the goalkeeper. And Sheedy again, and in the net, and 2-0. And Sheedy got the reward that tremendous free kick deserved. The poor goalkeeper lying in the back of the net. Sheedy blasted that. The keeper saw it crash back off the bar. Up went Andy Gray, a flap from the goalkeeper. Sheedy comes in. The keeper got his hands to it but couldn't keep it out. And Everton lead 2-0 with just 5 minutes to go. But having seen Everton defeat Ipswich so clinically, which Match of the Day viewers did last Saturday, it's a similar sort of thing tonight. A substitution right at the close of the match, and Ian Atkins, who played in some famous cup ties for Shrewsbury Town when he was there, is the man who's come on. Stevens has gone off, and you're watching the goal that appears to have settled the game by Sheedy. Meanwhile, Sellers for Leeds. Right. And he's gone bravely on there, little Tommy Wright, but nothing much has broken for him, or indeed for his side. We're into the last minute, and the Everton fans well pleased. On by Andy Gray. They really seem to have laid the Elland Road bogey tonight of Everton. One of the longest sequences in football between big city clubs this 33 years since they won here. But a crowd of 21,000 have seen Everton lay claim to the match in the first half and confirm it with their superiority in the second. Here's Gavin. Did well there. Rights in the centre. And a late chance here for Leeds from a corner. We are already in stoppage time. Gavin to take. Aspin was in there. It came off Trevor Stephen. But Everton have shown all night they have a capacity for survival when that's necessary, which hasn't been too often. Here's Trevor Stephen. Slightly skiddy pitch in the second half after the rain that fell earlier. Everton, the first side through to the fourth round of this season's FA Cup. They start their defence of the trophy with an impressive victory against second division opponents. Graham Sharp's penalty in the first half and Kevin Sheedy's goal 5 minutes from time enable Everton to win at Elland Road for the first time since the 1951-52 season. Well, lots of wrongs have been put right in the last 12 months by them, and Eddie Gray will go off knowing that his side tonight were nothing more really than attentive learners from an Everton side who controlled things with Howard Kendall's collective policy working for them all over the field. It was a good team performance, topped off by the 2 goals, and as Adrian Heath, who spoke at half-time about how well his side were playing, goes off to the dressing room to congratulate them, the young Leeds players and Peter Lorimer, the veteran, will have a lot to talk about as to what they might have done, but frankly, Everton were good and worthy winners, and on this form, the FA Cup will take a little bit of resting from their possession. A final score in this live FA Cup tie at Elland Road of Leeds United 0, Everton 2.
Sadly, Everton's Adrian Heath sits out the rest of the season with injury. The man he combined with so successfully up front continues to shine. Graham Sharp's 20 goals this season includes 7 in the last 6 matches, form that may well prompt further examination from Scotland's manager, Jock Stein. The decision of Bobby Robson to overlook Goodison players in naming his England squad for next week's get-together can only enhance really Everton's determination today. The Everton side, which includes incidentally 6 players eligible for England, is the one that beat Leeds in the FA Cup last week. Pat Vanden Hauwe established now as first choice at left back ahead of John Bailey. Newcastle's Chris Waddle is in that England squad, of course, but his normal partner up front, Peter Beardsley, is out today with a stomach strain. So Ian Baird, in his last match on loan from Southampton, he wears the number 10 shirt. Glenn Roeder left out for Wednesday's cup defeat by Forest. He's back today as an extra defender, and there's also a place in midfield for David McCreary. Today's referee is Ken Baker from Stoke-on-Trent. So Newcastle then to kick off from left to right. A real contrast in form between the two sides. Everton have won their last 4 matches. Newcastle just 2 in the last 11. Indeed, they haven't won away from home in the league since the opening day of the season at Leicester. The pitch in fine condition with Everton's under-soil heating. And most of the morning fog seems now to have lifted. Nixon brought down. Third time that he's played against one of his former clubs in the space of just a week. Taking the kick quickly too. And the header down was only just wide from Brown. So a very positive opening there from Newcastle. Malcolm Brown with the header. Here's Vanden Hauwe. Gray had made a good run across. Anderson's gone with him. Certainly Anderson and Clark have added some solidity to Newcastle's back four. They've had defensive problems for most of the season. Jack Charlton's hoping he's got it right this time, with Roeder as the extra man in defence. Falls for Gray. It was sharp going in, and somehow Newcastle got it away. The danger was there with Sharp in front of goal, and that's exactly what he's beaten this season. Very sharp indeed. Sheedy, quarter of an hour gone. Perhaps Everton's best chance so far. Reed. I'll take encouragement from this. Gray with the cross in. It's too far for Sharp. And here's Sheedy. Beaten by Walker. Sheedy wanted too much time there. He felt he was trying to work the ball onto his left foot. Here we can see again how close Sharp was. Brave work again by Andy Gray. Sharp going in and Carr doing well. Saunders with the free kick for Newcastle. Here's Waddle. Now for Bayern. Brown's arriving at the far post. Cross was too short. And easy really for Van den Hal to clear. Van den Hal referred now to John Bailey, and he's certainly added some quality to the Everton side since his arrival in September from Birmingham. Waddle. Harassed by Stephen. That was Reed, and he's won the throw. Certainly there's growing cohesion about this Everton side. Understanding that they've built up over the past year. And apart from injuries, it's been a very settled side with just one or two changes that Howard Kendall has made this season. Bringing in Van den Hal and Bracewell. This is Van den Hal now. Gray. Van den Hal. Sharp. Carr struggling. He couldn't reach it. And that's goal number 21 for Graham Sharp. Superbly created. Van den Hal's cross. And with 17 minutes gone, Everton have taken the lead. Marvellous header by Sharp. Carr was always struggling. Everton go in front. Perfectly flighted cross there. And Sharp, the header beyond the reach of Kevin Carr. Nixon, as Newcastle look to bounce straight back again. Gray. Sharp, the goal scorer. Now Reed. Well, Graham Sharp has been quite brilliant this season in tandem with Adrian Heath, now with Andy Gray. And he's certainly hoping that he'll catch the eye of John Stein, the Scotland manager. He's had just the one cap under 21 level. Can he break into the senior side? But away come Newcastle with Mixon. Good run here by Bayern. Shadowed all the way by Mountfield. What an accomplished defender he's developing into. Gary Stevens. Now Reed. Bracewell to Sheedy. Such a creative midfield quartet. Van den Hal now joining the attack, away from Waddle. Cross it towards Gray. Sheedy going in, flags up. Stephen headed wide anyway, but the flag was already up. Linesman had spotted an offside. Again, Van den Hal, the man who made the first goal, sending over another difficult cross. But the flag was already up for offside. Waddle lost it. This is Reed now then for Everton. Stevens taking on Waddle. Now Trevor Stephen. Good play. Had it went over? No. He's managed to keep it in play and then fouled by Saunders. I think we can safely say it's not a decision he agrees with. It'll be Sheedy then with the free kick. Gray and Sharp and Mountfield all look to be timing their runs from the edge of the area. Just Stephen ahead of them. Didn't quite reach Gray. Mexon got it away. Bracewell with Vanden Hauwe outside him. Newcastle quickly streaming players back. There's Gray! Well, Andy Gray has scored only once this season. In fact, it was against Newcastle. His first match of the season, and it was a vital one too. The winning goal there in the 3-2 win, and he was close then to another one. Now for Waddle. He's drifted over to the Newcastle right. Just kept it in play. Still Waddle. Spotted Walton at the far post. The ball really was too long. Not much opportunity there for Kenny Wharton. But a glimpse of Waddle's skill. Ratcliffe, Mexon. What a splendid effort then by Gary Mexon. Caught it first time. And could have embarrassed Neville Southall. Gray. Referee waving play on. Well, the linesman was flagging for a foul. Here's Gray. Now can Everton accept the advantage? Reed. Stevens. Both on full-backs taking the opportunity to come forward whenever they can. Stevens finding the left-back Vanden Hauwe. Now Ratcliffe. Saunders was caught there. Stephen turning it back and off Clark for the corner. In fact, it's Everton's first corner of the match, but Wes Saunders seemed to be dreaming there. So again, Newcastle have to contend with the height of Manfield, Gray, Sharp too, but this is Stevens. He's going to wriggle his way through, and he wins another corner. Sharp has stayed inside the 6-yard area. Mountfield, Gray, both making their run. There's Mountfield, and he scored! 32 minutes gone. And Derek Mountfield makes it 2-0 to Everton. And he's popped up on the score sheet quite often this season. A real scramble in there. Mountfield battling for it and just touching it past the goalkeeper. In fact, it's his 7th goal of the season, which is no bad return for a central defender. And just look at his determination there. The ball sneaking past Carr. Well, he got 2 at Sunderland the other week, which won that match there. And another one today. What a change the past year has made. Ratcliffe. Bracewell. Stephen going in and shot. Whistle's gone, offside. Shot disappointed. And as the flag was up before Sharp headed it in. Bracewell with the chip through. The challenge there by Stephen. And the flag was up before Sharp beat Kevin Carr. Vanden Hauwe. Bracewell.
An excellent combination. Now Reed. Still Everton displaying so much confidence. Stevens with the cross. Carr's come forward and lost it. And it was Sharp who steered it wide. Kevin Carr will feel he should have done better there. He stretched, but he couldn't reach it. And look for Sharp there at the far post, driving it wide. It really was a fine first half for Everton, who apart from the first few minutes have looked in complete control. The goals from Graham Sharp, his 21st of the season. He's leading the line with such mobility and style. And then from Derek Mountfield. And Newcastle really are looking hard-pressed to hold them. At half-time, it's Everton leading by 2-0. Everton then start the second half, hoping this season for their first championship since 1970. And certainly the signs from the first half are most encouraging. And I wonder if Newcastle will change their approach. They play with 5 at the back and just 2 up front. I don't think really that's enough adventure to haul themselves back into this game. We shall see. Reed giving it away there to Saunders. Bracewell, cut out though by Waddle. But there's the skill of the man. It really hasn't been his afternoon so far. He's unable to stamp any authority on the game. And he's looked rather dejected and dispirited at times. It's going to be a booking for McCreary. He went in hard and unfairly once too often. But I don't think he'll ever curb his aggression. He's such a hard worker too. Sheedy. And towards Gray. I think if anyone deserves a goal this afternoon, it's Andy Gray. His timing on the cross then was quite superb. Baird with the flick on. It's Van den Hauwe. Trevor Stephen playing against the club he supported as a boy. Newcastle. He lived in Berwick and used to go to watch Newcastle's matches as it was the nearest English club. Stephen in well. Gray. Roda had come across to thwart his run. And Stevens will again look for the long throw towards Sharp. There he is, just on the edge of the 6-yard box. Got the flick on to CD. Carr was in the right place. Just as well for Newcastle that he was. Sheedy sneaking across. That seemed to strike an arm then of Gary Stevens. No free kick given. And now we can see the replay again there. Sharp jumping there. I think it came off the defender though, and Sheedy's header, and Carr on the near post. Well, it was a brave challenge by Ian Baird. But certainly the Newcastle front two have got little change out of Everton's back four. Ian Baird, who's due to return to Southampton, although I understand negotiations are still going on in the hope that he might be able to join Newcastle on a permanent basis. Ratcliffe then with the free kick. Up goes Sharp, knocking it down. Sheedy! Could so easily have beaten 3. Kevin Sheedy with 8 goals so far this season. And doesn't he strike a ball sweetly? But again, Newcastle struggling in the air. Sharp with the header down. And just past the far post. Sharp knocking it on for Stephen. Bracewell was in the middle. Straight to McCreary. Now Walk caught it in possession though by Stevens. Everton free kick as Bracewell goes down. Perhaps a chance for Kevin Sheedy to curl one in, though he is some way out. In fact, it's Reed with the kick. Bracewell, now then for Sheedy. Can he finish it off here? Magnificently done. What a cool piece of finishing by Kevin Sheedy. He's playing so well this season. So much dejection for him when he missed out on the cup final last season through injury. My word, he's having some season here, and that's magnificently tucked away. 62 minutes, and Kevin Sheedy's 9th goal of the season has given Everton a 3-0 lead, and it's fully deserved. Now Reed. Still Reed, so hard to dispossess. Gray, Stephen. It's a poor cross. Acknowledged by Stephen. Newcastle now thinking about a substitution. Kevin McDonald waiting over by the bench. Kevin McDonald, or Gary as Jack Charlton calls him. He's not too good on names, is Jack. In fact, it's John Anderson who is coming off. So Jack Charlton throwing his last card in, really, taking off a defender and sending on Neil McDonald, who is a midfield player. Gray, unmarked. Chance, Reed. Off the line by Roeder. Disappointment there for Peter Reed, who doesn't score all that often. He nearly managed it there. Gray left unmarked at the far post. Newcastle in disarray, and it came off Roeder there, the shot from Reed. Stephen with the corner. Here's Sheedy. Vanden Howe is the Everton player who made his way over the near side here. Well, there is a school of thought that Peter Reed is worth a place in the England side, and without wishing to tell Bobby Robson how to do his job, because I know he's upset that a lot of people are doing that at the moment, he really is in magnificent form. Up goes Gray again, climbing so well. Stephen, Gary Stevens. Appeals from the Everton players, nothing given. The referee was perfectly placed, saw nothing wrong. Bracewell, now for Sheedy. There, it's caught though by Stephen. Stevens. Up goes Gray, delicate flick on. A neat interchange too with Sharp. Now Stephen. Reed, Sheedy. Well, the build-up was brilliant. Glorious interchange of passes there by Everton. They really are playing some exhilarating stuff this afternoon, and Sheedy couldn't quite finish it. Reed. Here's Sharp. Gray's gone into the middle. Came off Clark for a throw. Stevens again will look for Sharp. Just on the edge there of that 6-yard area. Stephen. For a poor clearance by Saunders. Here's Sheedy. Ended up taking on Brown for a second, but here's Vanden Howe. Past the goalkeeper. Away by Clark for the corner. Clark had gone to the near post. The cross eluded him. Fortunately for Newcastle, Clark was on the line. Again, the build-up impressive. A great save. Marvellous save then by Clark. Stevens with the shot. And Carr certainly produced a miraculous save then to deny Gary Stevens. Hasn't had the happiest of afternoons, but he'll have enjoyed that moment. Sheedy, the long corner. Vanden Hal going in. McDonald. Beaten though by Mountfield. And a goal kick to Newcastle. Stevens. Gray's made his run into the area. Almost got off the end of that cross. Rode to the rescue. Vanden Hal. Reed. Sharp very much involved. Here he is again. Bracewell. Now for Stevens. Newcastle at full stretch here. Stevens making for the line. Sheedy's header. Shot. In off Sheedy. Sheedy's got it. The second of the game. Less than 4 minutes remaining. And Kevin Sheedy makes it 4-0. Stevens there with the cross. Hit it down, was sharp. And Sheedy in off the post. And what an afternoon Kevin Sheedy is having. And the cry now around Goodison Park is for Everton. At times they've been quite exhilarating this afternoon, Everton. And how the crowd have relished their performance. They're shouting now, we're going to win the league. It's early days yet. I certainly wouldn't bet against them at this stage. Ratcliffe now. Now for Gray. Can Everton make it 5 here in the dying seconds? I don't think so. There indeed goes the final whistle. Another highly convincing performance here from an Everton side that's proved again today it has the quality surely to last the pace. Graham Sharp, Kevin Mountfield and Kevin Sheedy with 2 goals, giving them this 4-0 win today, and Everton supporters will stream away in thoroughly happy mood. 2 goals for Kevin Sheedy, and Everton have beaten Newcastle here, a rather dispirited Newcastle side, by 4-0.
England's John Barnes is fit again after ankle trouble, and today asked to show his versatility on a ground where Watford have known only defeat. Barnes is switched to midfield with Kenny Jackett moving to left back and Wilfred Ostrom reverting to the wide position in which he started his league career. Nigel Callaghan is preferred to Worrell Sterling, while George Riley's injury gives another First Division opportunity to Jimmy Gilligan. Left-back Pat Vanden Hal passed the fitness test this morning to take his place in an unchanged Everton side, 8 of whom played in the FA Cup final triumph over Watford last May. Essentially, it's been a team success so far this season, but one factor most pleasing to Howard Kendall has been the productivity from midfield of Trevor Steven and Kevin Sheedy, who've already contributed 19 goals. It's a big day for referee Gary Applin from Kendall. He's in charge of a First Division match for the first time. Watford haven't seen First Division action since New Year's Day when they played Liverpool, but they meet an Everton side with a perfect record in 1985, in fact with a run of 6 successive League and FA Cup victories behind them. It's a bright, somewhat blustery afternoon. Here's Kevin Ratcliffe, Paul Bracewell for the First Division leaders. Lee Sinnott, who's made such a good job of switching to right back when David Barsley was injured in November. He'd never played there before. Watford's is the first free kick, which is immediately sent Steve Terry coming forward to join Gilligan and Blissett. Barnes to use his left foot. 5 to aim for. Callahan touched it, and Gilligan almost was able to drag in some type of shot. Sharp. Here's Trevor Stephen. Peter Reid darting up in support. Reid still outside Stephen, who looked for a more central pass, where Sharp and Bracewell, in fact, found the ball coming behind them. Gary Stevens. John McClellan jumping well. He's been an important factor for Watford in some improved defensive performances after a really awkward start to the season. And Kenny Jackett, in Graham Taylor's thinking today, starting the game at least at left-back. Will Frostron lurking further forward, despite the number 3 on his back. Blissett and Taylor, who sprang forward, you may remember, on a couple of occasions in the cup final with good strikes at goal. Rostron. Almost a case of scrum down. Rostron was holding the ball, and the referee will now drop it between Blissett and Peter Reid. Stevens miscuing the clearance. Blissett trying to turn Reid. Reid coming in from an angle that was almost automatically going to lead to a free kick to Watford. From a promising position. Callahan to take it. Barnes, off the bar, Blissett! It was the back header by John Barnes. Callahan's free kick, very much in the Watford style, looking for the player coming in at the near post. Southall was beaten out off the bar. Stephen. Now Reid. Terry going across, and Sharp off the post, and finally away by McClellan, and Bracewell snatched at the opening that really he shouldn't have been allowed to have. First of all, Everton will feel that they should have scored, because Peter Reid got a good angle here to cut the ball back. And Sharp couldn't quite work it in inside that post. Coton was scrambling. McClellan could have given it to the goalkeeper, gave it straight to Bracewell, who was wild in his finishing attempt. Gilligan pushing into Derek Mountfield, who will remember well Mountfield, the 5-4 win at Watford earlier this season. He scored for both sides in that game. Stephen, and here's Sharp, and here's Sheedy, and Coton couldn't get there, and Terry was the last line of defence. Deserved the pat on the back. Incisive work from Trevor Stephen. Sharp opted to use Sheedy. The shot was mishit by Sheedy's standards. The deflection beat Coton. Terry showed the value of real defensive play, and Coton was able to make a catch from the corner. Defend your goal at all costs is surely the bottom line in the defender's book of philosophy. Taylor. Callahan. McClelland and Terry continuing to hold the edge over Sharp and Gray. Reid. Stevens. Won by Barnes. fans who can be so adept, as the Brazilians know only too well, when he sets off on runs like this. And his sheer power has produced Watford a corner in the final minute of the first half. Taken again by Callaghan, and Southall misjudged it. Terry! The whistle had gone for a push on the goalkeeper. But Paul Southall was in danger of an error of judgment. It wasn't easy to see, so congested was the area around him when the actual push came. Steve Terry was thinking he might have profited. Southall was forcing his way through the pack. Terry got his head to it, but the referee was blowing. The end of a first half which improved as it went along. A saviour on the line by Steve Terry after John Barnes had hit the bar at the other end. The closest we've had to a goal, but at half-time at Goodison Park, it's Everton 0, Watford 0. Well, still on crutches, Adrian Heath, with the knee injury that will keep him out, one thinks, for the rest of the season. But maybe his goal power is something that Everton could have done with in the first half. But the First Division leaders who've scored in every home league game this season. It's Watford who've only failed to score twice in their 23 outings in the First Division. Perhaps a surprising fact that we're still waiting for the game's first goal. Tony Coton engaging, I think, in a spot of illegal pitch marking. Sharp using his back into McClelland, which the defender didn't like. Stevens. Steven. Now Vanden Hauwe. Again denying Everton space. Bracewell. Stevens. Into the feet of Reed. A lovely dummy on Barnes. Almost a case of the bite of bits. John Barnes has done that often enough to opponents. Peter Reed twisted into the dummy. Barnes just came up with the answer, but it's cost Watford a corner. And Coton paws it away, only as far as Reed. Sheedy had got back onside. Gray, and Coton did well. Gray's header taking a deflection, but it just won't go in for him at the moment. Everton players well aware of the other values of Andy Gray apart from scoring, but they'd love to see him put the ball in the back of the net. Vanden Hauwe out by Sinnott. So close for Andy Gray, who climbed characteristically, and Coton got a hand to deny Gray the goal. Sharp. Bracewell wasn't going to come second, although the odds were against him. Sheedy. Bracewell involved again. And Stephen meeting the cross, and Gary Stevens, and the deflection, cruel for Watford and Coton, but the First Division top scorers have finally found a way through, and they needed a bit of luck to do it. 11 minutes into the second half, Gary Stevens reflects on his good fortune, but Paul Bracewell had played such a big part in setting up the goal. In the end, looped over Coton. But it's Gary Stevens' goal, and he's on the score sheet just as he was in the FA Cup tie last week against Doncaster. So the challenge now laid down to Watford. They have contained well enough until A moment of misfortune. And Blissett. He didn't know that Southall was coming. Because Luther Blissett had his eye on the ball as it came in. And Southall, I think, gambled a little to go for it. And the gamble paid off. Stevens, off goes Sharp. Stevens aims for Andy Gray. Watford get bodies around Gray. Bracewell. Stevens. Gray has stolen a yard here on Terry. Bracewell. Well played. Stevens. He's got another. And once again, Bracewell was involved. Tony Coton had no chance. Would have barely got a sight of the ball as it sped through a crowded area in front of the goalkeeper. And Everton, who could hardly muster a goal last season, where they barely averaged a goal a game, are getting them this year from all quarters. Watford preparing to bring on their substitute, Jan Lohmann. Dropped off Terry, but only as far as Stephen. And Gray went in with the elbow. And Terry, who's already had enough damage around the eyes to last him a whole career. Maybe Jimmy Gilligan, the player, coming off. Looking towards the bench as the substitution is to be made. With 24 minutes remaining, and the Dutchman, Jan Lohmann, takes his place probably in midfield, and maybe John Barnes will push up alongside Luther Blissett. Barnes, the linesman, is flagging. The referee acknowledges. I don't think Barnes was too convinced. Everton, one would think, would be vulnerable to being caught square, but they've got such pace of recovery. Great. Here's Sharp. Now Stephen. And Sharp again. Reed. You could hardly blame Gary Stevens if he wanted to have another crack. But more sensibly settles for the cross. Gray did well to make something of it. Sheedy. And finally it was Vanden Hauwe. Probably feeling a little bit resentful that the right back has scored twice. It's whetted his appetite. Gray. Reed. Perhaps telling Stevens where he might have been. It's a little infield on that occasion. Much more verve about Everton now. Bracewell. Gray left it. Sheedy! Oh, yes! Sweet as you like. But an indication of a much more relaxed Everton approach, having gone two in front. And again, admire Paul Bracewell. He left John McClelland, and Andy Gray, who might have been tempted to go for the cross himself, let it run, presumably on a call from Sheedy. And what a perfect view of almost the perfect goal. And here is the scorer of it. So with 20 minutes remaining, Everton lead by 3-0. And if any one player could be singled out, Paul Bracewell refused to knuckle under in midfield to Watford's heavy pressure on him in that department. And although Stevens and Sheedy will rightly get their share of the credit for scoring the goals, the creator on all 3 occasions has been Paul Bracewell. Gray. I think the one thing every Everton supporter would want now would be for Andy Gray to score, but it's Bracewell. And now Ratcliffe. It's an onslaught. And it's so nearly 4. Ratcliffe, in fact, can smile. I don't think he saw the linesman put up a flag, as Everton players following in and straight offside. So Tony Coton in the Watford goal conceded 5 against Everton on his Watford debut back in September. And 3 more here. And Lohman will have his name taken. He left a foot in after Stephen had taken the ball past him. Not quite the impact coming on that I think Jan Lohman would like to be remembered for. We can forgive him determination to be back in the thick of the fray. He's missed 15 months with a knee injury. Sharp. Stephen took it on the chest, and Coton couldn't keep it out. So he can't be that badly hurt. It's 4-0. And Coton now in the second half is going through the nightmare, though little blame can be attached to him that he went through at Vicarage Road in his Watford debut back in September when Everton scored 5. Sharp won it well. And McClellan's stretch wasn't enough, nor was Coton's reaction to a close-range effort from Stephen. And it's the final moment after he celebrates his 10th goal. He gives way to Terry Curran. So Howard Kendall gets a goal again apiece from his 2 wide midfield players, one for Stephen, one from Sheedy, to add to the 2 from Gary Stevens. Stevens. Bracewell. Now Taylor. Barnes and Callaghan plotting for the last. We're deep into stoppage time. Sinnott. And in comes Blissett. And Rostron couldn't scramble it in. Lohman and Barnes really typifying Watford's day. The last incident of an enjoyable match that veered away from Watford in the second half. Barnes here couldn't provide even a consolation goal for them. Paul Bracewell masterminding Everton's midfield in the second half. 2 goals for Gary Stevens, Kevin Sheedy and Trevor Stephen the other scorer. And Everton's unblemished record in 1985 continues. A 7th successive victory, in fact, in League and FA Cup. A final score at Goodison Park. It's Everton 4, Watford 0.
Whatever the outcome today, nothing can erase the memory of Telford's astonishing cup run, with the league side beaten in each of the 4 previous rounds. There's plenty of experience in the side. Goalkeeper Kevin Charlton, he was in Hereford's 3rd Division Championship team a few years ago. Fullback Kevin Lewis, he's a former Busby babe. And up front, the man who perhaps poses the biggest single threat to Everton, Colin Williams. Back after injury, he's scored in every round so far. Telford face, of course, though, an Everton side in tremendous form. 7 straight wins behind them, and the possibility of 1, 2, perhaps even 3 trophies ending up at Goodison this season ever increasing. Peter Reid has overcome a hamstring injury, so he continues in midfield. Howard Kendall's choice of substitute is utility man Alan Harper in preference to Terry Curran. The pitch in fine condition thanks to the undersoil heating. Today's referee is Trevor Spencer from Salisbury. Everton then to kick off, attacking the goal to our left in the first half. Everton in blue shirts and white shorts. The biggest day in Telford's history, no doubt about that. Their determination to relish the occasion reflected in their pledge to attack Everton, whatever the consequences. It is Everton who are attacking them at the moment with Van den Hauwe. It's Mayman hitting it away. Van den Hauwe knocking back in. Should be the goalkeeper's great, challenging strongly there. Whistle gone anyway for the challenge on the goalkeeper. And certainly Kevin Charlton is going to be in for a busy afternoon. He's had league experience with Bournemouth as well as Hereford. And the sun is clearly going to pose a problem or two this afternoon. It's Van den Hauwe just shielding his eyes there. Hogan. A robust tackle, but a fair one from Tony Turner, Telford captain. Van den Hauwe for Everton. Towards Sharp. It's going to be quite a confrontation between Hancock and Sharp. Sharp. Finding Van den Hauwe, lovely layoff. Corner. So it's been a bright opening here by the First Division leaders, as you'd expect. Van den Hauwe, on the edge of the 6-yard area there. Jumps, comfort, claimed it, then lost it. I think the whistle has gone now. The referee quickly trying to sort out that skirmish there. Charlton seemed to have gathered the ball, then lost it. Stevens with the corner. Charlton certainly had it there. The ball squirmed out of his grip. I think the whistle went then. Here's Hogan. Now Alcock. Williams in the middle. Here's Williams now. Well, it was perhaps the best chance of the game so far. It fell to a man who's normally so lethal in front of goal, Colin Williams. And he couldn't convert the opportunity. A lovely little pass slipped through there by Hogan. Alcock with the cross, pulls it back, and Williams couldn't turn it in. Just turned away by Southall. Well, it's the Telford fans who are raising their voices now. Very encouraging spell for them. Turner. Lewis going in hard. Such a committed defender. That really has got the crowd buzzing now. Certainly a chance. Southall saving from Williams. Everybody now bar Southall in the Telford half. Gray climbing well. Hancock away. Again, it's an Everton free kick. Telford have conceded quite a few around that area. Kevin Charlton there, that's his view. Making sure that the wall in front of him is lined up properly. The count of this free kick. Sheedy is there. Will he try to curl it here? He has! Off the mark! And away! Well, Kevin Charlton was beaten there. the bar that saved it. Glorious free kick then by Sheedy. The danger isn't over yet. Van den Hauwe. Sharp again under pressure. But a goal kick. Here we can see the free kick. Curled there delightfully away off the bar. And it fell for Telford. And they're making a substitution. Telford. Colin Williams has gone off. Dave Mather has come on. So the injury which kept Colin Williams out of the Darlington replay perhaps is still troubling him. McKenna with the header on. Safely through the Southall. We've now had 2 minutes of injury time. In fairness, there have been 1 or 2 stoppages. Oh, dreadful back pass in by Turner. Sharp's totally committed. Sharp. Oh, beyond Bracewell. Was there a hand there? Well, the Everton players are incensed. Chasing after referee Trevor Spencer. But no penalty given. Cheers from the Everton fans who felt there should have been a penalty. Players stopped anyway. There's a fracas in the centre of the field there. And the Everton players arguing that they should have had a penalty. They claim that the ball struck an arm. And there's Sharp. And the goalkeeper totally committed. Sharp's beaten him here. Now, was there a hand here somewhere? Well, it certainly appeared so. Well, the boos around Goodison Park will tell you that the Everton fans feel their team should have had a penalty there. Towards the end of the half, Andy Gray still protesting. But there's been no avalanche of goals here. And the non-league side more than held their own so far. Colin Williams with that chance saved by Southall. And then Kevin Sheedy hitting the bar for Everton. But at half-time, amidst controversy here, there is no score. So then, Telford start the second half. Words of encouragement, I'm sure, from their manager at half-time. I wonder what Howard Kendall has had to say in the Everton dressing room. Outfield's head up. Graham Sharp is going off. He's been hobbling for much of the game. He got a couple of knocks early on. And Alan Harper, a very versatile player, comes on. He's only played four full games this season. Reed. I shouldn't think Telford would be too worried that Sharp has gone off. Such a threat, of course. There's Gray! So close. Now within seconds of Graham Sharp having gone off his front-running partner, Andy Gray finds himself in the clear. Good jump there by Trevor Stephen. Gray whacks it first time. Lewis. Sheedy. Rode the tackle. And again. And the corner. So back come the Telford troops. As Everton throw Van den Hauwe and Mountfield forward. They've taken the corner quickly too. Sheedy. Into the path of Stevens. Gone in. It took a deflection, I'm sure. Gary Stevens has given Everton the lead. Two goals against Watford in the last match here. He scored against Doncaster in the previous round of the Cup too. And Gary Stevens has at last found a way through. Neat footwork there by Sheedy. Rolls the ball into the path of Stevens. And let's see here, was it deflected? It certainly was by Peter Reid. Well, they can argue among themselves whose goal it is. It was certainly Stevens' shot, and it was certainly deflected in by Peter Reid. Whatever the reason it went in, Everton have at last gone ahead. Relief for the Everton fans. What disappointment for Telford, who battled here so gamely. And I wouldn't say they're out of it yet. But they're going to have to now commit themselves even more to attack. McKenna going through. Safe defensive play by Mountfield. So The dejection there for the moment among the Telford supporters. Stevens, the goal scorer. The goal coming midway through the second half. Well, Reid may well claim it. They can sort that one out in the dressing room. Peter Reid doesn't score that often. He'll want it. He's got only 2 this season. Well, I think it was always going to take something out of the ordinary to beat Kevin Charlton this afternoon. Bracewell. Sheedy. Bracewell has made the run outside him here. The 3-4 blue shirts waiting in the middle. Reid. Van den Hauwe. Gray going in. Couldn't keep the header down. It's such a dangerous man in and around the 6-yard area. There's always going to be a threat here on the cross. It's pulled back across there by Van den Hauwe. Up goes Gray. Couldn't keep it down. Lewis hit very hard on Bracewell. Referee allowing play to go on. And Bracewell has stayed down. Mountfield down to Reid. Van den Hauwe augmenting the attack. And here's Sheedy. Van den Hauwe in for Harper. Penalty. Turner's challenge. And the penalty has been given. There's the push by Turner. I think Kevin Sheedy is going to take the kick. Sheedy, who's scored 4 goals in his last 4 games. And here's Sheedy now against Charlton. And tucks it away beautifully. Goal number 12 for Kevin Sheedy this season. And how decisively struck it was too. Charlton goes the right way but can't reach it. Well, relief there for Howard Kendall. For so long, Telford were holding on. Gray's touch goes Bracewell. Here's Stephen. Gray's made his run into the middle. Andy Gray hit the bar. Well, is he ever going to score again? He's got just the 1 goal this season. And he really must be wondering when the next one's going to come. Impressive build-up by Everton. And Gray off the bar. Stevens. Telford really have to throw everything now, really. And Everton hope that they can find a goal from somewhere. Here's Turner. Now can the captain inspire his team? Finding Alcott with the cross in. Oh, just wide. Wayman arriving. Thought for a moment Mather was going to reach it. Southall unhappy with the marking. Paul Mayman diving low. Alcott with the cross. Mather couldn't quite reach it. Mayman headed it just wide. Harper. Here's Sheedy. Sheedy again. Very up in support. Stephen outside him here. Oh, that's a magnificent goal by Trevor Stephen. And the crowd applauding there. A goal of sheer class. Sheedy working his way through and then into the path of Trevor Stephen. And the shot Flew past Kevin Chop. The last minute of the game, and Trevor Stephen has made it 3-0. And Howard Kendall will be delighted. He's been so pleased with the way that Stephen has been playing. A foul then by Joseph von Peter Reid. The crowd howling in anger, and certainly a late challenge by Joseph. And the tackle there on Peter Reid, which has left him writhing in agony. Appears to have caught his ankle. Outfield. There goes the final whistle. Everton safely through as expected of the cup holders and the First Division leaders. What a show of resilience from Telford here, the non-league side. Only the fourth non-league club to reach the fifth round, remember. And Peter Reid there being carried off, the consoling arm of Howard Kendall around him. And what a pity that there are cheers around the ground, and that really is directed at Anton Joseph because of the late tackle on Peter Reid, which may have created considerable damage. But the final score is Everton 3, Telford 0.
An afternoon to test the strength of Everton's challenge for the championship and also the versatility of their exciting young player Trevor Stephen, who along with fullback Gary Stevens has been included in the England squad for next week's World Cup game in Northern Ireland. But today there's a change of role from the right-sided midfield position that he could be asked to play for England, because the absence today of the injured Graham Sharp, following that of Adrian Heath, who's out for the season, means this Everton lineup is without the two players who've made them the First Division's top goal scorers. So as a result, Trevor Stephen is asked to play alongside Andy Gray in attack, with Alan Harper coming into the midfield. Derek Mountfield passed a fitness test this morning, so this is the formation that finished last week's cup tie with Telford. Leicester's reaction to their midweek FA Cup defeat at third division Millwall is to drop fullback Bobby Smith and recall Andy Peake at number 4 for his second game in 4 months. The referee today, Alfie Butch, who lives near Wembley but who was born in Fiji, in his second year as the man in control. And Everton in the lighter shirts kick off attacking the goal to the right. Everton, the most consistent team of the last 12 months, currently chasing 3 trophies. 4 points clear at the top of Division 1 and into the quarter-finals of the FA Cup and the European Cup Winners' Cup. Sheedy. Feely intercepted. Here come Leicester. Gary Lineker lays it back. Andy Peake. Easy for Southall. Southall's kick, straight into touch. Throw to Leicester. This is Andy Feely. Looks for Lineker, who knocks it forward. Smith was pushed, surely. Mountfield had a fitness test this morning on the back that he injured last Saturday. And passed fully fit. Peake. Tries to get it across to Banks, who just makes it his. Still Banks. Peake. Oh, a good ball. What a bit of pushing there between Gary Stevens and Gary Lineker. Free kick given to Leicester just outside the penalty area. Three is Wilson. 11 is Banks. Teed up by Ian Wilson and struck first time by Ian Banks, and only just too high. Peter Reid just beginning to limp a little bit after a kick from Andy Peake. It'll be a blow for Everton. Oh, here comes Linex, and he's found Lineker, who must score. Hit the legs of Southall. A golden opportunity goes begging. Still Leicester come forward. Wilson out to Feely. Looking for some players making a bit of movement. Finds Peak. They couldn't get in the shot. And Everton clear their lines. The best chance of the match falling to Leicester. The ball played perfectly by Linex to find Gary Lineker, who must have thought that he'd scored, but just hit the outstretched foot of Neville Southall. Wilson. Peak. He manages to keep possession despite the challenge of Bracewell. Sheedy. Bracewell. Now he can go forward. Andy Gray. Vanden Howe, faced by Linex. Chipped up to Sheedy. Stevens again. Harper. The header by Trevor Stephen, just inches too high. Harper's cross was perfect. Peak. Still Peak. Oh, that's a good ball. Linex wasn't offside. He's got Smith in the middle and Lineker. Banks is there as well. Smith didn't have any time to think, Alan Smith. He turned to find the ball bouncing in an inviting position. What a pity he hooked it just too high. But again, a bright attacking move by Leicester. So no goals in the first 45 minutes. But the brightest attacking football coming from Leicester, with Gary Lineker included in the England squad for that international in Northern Ireland. The brightest player on view, showing why he's been Leicester's top scorer for the last 4 seasons, and so close on several occasions to getting the opening goal. But at half-time, the scoreline here, Leicester City 0, Everton, the league leaders, 0. Gray. Stephen. Drops for Sheedy, who's knocked it far too far forward, and that might run for Gary Lineker now. He's had plenty of chances. Well, Neville Southall stood his ground. He stood up to the forward coming at him and was able to block it. So that's his second important stop, denying Lineker with his feet in the first half and standing up to him at the start of the second. Now Harper with a lot of space. Bracewell. Stephen. Oh, Wilson almost gave it to Sheedy. Still in play. It's there at last. Everton have broken the deadlock. Leicester rather caught napping. Andy Gray celebrates his second goal in 17 games this season. And that's exactly what the match required. I think Leicester rather thought that ball was going to run dead, but Sheedy was quick enough to win it, keep it in play and knock it back. It was flicked on, and then there was Andy Gray. Minutes gone. Everton, the league leaders, take the lead. Harper. Stephen, watched by Wilson. Gary Stevens. Harper again. And Stephen can put in a cross from here. Cut out by Williams. Stevens lets it run. And Leicester take this opportunity to make their substitution. Mark Bright A young striker is the man who comes on to replace number 9 Alan Smith. Now Williams. Oh, here's the youngster. Well, young Mark Bright scored goals at Port Vale, 14 in the 22 games that he played with Port Vale. Signed in the summer as a striker. I won't be too happy with that one. Nicely controlled by Harper, who feeds Trevor Stephen. Everton beginning to shine in these last 10 minutes. Harper back to Andy Gray, who must have had a shout from Sheedy. He let it run. And what a lovely goal that would have been, as the league leaders begin to shine. And now here's Linex, not offside. He's beaten Southall, and he's found the net. Everton's despair, illustrated by Mountfield's face. But Steve Linex, the man who always looked likely to. His 13th goal of the season, and it was his pace that made that. Just got to the ball ahead of Southall, touched it round the Everton keeper, and then kept his cool and found the net. It's 1-1, and just 9 minutes remain. The first goal that Southall has conceded in the last 6 games. Will Everton settle for 1 point, or will they go forward in these last few minutes and look for victory? And if they do, they'll have to make sure they don't concede a goal and lose it. Sheedy. Gray. Vandenhauw. Stephen. Knocked on for Andy Gray. Oh, what a magnificent strike by Andy Gray. As good a goal as you wish to see. And that silenced Leicester. Oh, what a goal by Gray. And a smashing move by Everton. The fullback Vandenhauw started that. The ball that found Stephen. A lovely header from the youngster. And Gray hit it perfectly from the edge of the box. Two goals in a minute, and this match very much alive as the minutes tick away. The goals that have been threatened all afternoon, coming at the death. Cliff forward. Harper can't get there. Wilson. Bright keeps possession, and a good ball to find Linex. He wants to roast the fullback if he can here. Chipped on by Feely. Lovely ball knocked forward by Feely. And Gary Lineker has never been closer in a match to scoring, and yet hasn't. But what a good save by Southall. Feely picks out Banks. Ramsey. Well, Gary Lineker missed several chances on Tuesday night in that cup tie at Millwall, and he's missed a few here this afternoon. Southall has denied him a hat-trick. Reed. Harper. Got Sheedy on this far side. Picks out Gray. Stevens and Reed together. Stephen. Bracewell in support. I think Everton are content just to run the ball around in these dying few moments. Offside. It's Van den Houw inside the last 2 minutes. Still Everton leading 2-1 in a match where the score might have been 3 or 4 in Leicester's favour. Feely. Out by Manfield. Peak. Ramsey. Cut out by Sheedy. Now Gray. Not quick enough. Lineker. Linex, tight as always. A little bit of a hug with Van den Houw, who takes the shirt off his back as well. And Leicester given a free kick. Taken by Linex. Trevor Stephen. Reed couldn't quite get there. Lineker, is he going to score? No foul, the referee waves play on. And how long can Gary Lineker play in this match without actually scoring a goal? Gray. Reed. Trevor Stephen knocks it forward as we move into injury time. The 90 minutes up. To Everton, the sort of result that keeps them heading for that First Division Championship. But Leicester couldn't quite do enough and have to give best to the First Division leaders. The final score, Leicester City 1, Everton 2.
An all-ticket crowd at Old Trafford, and even a stadium as palatial as this can't hold all the people who wanted to see this match. The capacity is limited to just over 51,000, but the two clubs estimate that between them they could have sold a further 20,000 tickets, which just underlines that this, in the widest sense, is the match of the day. And with 2 more full houses expected for cup matches next week, what a time for Manchester United to accumulate their worst injury list of the season. Robson, Moses, Moran, Stapleton and Muren all ruled out. But Paul McGrath, past fit this morning, plays alongside Hogg at the back. Duxbury and Whiteside continue in midfield, where they did well at Highbury last week. And there's a recall up front for Alan Brazil, who hasn't been a regular in the team since United were beaten twice in 4 days by Everton at the end of October. Also back out of the shadows, Everton's Terry Curran, who starts a match for only the 5th time this season. In the absence of Heath and Sharp, he'll be up front as partner to Andy Gray. Trevor Stephen takes up his normal role and Alan Harper drops to substitute. First time that Norman Wilson from Morecambe has refereed a match at Old Trafford. And the crowd sense this is a colossal match in Championship terms. If Manchester United win it, they go within 4 points of Everton. But if they lose it, they'll be 10 behind, having played a game more. Ron Atkinson appears to have gambled a bit with an attacking midfield. Alan Brazil brought back to partner Hughes up front. United have got to go for the win. Hughes, Strachan again. Reed. Sheedy. Trevor Stephen. Van den Houw. Vanden Houw, the left-back, being watched by the Belgian manager today. This is Duxbury. Hughes with the header, then Ratcliffe. Bracewell. Gray coming into the back of Whiteside. This is Graham Hobb. Brazil. Did well. Hughes. Olsen takes on Stevens. Penalty! Jesper Olsen impeded by Gary Stevens. A penalty after 3 minutes. Manchester United have now been awarded 15 penalties this season. And Gordon Strachan, who has scored from 9 but has missed 4 of his last 5, is going to put the ball on the spot. Penalty. Southall takes credit, but it was a dreadful kick really by Strachan. He never looked confident, he never got any power into it, and Southall made what by his standards was a comfortable save going to his left. Gary Stevens must be relieved. I just wonder how much Strachan really wanted to take that penalty. I spoke to him before the game about them and he wasn't sure that he would take them today. He said it depended on him how the game stood. It came so early. Back to the other, Gidman to Albiston. Olsen, Duxbury. Strachan, Duxbury again. Hughes. And now Gidman. Oh, and Hughes! Good save by Southall and cleared by Stevens and Mountfield. Hughes stretched his foot out. Southall did brilliantly. Stevens was on hand too. Corner to Manchester United. And Southall has been in splendid form this season, and those instinctive saves, such as the one we've just seen and the ones he made at Leicester last week, are one very good reason why Everton are top of the First Division. McGrath. Bracewell. Olsen. Oh. It was Kevin Ratcliffe who he collided with. Olsen did well there. Brazil's in the centre. Whiteside. So near to the first goal, and all because Jesper Olsen, who's having a lively first half here, saw his chance away on the left to get the cross in. Whiteside met it with his head coming from deep, and it drifted wide of the far post. Trevor Steven just caught a bit there, having his second big game in a matter of 4 days. In again. Southall inspired again. The situation, I have to say. McGrath. Whiteside and Reid, that's getting a bit nasty. There's a bit going on in there between Reid and Whiteside. Sheedy. Oh, good turn by Curran. He threw McGrath. Gray's coming in from the far side, and McGrath brings Curran down. The supply line was Sheedy. Midfield, no, and off the legs of the defender, Graham Hogg, for a corner. Here's Stevens. Awkward. Gray's coming in and Bailey had to touch it. A threatening spell here by Everton. Oh, and Reid! And scrambled away. Albiston was on the line. Bracewell and Whiteside away. Peter Reid stooping at the far post, and it was a good job the cover was there. Olsen, Albiston. Sheedy looking for Curran. Gray was impeded. Well, Sheedy's last free kick from this position almost got Mountfield in, and he's up there again. Gray's made the first run. Oh, mistake by Strachan, chance to make up for it perhaps, which he did. Oh, he did it brilliantly. Olsen is through. Brazil in the middle. Brazil, surely, no, away by Stevens. Alan Brazil denied. Strachan with the pass-through that put Jesper Olsen on his way. Some players would have gone themselves for goal. Olsen was aware of where Brazil was. He crossed it, and Gary Stevens won a vital personal duel with Brazil and prevented Manchester United from taking the lead. Good defending by the lad called up this week into the England squad. Reid on Whiteside, and another angry exchange between the two. And it was going to have to happen sooner or later. There was going to be a flashpoint between those two players. Peter Reid is going to be booked. Two highly competitive, highly charged midfield players who don't pull out of anything, and Peter Reid is caution. Hogg with the kick. Sheedy. Brazil's trying to cut off the back pass. McGrath, and now Brazil, onside, good turn, brilliant, Olsen, deflection, goal! Jesper Olsen for Manchester United, set up brilliantly by Alan Brazil. The shot deflected off the defender, it may have been Gary Stevens, and flew past Southall, who could do nothing about it. .37 minutes gone, Manchester United 1, Everton 0. And right that Olsen should claim the goal, he's been their best forward. Sheedy for Everton. Trevor Steven. And listen now to the Old Trafford crowd. Stevens. Olsen took it from him, found Hughes. And it needs the through ball here. Arnold Muren had been playing then. We could have seen Olsen put clean through. Here's Sheedy. Curran. Good play, Trevor Steven. Dangerous, Curran again. Past McGrath. And Whiteside glad to get the ball away anywhere. The central defenders were all over the place. Something's been thrown, Trevor Steven. Flicked on, Mountfield was in there, and there's the equaliser. Derek Mountfield. 3 minutes before half-time. Steven took the corner, flicked on at the near post, and Mountfield, what a useful player he's been for Everton this season on set plays. It's his 8th goal, and he's equalised just 5 minutes after Manchester United took the lead. The Everton supporters have got something to shout about now. Defence was caught a bit flat-footed, but Mountfield always dangerous coming in on the second header. A turbocharged first half between two of the best models in the First Division showroom. Jesper Olsen scored his first goal since October. What a long wait for him, and when it came, it put Manchester United ahead. But the equaliser from Derek Mountfield makes the half-time score between these championship rivals 1 each. Everton on a run of 9 consecutive wins prior to this match, hoping to equal their sequence of 10 earlier in the season, which is a post-war club record. Curran with Albiston forces a corner early in the second half. Curran, who flicked on at the near post, the corner from which Mountfield equalised, now goes again to that position, to be joined there by Van den Houw in a moment. And he's there again. Whiteside's header. Good turn by Brazil. Into the path of Jesper Olsen. Hughes away to the right. 3 coming the other way. And Olsen's overrun the ball. Offside against Gray it would have been. Referees played an advantage. Just lost possession there when it mattered. Foul. Hogg on Gray. Oh, Gray's unmarked! Hogg and McGrath standing there looking at each other and not looking at Andy Gray, who surely feels he should have scored. They were just undecided, it appeared, in the defence, who should have been picking him up, and Gray had a free header, and Manchester United lucky not to go behind. Reed, Curran, Gray. Oh, that's a good ball. Sheedy. That's not bad either. Gray again, and here's Curran. What a brilliant move by Everton. Curran felt he was impeded at the last and claims he should have had a penalty. Sweeping move by Everton. That was championship-type football. Gray right out to Sheedy, a lovely ball back in. Gray with the touch again, and Curran felt he was blocked. Curran and McGrath this time. Curran's making a right nuisance of himself against those centre-backs. ball was Peter Reid, and he won it against 3 Manchester United players. Real determination. Curran. And Bailey's trying to get Olsen away every time. Foul by Gary Stevens. Well, there are those who feel Olsen's a shade lightweight for the English game, but he's produced some good moments today, and he's up on his feet again here now. Duxbury. Gidman. Whiteside's waiting for this with the header, and it's Olsen again! Brilliant turn, deflection, and away by Southall and then Mountfield. But the Stretford end must have thought that Jesper Olsen was going to put Manchester United in front for the second time in this game. He paused, he made room for the shot, he drove it well, but even with a possible deflection, the burly figure of Neville Southall defied United again. Olsen, Brazil to his right, and he's still going. Southall has come out again with a header. Strachan, foul by Mountfield. The goalkeeper behind this defence really has had a tremendous year. Every time Manchester United look like taking the lead, he seems to be there. Whiteside. Olsen. Brazil's in a good position on the far side, and Olsen saw him. Brazil hit the bar, and away by Mountfield. And Everton can break at the other end with Sheedy. How unlucky can you get? Hughes. Whiteside arriving. Olsen. Now Hogg. Ground still buzzing after that last incident. But here's Gidman. Strachan. Tackled by Bracewell. And Hogg gets there first. Manchester United beginning to put their game together as we enter the last quarter of an hour. Whiteside. Duxbury. Hughes trying to turn Van den Hauwe. Well, Jesper Olsen saw Alan Brazil stealing half a yard on his marker on the far side, and it was the perfect pass. Brazil not at his best on his right foot, but he hit it well, beat the goalkeeper, and it crashed back off the crossbar. Everton have had a habit of scoring late in matches this season. Andy Gray. Stephen is there. Penalty. Arthur Albiston on Trevor Stephen, pushing. Just under 8 minutes to go, and Manchester United's captain penalised for holding or pushing Trevor Stephen, and Everton have a penalty. How's the championship gone from Manchester United's vision? Kevin Sheedy to take it. Oh, good save by Bailey. The second penalty save of the match. It's a corner. That was a much better stop than Southall's. It had to be. It was a better shot. Stevens. Stephen. Corner again. Gary Bailey keeps Manchester United's hopes alive. and he had to fist it away a little bit. Bracewell, Mountfield, Stephen, Bracewell again, Gidman, Bracewell, well, you don't often see a penalty missed by both teams in a top First Division match, but Gary Bailey certainly takes some credit for deciding which side Kevin Sheedy was going to put his kick. He guessed right, and he's kept Manchester United in it. Howard Kendall may have seen 2 extra points disappear there with that penalty. United looking for the storming finish. Olsen. McGrath with the header. Here's Bracewell. Vandenhouwe with the throw. Strachan ducks. Oh, Strachan was presumably fouled as he went for the return by Vandenhouwe there. Will be remembered for 2 goals and also for 2 penalty saves. The points are shared partly down to Neville Southall, who made a number of good stops, but his penalty save superseded by the one from Gary Bailey, which prevented Everton from reaching their 10th consecutive victory. As it is, the match played in a mood of healthy belligerence means that Manchester United are still 7 points behind Everton in the championship race.
The welcome for the team at the top of the tree, and in particular for the man generally reckoned to be Everton's most valuable player. Peter Reid passed fit for all the fact that he carries a few scars, and he continues his run of consecutive appearances to 88. Everton's collective strength is surely the balance of the side, particularly in midfield. The Kendall, Ball and Harvey trio of the 1970 championship side is succeeded now by a quartet, who incidentally between them have contributed 29 goals to the side's total of 84. For their 3rd cup tie in 6 days, Ipswich could reasonably wish for a less daunting task. Steve McCall has recovered from Wednesday's injury, but not Mitch Davray. And what does fate hold for the man who replaces him, Alan Sunderland, who on Monday came off the substitutes bench to score the winner in the FA Cup against Sheffield Wednesday. On Wednesday, missed a golden opportunity which might have beaten Norwich in the Milk Cup. What now? The referee with the FIFA badge is Alan Robinson from Waterlooville in Hampshire. Well, I think it's generally known that Everton have not lost a match in 1985, but for the record, they haven't lost an FA Cup tie on this ground for 10 years. Everton attacking the goal to our left. Andy Gray gets his first touch, and a good one. Scored a hat-trick in the Cup Winners' Cup in midweek. Burley, Sunderland, Zondervan couldn't make it. Vandenhouwe, Curran, Reid. How could he have known that Bracewell was coming? And what a ball to Gray! Handball by Paul Cooper. That was some brilliant play by Everton, because Reid just played the ball into the space, and Bracewell made, what, 10 or 12 yards, and Bracewell played it instantly, the ball curling away from the oncoming goalkeeper towards Andy Gray, and Paul Cooper forced to handle outside his area. Sheedy takes and scores! says the referee. I didn't tell you to take it. So 2 in the net for Everton and neither counts. George Burley coming forward. The ball's been taken slightly further back and Gates is complaining about that. Well, that makes a change. Sheedy again, goes for the other side. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Not unearthly for Paul Cooper. But what a lesson in taking free kicks by Kevin Sheedy. Almost said to Mr. Robinson, I don't mind if you don't allow me to put it in one corner, I'll put it in the other. 6 minutes, the cup holders, the potential champions, the unbeaten side in the country, take the lead. And what a lovely goal. Sheedy's 13th of the season. Curran. Ratcliffe to Sheedy. There are some magic moments from Everton here. Stephen. Everything's coming off. Stevens. Gray. Inches over the top. And he gets up to a shout of "Oh brother." Listen to the noise around Goodison Park. Bracewell, Reed, Brandon Howe, far by Burley, chest in the back of Bracewell. Has gone to the far side. Mountfield is behind him. Mountfield challenged well by Butcher. Stephen, Reed, Stevens. Play by Bracewell. Put in came from Putney. Zondervan. Sheedy getting back to force a change of direction. But here's Wilson. That's a good shot! And it goes through Neville Southall, who up till now has been a spectator. Don't think, to judge from Kevin Wilson's expression, that he can quite believe it. But it wasn't a truly hit shot, and it squirmed its way underneath Neville Southall for one apiece. A goal in the 15th minute. And to be truthful, making nonsense of the balance of play in that first 15 minutes. So Everton have to start again. And Terry Butcher's side with renewed heart. It was on this ground that Terry Butcher made his debut in April 1978, just before Ipswich won the Cup. And today he makes his 300th senior appearance for the club. Three up for Ipswich. Brennan, Burley. Neville Southall's played so well for Everton during this season, but a goalkeeper cannot afford to make even one error. Afraid that one will haunt him if Everton can't put it right for him. Brandon Howe. Stephen. Bracewell. Reed. Lovely little chip from Ratcliffe. Bracewell unmarked in the middle. It's a happy knack of getting forward unobserved. McCall. Clinton bowling up the hill. Butcher did well. Zondervan! Lovely goal! Lovely set-piece goal. Butcher, the key man in that, a very good throw. Butcher's flicked header to Zondervan, who shot instantly. And the ball curling past Southall. And Ipswich, who for the first quarter of an hour were on the rack against some brilliant football from the home side, are now in front with 32 minutes gone. Bracewell. Vanden Hauw. Well claimed. Ian Cranston, who took the throw. He's got a battle on his hands against Andy Gray, but certainly used his long throw to great effect then. Butcher. Brennan. Putney was flattened by Reed, a little late. Zondervan! And the referee's given a free kick against Sheedy. And that surely will be a booking. Because Zondervan was clear. And Sheedy got his ankle, not the ball. There's George Burley on the ball. Brennan just behind him to his left, Gates the other way. Butcher beaten to it by Gray. And I should think we'll see Gray come back quite often. Offside. Ball was out of play. Putney. And half-time it is. Kevin Sheedy giving Everton the lead. Wilson getting the equaliser, a mistake by Neville Southall. Zondervan giving Ipswich a 2-1 lead. The match turning on a mistake by Kevin Southall, and summarise really that first half by the fact that Kevin Sheedy, so prominent at the start, was in the end the player booked to deny Ipswich a promising chance of a third goal. All credit to Bobby Ferguson's side, who picked themselves up not only from the defeat by Norwich in the Milk Cup, but also by the start that Howard Kendall's Everton made in this match. With his expression, rather sums up their feelings. Started so well, but start the second half 1-2 down. Gray underneath it. Cooper in trouble, no whistle. And Sunderland seemed to me to play Vanden Hauw then, not the ball. Wilson. Referee played the advantage, and here's Ratcliffe. he can't believe it either. Seemed to have got past Cooper. Cooper, with apparent simplicity, just said, no, I'll have it, thank you very much. Brennan. Reed. Some lucky ricochet. Curran. Gray! No! The goal was yawning. And he stays an awful long time with his hands behind his head. And the front part of his head missed a golden chance. Wilson. Up comes Putney, worth having a crack. Wilson to the left, he does go for the crack. The corner. Putney, Reed. Reed again. Booking. And it's not a booking, it is a sending off. And away goes Steve McCall. Sheedy underneath it. Bracewell. Reed. Stephen. Gray far side. Reed in the middle of the box. Stephen still with the chance. And the referee says no. And the linesman didn't react either. And I must say I find that very difficult to understand, because it was a genuine attempt by Stephen to get round his man, and it seemed to me that he was certainly tripped at the end of it. Otherwise he would surely have carried on. He was so certain he was going to get the penalty. Reed. Yes, he's made the gap. Van den Hauwe. Yes! Mountfield has done it! The hold on the cup has been re-established. Van den Hauwe crossed it. And Mountfield who prodded home. And the defenders have saved Everton. Expressions of huge relief, and on the other bench those of huge disappointment. Well, if Everton and Howard Kendall are to go back to Wembley, they've got to do it the hard way. 2-2 the final score. The cup holders saved by Derek Mountfield 4 minutes from time. Neville Southall, whose mistake allowing Kevin Wilson to equalise the opening goal of the match, in the end is saved and doesn't end as the villain of the piece.
Well, our final cup tie
The country's most consistent team put their record at stake on what for them is a notoriously unlucky ground. Because although Everton have yet to lose a match in 1985, they haven't won here at the Dell for 13 years, and they've been beaten on their last 7 visits. They have Paul Bracewell back after hamstring trouble, but Kevin Sheedy is still out and hopes to play at Spurs on Wednesday. The substitute is Paul Wilkinson, this week's £250,000 acquisition from Grimsby. Southampton are still without the injured Nick Holmes and Steve Moran, and new signing Jimmy Case serves a 1-match suspension owing to bookings he collected with Brighton. So Alan Curtis returns in midfield, and there's a chance up front for George Lawrence. And a striking comparison between the two goalkeepers. England's Peter Shilton, is he still the best in the business? Against Neville Southall, whose clean sheet for Wales against Scotland on Wednesday was his 11th in his last 17 games. David Axel of Southend is the man in charge. On a pitch made heavy by torrential rain this morning, it's Southampton in the red and white who start the match playing from the right, hoping to get last week's heavy defeat at Spurs out of their system. Everton are unbeaten in their last 16 matches and are wearing the blue shirts as usual. Goal mouths very muddy. That was Lawrence. Ratcliffe's clearance to Bracewell, but a corner. Bracewell's back pass, not finding Southall. Andy Gray having to go back to defend. I would imagine he's aware of the threat of Mark Wright. Oh, and Southall missed that and Lawrence came in. But there was a foul on the goalkeeper. And the goal which Southampton were hoping for has not been awarded. When Neville Southall came in the crowd, he was impeded in the referee's view. So it's a free kick and not a goal. Reed, Richardson. Vandenhouwe's header. Whitlock for Southampton. This is Curtis. Wallace. That's useful. Mark Dennis. And Bond coming in. My word, that was close. It was a superb effort, but it would be fair too to give credit there to Neville Southall, because that was an instant header and it was also a fine save. One of many that Southall has made this season. His reactions close to a goal like that, a hallmark of his form this season. Jordan's coming in, Ratcliffe stopped him, Stephen was there too. Good cross again by Mark Dennis. And Jordan was the target. Laurie McMenemy aware that his side have not scored the goals at home this season that they have in the past. Only 16 here at the Dell in 14 games in the First Division. Here's Stevens. And his near namesake, Travis Stevens. Stephen again, back into Reed. Stevens. Richardson coming in behind Mills here. Good header too. And Stephen. And Shilton saves Southampton. Richardson in the first place beat Mills for the header. That came back off the crossbar, but what good reactions from Shilton to the follow-up shot by Trevor Stephen. So already we've seen both goalkeepers proving just how good they are. Brandon Howe. That came to Mountfield. Jordan was back defending. Here's Reed. And here's Bracewell. Hit right. And it's a tackle from behind by Kevin Ratcliffe on Danny Wallace. Stephen. And Sharp beat Mick Mills. And he's got Richardson coming in from the far side, completely unmarked. And Everton there had a golden opportunity to take the lead. The reason being that Graham Sharp slipped Mick Mills, and on the far side he spotted Kevin Richardson in a fine position, and Richardson will want to forget that shot. Vanden Howe played that nicely, got it back from Bracewell, and then was fouled by Lawrence. Vanden Howe. So often in recent times we've seen Everton gain a grip on the match in the midfield area and then produce a goal as a result. Here's Ratcliffe. Header out by Dennis. Long ball forward by Armstrong. On by Gray. And Armstrong's back pass falling short. Sharp hits the post. And a corner. Armstrong relieved. It was his mistake. Graham Sharp jabbed the ball past Peter Shilton, but it trickled agonisingly against the post. Corner to Everton. Here's Stevens. The two clearest opportunities of the half have fallen to Everton, and that second one to their top scorer, Graham Sharp. 24 goals this season. He forced the ball past the England goalkeeper, but was unlucky enough to see it come back off the post. Curtis. And now Gray saw his chance to turn and find Richardson. Bracewell. Intercepted by Lawrence, and he's got Danny Wallace through and onside. He foxed the keeper, but he took it too far wide and hit the side netting. Other First Division teams believe your best chance against Everton is to catch them a little square, or maybe 1 against 1 at the back. Usually Ratcliffe is so quick, but that pass from Lawrence put Wallace clean through. Southall came out to make it difficult. Wallace went round him, but took the ball too wide, and so at half-time there's no score. That was Southampton's best chance. Everton, by comparison, had 2 clean, inviting opportunities, but failed to take them. So the team chasing the treble, for whom Graham Sharp hit the post and Kevin Richardson blazed over, are level at half-time against the home side, chasing a UEFA Cup place. What a challenging time lies ahead for Everton. Wednesday they play at Tottenham in a crunch match. in this Canon Championship. Then at home to Sunderland next Saturday, then away to Bayern Munich in Europe. Laurie McMenemy would love to be there, I'm sure, with Southampton, but they were knocked out earlier on this season. And then the FA Cup semi-final for Everton, the following Saturday against Luton Town. It's Gary Stevens. Gray and Sharp switching positions up front. Here's Sharp. Mountfield. Stephen to Sharp. This is Stevens. Stephen did well there. Lovely run. Sharp. Oh, and Richardson. He's made up for the chance he missed in the first half, Kevin Richardson, and he has put Everton in front. But so much of the credit down to Trevor Stephen. A twisting run from the right-hand side opened up things in the penalty area. Graham Sharp's shot parried by Shilton, and Richardson on hand to score. 4 minutes into the second half. The side who began the day as the First Division leaders take the lead. Richardson only playing because Kevin Sheedy is still injured, but the fans don't mind that if he scores. Jordan looking for Armstrong. Stevens. Gray with the header, and Richardson's there again, his second! Shilton on the ground, but a nightmare moment for Mick Mills, really. When the ball came in, Mills hesitated, Richardson didn't, and that's 2-0. So, 6 minutes gone in the second half, and Everton are 2 goals ahead. And that's championship-type football to come out for the second half and take such a firm grip on the proceedings. And it's given Southampton an awful lot now to make up. Here's Gray. Reed. I ought to point out that Everton had a 2-goal lead against Southampton in the match at Goodison Park earlier in the season, and the final score was 2-2, so all is not lost here for the Saints, not by a long way. Stevens. Gray's hovering on the far post, and Bond got ahead to it. And Jordan chasing Mountfield and Southall, and Lawrence! And did Ratcliffe handle it? Penalty. Lawrence aimed for the empty goal. Ratcliffe put his arm up, but did he actually make contact? The referee said yes. It's a penalty for handball to Southampton. It was Lawrence's shot. It was Ratcliffe's arm that went out, and a penalty has been awarded. Ratcliffe is protesting his innocence. He put the arm out, but he's getting booked, in fact, as well now. The ball back onto the spot, which only was repainted, in fact, just before the kick-off because of all the mud there. But Armstrong now seems happy with the placement. It's an unnerving moment for him. Too unnerving. Often happens when a player is made to delay for so long in taking a penalty. He has too long to think about it, and Southall will agree that that was not the most difficult save he's had to make. It reminded me of the one he made at Old Trafford from Gordon Strachan the other week. But look at that, Mark Dennis reacting off the ball on Trevor Steven. I think Steven probably fell on the railings. Mr. Axel has decided that a word of warning is sufficient on this occasion. And a substitution by Southampton. Alan Curtis comes off and Eamon Collins comes on. And now Southampton player Armstrong has gone down after a heavy challenge. And it's hotting up here with a vengeance. Richardson for Everton. Reed. And a booking now for Kevin Bond for the challenge on Sharp. Now Southampton have just brought their substitute on. How ironic that is, that the injury should happen within seconds of the number 12 being used. So if Armstrong goes off, they'll have to play with 10 men. Those supporters thrilled to bits with the way Everton are maintaining the challenge for 3 trophies. Bracewell, Everton wins so many of those 50-50 challenges in the middle of the field. Stevens now. Jordan. Collins. But Mountfield won it. Bracewell looking for Gray. Lawrence. Wallace on the right. Southampton have got players streaming in from the other side if Wallace can get it in. Corner. But they would have preferred an early cross. Bond was there, Jordan was there! So close. Bond got the first touch and Joe Jordan threw himself at it for the second header, and it went very close to the post, but not close enough for Jordan. Most of the breaks at this stage are going the way of Everton. This could be the moment when Paul Wilkinson makes his first appearance in an Everton shirt. Signed this week from Grimsby in the biggest of the deals leading up to the transfer deadline. Only 20 years old. And it's going to be his Everton debut as Graham Sharp comes off. Nice time to come on in a way when your team are leading 2-0. Reed. Very much the motorman again today for Everton. He's found Wilkinson. Armstrong. Richardson going into 2 tackles. Mills forward. Stevens. Oh, he slipped a bit there. And Joe Jordan. And a goal for Southampton in stoppage time. Joe Jordan got it. After Stevens didn't quite manage what he intended and finished up on the ground, and Jordan just pushed it past Southall, and Southampton get a goal back and wonder just how much longer there is on the referee's watch. They have already played 2 minutes of stoppage time, but that's made something of a contest of it. And the Everton supporters whistling now. Reed. Stevens. Steven. But the Jordan goal came too late to stop Everton burying their 13-year hoodoo here at the Dell. Their first victory here since April 1972, thanks to 2 goals in 3 minutes early in the second half by Kevin Richardson. Everton extend their unbeaten run to 17 matches without defeat, despite the late reply by Joe Jordan. And another impressive collective performance by the team chasing 3 titles. On the play, they were worthy winners. Southampton 1, Everton 2. Sunderland start the match in the famous red and white stripes. They've had 2 home defeats over the last few days and badly need the points. And obviously their supporters who followed them down wondering could they provide a surprise this afternoon. Here's Sean Elliott. But it begs the question, just who is going to stop Everton in this winning run? John Bailey. Sharp. Long kick by Turner. Ratcliffe. Trevor Stephen. And Barry Venison back to Bennett. Sunderland playing with Walker and Wallace pushed forward, and the others, I would think, coming from midfield. Walker with the throw to Berry. Back to Walker. Curled in. Wallace was there! Oh, what a start! And Walker's cross for Wallace, who headed that in at the near post in the 2nd minute. Well, the travelling fans from the northeast couldn't have wished for a better start. Ian Wallace clipped that in with his head on the near post, and it's the first goal that Everton have let in the league here at Goodison Park since New Year's Day. What a shaker for them. Trevor Stephen, but it might make a very good match of it. Here's Stevens, and now Sharp. Bracewell, who was brought down by Elliott. Now the fans here wondering, can Everton reply instantly? They've pushed Mountfield forward for the free kick on the far side. Gray's made an early run. There's Walker. Away by Daniel. Howard Kendall's team unbeaten since December the 22nd. But a goal down here in the 2nd minute. Stephen. Sharp. Looking for Sheedy. Chisholm. Reed. Oh, and Venison it was who collided with Bailey. And the referee's given the free kick in Sunderland's favour. And certainly Venison's got the worst of it. Len Ashurst, the Sunderland boss, born in Liverpool 46 years ago, couldn't have asked for a better start on his return to his native city. Bennett for Sunderland. Mountfield to Stephen and back to Stevens. And on by Reed to Sharp. And here's Bracewell to Sheedy. Away by Elliott. Bracewell. Low in. And Gray's there. No. Bracewell drove it across, Sharp lunged first, Gray went in second, the ball went wide. That was off Ratcliffe. Pickering's header. Mountfield. Daniel. Offside against Walker. Stephen, fine effort by Trevor Stephen. Gary Bennett caught momentarily. He just hesitated there, Bennett, and Stephen was in like lightning. Daniel. Offside, Wallace this time. Chisholm. Pickering. And Berry. And Wallace. And Pickering now comes forward for the first time. There are three the other way for him. Offside flag is up. Cummins, who made the forward run from Pickering's cross. Stephen. Now Ratcliffe. Reed. Into Gray. Stevens. It's a patient build-up this by Everton. Ratcliffe. Good drive by Kevin Ratcliffe, who's not a noted goal scorer. Indeed, he's only ever got one in some 190 first-team games. But the opening was there for the shot. And it came halfway through the first half, with Sunderland still leading, thanks to a goal in the second minute. By Ian Wallace. Here's Bailey. And now it's Bracewell. And Sharp. And Reed. Stevens is square. Corner. Gary Stevens with a firm drive. Turned round by the angle. Flicked on and a chance for Mountfield, and it was scrambled away. Derek Mountfield's header, and look at the break with Wallace. He's got Walker on the far side, but he's offside. Much to the relief of Everton, who would have gone 2 down there, but for the flag. So, 1 minute, it was Mountfield with a header at the other end, which was scrambled away by Sunderland, and with Mountfield stranded, they then launched a counter-attack, and Wallace played the ball in for Walker, who was unhappy to see the linesman flagging for offside. And as Mountfield and co push up to look for the equaliser, the danger of a second goal on the counter for Sunderland is apparent. Having said that, Everton have had nearly all the play. And they force a corner again. Chisholm away from Sharp. Stephen. Bracewell. Gray's there again. Couldn't get the angle on the header this time. Walker. Nearly forward. Sharp and Bennett. Bumping and boring, free kick to Everton. Now this is where Sunderland have got to get themselves organised, because if Sheedy decides to do what he did here against Ipswich and curl one, they might be embarrassed. Stevens, on the other hand, might fancy blasting one from there. They've got choices. Stevens, deflection, and Bracewell to Mountfield, onside. But Berry blocked the attempted pass and found Wallace. Bracewell, on again for Reid. Well played. Reid's cross, Gray! What a fantastic goal! Beautiful goal! 34 minutes gone, and Everton produce one right out of the textbook. Bracewell fed Reid on the right, and Reid's approach work there was sheer class. The cross that came in was low and inviting, and Andy Gray is the person to throw himself at those and score with a diving header. So the score's level, and Everton's possession pays off. And the player who scored was doubtful until this morning, but the courage that Howard Kendall knows so well when he signed Andy Gray, that was the quality he wanted, among others, has paid off again. Sheedy. Well, it was Andy Gray who put Everton in front at Tottenham with a tremendous shot on Wednesday night. So he produces a goal now from another part of his repertoire, and very welcome it was too for Everton and their supporters. Ratcliffe. Stephen. And now Stevens. And Turner having a dodgy period. But he held on well from Stevens' cross. Reid. Elliott's challenge on Graham Sharp was penalised. It's a free kick to Everton, and Mountfield is forward again. But Sharp was offside when it was taken. Oh, they've had some great centre-forwards here down the years at Goodison Park. Joe Royle springs to mind, and Dixie Dean many years ago was a great header of the ball. And Andy Gray is that as well. Offside, Wallace. Carrying the ball with confidence. Stephen. Pickering knew which way he wanted to go. Stevens is backing up though. And Bennett with the header out. Goalkeeper saying push out to the defenders, don't let them drag you back in. Sharp is up with Chisholm. Here's Bracewell. Goes back again to Stephen. Gray's there again! Oh, I say! Another great header. Just 4 minutes after his first one, Andy Gray produces another goal which sends Goodison Park into rapturous applause. And appreciation coming from all round the ground. Trevor Stephen got the ball back in with that lovely cross, but surely that is vintage Gray, just as the first one was. And if ever a man's career was reborn in the last 18 months or so, then it has to be the career of Andy Gray. Two memorable moments, and Everton lead 2-1, and only 5 minutes to go they were a goal behind. And so Gray, who scored a hat-trick here in the European game, is on another one now. Bracewell. Another corner. Sunderland must fear every cross now that Gray's in this mood. Low into Bracewell this time. Stephen again. And now Sheedy to loft one in. And Mountfield is offside. He's offside. Walker's closing in, and Mountfield, Walker, and Stevens off the line. Brilliant clearance, he's injured, but it saved a goal, there's no question about that. Sunderland would have equalised, but for the bravery of Gary Stevens. There was that Mountfield tried to cut off Walker. Mountfield got a touch, and Walker may have done too, and Gary Stevens stopped the ball going over the line at the expense of a shoulder injury. But Walker was again the threat. So Chisholm for Sunderland as Everton play for the time being with 10. Stephen has gone into the right back position. There's Walker and Berry and Cummins. And there is the injured player hoping to get back on straight away, which he does to a big ovation, because he protected Everton's lead there, Gary Stevens, without a doubt. Gray's header again. Stevens. Stephen. Half away again by Elliott. Sunderland have found it difficult to clear their lines. That's a foul by Bracewell. Bailey. Good ball, and Gray's chasing it again. And it was Chisholm who put it back. Lovely long ball again by Gary Stevens. His service from right back this afternoon has been exemplary. To Sunderland. Peter Reid is the player being spoken to after a little scuffle with Stan Cummins. It's going to be Venison with the kick, short to Daniel. And back again to Venison. They're still queuing up. But on the break, it's Stevens to Reid. And Gary Stevens has pushed on down the right wing here. He's waiting for support from the other side. Now Gray. Bracewell. Stevens to Bracewell. And in for Stephen. Good turn. And a chance again. Stephen, a lovely little ball in. It was Sheedy who went to try and finish it off but couldn't. And the whistle goes for half-time, with applause reverberating around this famous stadium, mostly in honour of a centre-forward whose performance there was at a classic mould. Two majestic headers by Andy Gray put Everton in front after they'd gone behind in the second minute. Since January the 1st, 1984, Everton have played 82 competitive matches and lost just 11. And people say, what was the turning point? And they think rather unkindly back to that Kevin Brock back pass at Oxford. I prefer to think the signing of Andy Gray and his influence at Goodison Park and on and off the field was a very big factor indeed. Reid. And here's Bailey. Bracewell is well forward. It's his turn and away by Bennett. Wallace. We mustn't lose sight of the fact either that Sunderland here are desperate to get back into this match and pick up some points. And Chisholm shows that desperation in the challenge with Sharp. seemed to be balked a bit there. Bracewell. He's a good player, is Bracewell. No wonder Sunderland have missed him. In by Sheedy. And Cummins. Pickering. This is Elliott. Away from Reed. Stephen away from Pickering. Yes! Another superb goal. 53 minutes gone, and Everton are 3-1 up. Bracewell with that pass picked out Stephen. He did his job on the ball and finished in explosive fashion. A fabulous goal again by Everton, and this is now becoming one of their best performances. Certainly their finishing is of championship material. Walker. Well, what is a marvellous move that was when you look back on it. The ball which Bracewell produced from left to right would have done justice to any grade of football, international level or whatever. Just shows the extent of Everton's teamwork. We've been playing for an hour now. Sharp. Here's Berry. Fouled by Reed. Everton, incidentally, have now scored 99 goals this season in all competitive matches, so they just want one more for that century. Wonder if it'll come in the next half hour. Wallace. Stephen. Here's Pickering, and this is Cummins. Bit of wrestling going on between him and Bracewell. Trevor Stephen. Floated that ball down for Sharp. Gray's away in the middle. Stephen with the attack again now. Really think we've got a very good England player in the making here. It's been said before that you shouldn't praise people too early, but my word, he looks a composed young man, Trevor Stephen. Here's Bracewell. And Gray goes for a fall, which he thought was a foul by Elliott. Referee didn't think it was. This is Wallace. Berry's waiting in the centre. Walker's there as well. It's Wallace again, and Walker. And Walker may have handled that. Oh, a mistake by Bennett, but Venison is covering. John Bailey forward. Oof. Bracewell's there with the header. Here's Pickering. They're beginning to look rather isolated now, Wallace and Walker up front for Sunderland. Sharp is the target here. He's found Gray, but the bounce didn't favour him. Berry. And Peter Reid shaken off there by Nick Pickering. Good play by the fullback. Took 3 players in the end to stop him. Sheedy. Walker closing in, so is Wallace. Pickering, who again made the approach, but it's Stephen with the pass. And here he is again, Trevor Stephen. Only Gray ahead. The other support is square. Here's Bailey. And now Sheedy. Reid. Calling Bracewell towards him. Gray. And now Bailey. Cummins. Berry. Looks for Walker. Elliott's head. Here's Gray. Reid's gone through the centre. Bennett. And Sunderland, to their credit, is still showing plenty of enthusiasm for it. This is Cummins. Venison. In their position, they've got to. Pickering getting forward more and more on that left-hand side now. They've got both fullbacks over there, and they're still finding it hard to get the ball among the Everton ranks further forward. Daniel. Wallace. Daniel again. Chisholm. And again. Venison. That could be an expensive pass, that. This is Stephen. Here's Reid. Stephen again, shaking off Venison, but then losing the place completely. Sunderland substitute is John Cook. Walker. Bennett. Off. Elliott. Oh, goodness me, nearly got that away to Reed. Bracewell, and they're in trouble, Sunderland. Gray to Sheedy. Off the defender, and in. Gordon Chisholm trying to stop Graham Sharp. And I think it's the man that put through his own goal on the day of the Milk Cup final, Gordon Chisholm. Well, that was bad luck, really, although Everton had Sunderland on the run from the moment they won the ball in midfield, and Gray found Sheedy. The cross was intended for Sharp, but it looked to me as if Chisholm, trying to cut it out, put the ball into his own net after 70 minutes. And that, believe it or not, was Everton's 100th goal of the season. The first one back in August was a bizarre own goal by Grobbelaar in the Charity Shield, and the 100th is an own goal by Chisholm. So Sunderland 3 behind now. Here's Daniel. Venison with the cross. Wallace is up here, away by Mountfield. There's a tactical change here. Trevor Steven has come across to the left-hand side to allow Harper, the sub, to play on the right. Chisholm forward, looking for Walker. Up against Ratcliffe. He turned him well. Here comes Cook, the sub, forcing a corner. Bennett gets up there, a bit loose. Chisholm's in there too. Reed. Harper to Stevens, lost it. To Berry, and Bailey's there to clear. Oh, he did better than that. He set Everton on their way with Sharp. Another good touch from Trevor Steven. He was fouled, but a good advantage played by Vic Callow, the referee there. Here's Sharp again. Oh, that's a bit strong too by Cook. Bailey. Good touch by Sharp, looking for Steven, and Turner out to meet him. Here's Pickering. He's played quite well in parts, but Everton just haven't allowed him to get as far as the goal line where he could get in a decent cross. Berry. Bailey in front of Cook. Oh, that's some ball to Gray. And Sharp is free. Oh, would have been offside, I think, anyway. Steven. Good effort. Oh! It's a great shot. But what a good pass from left-back by John Bailey. Raking ball right across the pitch to Andy Gray on the far side. It came back eventually to Steven, and that shot whistled wide of the far post. crowd figure this afternoon at Goodison Park is just under 36,000. Pickering. Walker's in the middle. Good tackle by the substitute, Harper. And now Gray. Oh, that's Elliott wasting it and putting them in trouble. Stephen. The block, in fact, was by Elliott, atoning for it, rather. Here's Bailey. Cross to Harper. Stevens. And Sharp with the header back in, and Gray looking for his hat-trick. This time, no power in the header. Turner able to drop on it. Unusual shot. He hasn't grown a tail, Neville Southall. That's his cap in the back of his shorts, just in case that sun comes out again. Oh, it's a slice by Pickering. This is Sharp. Stephen in the middle, so is Gray. And Gray's coming in now. And the goalkeeper somehow survived on that occasion. Sharp with the cross. And here's Pickering playing more in the attack now. Buries forward, so is Walker here, only just offside, I would think there. Flag went up. And Walker disappointed for the second time in the match by an offside decision. Nick Pickering made it possible. He's had quite a good half coming forward. A man fouled. Chisholm having quite a beleaguered time back there, but that goes for all the Sunderland defenders, really. Everton 4-1 up. Masters of the situation here. Gray, Stephen, away by Bennett. Gray. And Trevor Stephen to Gary Stevens. They've got width again on that side. Stevens attempting a shot. These grammar school boys combining very well again in the Everton ranks. Stephen and Stevens. Here's Gray. Bailey forward. Berry. Forward by Bailey. Free kick, Elliott on Sharp. So, 4 minutes left as Everton prepare for this free kick. Mountfield's made his run and checked. And Gray's come in again, and here's Stephen. Oh, and that was taken away from Sharp at the last there by Pickering. Here's Stevens. A dipping volley, which Gary Stevens hoped would come down just in time. Not quite. Sunderland can do now. That second-minute lead seems an awful long way away. They're looking more and more like champions as they go into a week with 2 cup semi-finals. Everton take 3 points here to confirm their position as championship leaders. A tasteful display of poise and thrust by Trevor Stephen, culminating in his goal. The 4th was Everton's 100th of the season in all competitions, and indeed they are now unbeaten in all competitions in 19 matches. No wonder the Goodison faithful applaud them off the pitch. Sunderland have got their own battle ahead nearer the bottom, but their supporters too were a credit today. Around 70,000 people in this stadium, built for the 1972 Olympics and used for the World Cup final in 1974. Bayern Munich, in the red strip, have never lost a European home leg here to a non-German team, and tonight the club announced record receipts of £550,000. The tie has an authentic ring about it. Both managers believe it should be the final. Well, the Bayern coach Udo Lattek has recalled number 9 Dieter Hoeneß and number 10 21-year-old Michael Rummenigge to his starting lineup. Both came on as substitutes in Saturday's West German Cup semi-final, which Bayern won to pursue their treble ambitions. Everton, who were thrilled by last night's Manchester United defeat in terms of their championship hopes, have, as expected, had to leave out Andy Gray and Kevin Sheedy with injuries. Alan Harper and Kevin Richardson come in. The Everton defence has yet to concede a goal in 6 European matches, and no team has ever reached a European final without letting in a goal in the 30 years since it all began. The referee tonight is Paolo Bergamo of Italy, who took charge of the recent Liverpool FK Austria match, which you may have seen on Sports Night. So Everton in the white shorts, playing from left to right in their first ever European semi-final. Start the match on a wet, hazy evening here in Munich. Plenty of rain during the day, and the pitch could be greasy on top. Here's Augenthaler. Dremler. Mateus. Lerby. Here comes Fugler. Kögel. Wilmer. Kögel again. And out by Kevin Richardson for the corner. As Bayern look dangerous for the first time. Kögel has gone across to take it. The player who's gone onto the goal line is Fugler. The danger man usually in the air is Dieter Hoeneß. Rummenigge off the line. Richardson, I think. That's a free kick. But Kevin Richardson cropped up there to save a certain goal. Michael Rummenigge had the shot, it beat Southall, but Richardson was on the post and he made the clearance to deny Michael Rummenigge, the younger brother of Karl-Heinz. And played short. Lerby. Ratcliffe. Looking for Stephen. Fugler didn't cut it out. Trevor Stephen here looks for Sharp in the middle. And the diving head of Adair prevented him from reaching it. Adair hurt in the process, but players gone on with Reed. Mateus. Adair just getting together again there in the area. And Rummenigge again looking for the break on the right-hand side. That last incident happened when Trevor Stephen played a cross in for Graham Sharp, and that brave diving header by Adair finished up with him having to leave the pitch for treatment. Put up, indirect free kick there to Bayern. Dieter Hoeneß was the target when they were practicing their set plays at their training camp. But Augenthaler's also forward. Mateus. Fugler. Wilmer. And Rummenigge got away on the far side. He beat Ratcliffe but not Southall. And should have done better. That was a chance for Bayern. Credit again to the Everton goalkeeper for being at the right angle to make the save from Rummenigge. But it's a corner. Southall going for that one with Lerby. This time the referee saw nothing amiss. It was a vicious in-swinging corner by Kögel. So the second chance for Michael Rummenigge. He certainly turned past Kevin Ratcliffe, But Neville Southall was again blocking the way through. Augenthaler. Dremler up on the right. Matthäus. There was an air of expectancy in the stadium there, because Everton are well aware that Augenthaler has a very powerful shot from distance. And when he moved into the Everton half for the first time, the fans were wondering if they'd see a repeat of the goal he got here against Roma in the last round. Everton shut him down very quickly. And now he's back in his sweeper's position, number 5. Dremler. Matthäus. Lerby. On his left foot. Well gathered. Lerby scored, you may recall, for his native Denmark in the European Championship semi-final against Spain. And when he had that shot, it was a good thing Southall was right behind it and held it, because Hoeneß was coming in for a possible rebound. Kugler. Eder. Matthäus coming deep. Lerby's moved forward into the centre-forward position. Ratcliffe clearing. Augenthaler. Well, out of position now, the sweeper. That was a neat interception by Trevor Steven. Harper. Gary Stevens has come through from right back here. What a good run by Stevens, which forced the corner. Reed. Oh, now Everton themselves give it away. Ratcliffe. That was Ratcliffe. Van den Hauwe. Matthäus. Rummenigge. Now Lerby. And coming up on the left is Vilma. They'll be looking for a good cross here. On by Kogel. Dremler following up. Hoeneß tried to get a foot to it. Augenthaler likewise. And here he is again. 3 waiting in the centre for Bayern. But Southall comes for it and misses it. Kogel. A rare error of judgment by the Everton goalkeeper, but Kogel couldn't take advantage. Nevertheless, Bayern have a corner in the last minute of the first half. Eder came in at the last, but Everton had already seen the danger off by then. Harper to Steven. Still Trevor Steven. Kept the ball in. Stoppage time at the end of the first half here. Gary Stevens with the throw. Sharp is there. Bracewell not quite. Lerby to Kogel. Dieter Hoeneß and Rummenigge coming in from the far side. And the 1,700 or so travelling fans from Merseyside will be quite content with what's happened here in the first half of this first leg of the semi-final. Everton spared Bayern precious little room, didn't get outmanoeuvred, and the 2 chances that Rummenigge had, Richardson was on the line to kick away the first, and Southall blocked the second. So at half-time, Everton protect their record of not having conceded a single goal in Europe this season. Udo Lattek gambled on bringing back those 2 strikers, Michael Rummenigge and his big number 9, Dieter Hoeneß, but the coach has not seen the goal he wanted from either of them in the first half. And they start the second. Bayern now playing from the left. I mentioned they'd never been beaten in a home leg in one of the 3 European competitions by a non-German team here, but Everton's neighbours Liverpool had a memorable night in this stadium in 1981. They got through to the final of the European Cup thanks to the away goals rule. Matthäus and Dremler. Adair. Fugler. Working it wide again to Lerby. Vilma's made a run from left back now. They've got plenty of players forward here. Can he get it in for Rummenigge? Well, he played it straight to Ratcliffe, who conceded the corner and was quite relieved to do so, I should imagine. Matthäus is taking the left wing corners. Fugler's up there, but couldn't make proper contact with it. This is Lerby, and they're still queuing in the centre. Big Hernes is up there, and a drive there which was blocked. Augenthaler had the shot, but there were bodies in the way. But that was Matthäus that gave it straight to Bracewell, who promptly conceded possession himself. Here's Lerby. Kogel. Good defensive play by Everton, good cover. Here's Trevor Steven. The referee deciding that wasn't a foul. Lerby. Goodness me. He was let off there. Richardson could have done rather better. Lerby tries again. Augenthaler. And Lerby. Well, when he's had a shot from range, he's looked more likely to score than one or two of the people in front of him. Paul Breitner among the crowd tonight, the famous former Bayern and West German star. League leaders Bayern Munich, the side chasing their own treble, not making much headway against Everton, for whom Bracewell now goes down injured. Fugler was the player who did it. Puzzled look on the face of Dieter Hernes in the background there, just wondering how they're going to find a way through this Everton defence. But Bracewell in midfield is back in the thick of it now. Mountfield has gone forward. And here's Richardson, and here's Sharp. Good chance for the man who's scored in every round of the competition so far, Graham Sharp. Richardson, it came for first. And as it ran on to Sharp, his shot went the wrong side of the post. Again, Gary Stevens, a lovely interception. Peter Reid, Augenthaler, Mountfield to Sharp, handball by Matthäus. He's got to be rather careful, Matthäus. Been sent off once already and served a suspension in Europe this season, but if he gets another yellow card, he'll miss a further game. Bracewell, Reid, Mountfield. Vilma quick to intercept. Wasn't much on for him further forward. That's Bayern's problem at the moment. Here's Augenthaler. Kogel. Looking for Hernes. That's the best we've seen from the giant centre forward. The service was what they were looking for from Kogel, and the header was what Latek, the coach, hoped. Hoeneß might produce, but preferably on target from Bayern's point of view, which that one wasn't. Certainly beat the defenders. His brother Uli Hoeneß is still the general manager here at Bayern Munich. Dieter Hoeneß is 32 now. So we're 20 minutes into the second half of this first leg of the European Cup Winners' Cup semi-final. Bayern Munich 0, Everton 0. Everton at this stage on course for a good result. Dremler. Bracewell beaten by Matthias. 3 to his left and Kürgel to his right. That's Kürgel's cross and Hoeneß let that one run on, hoping it would find Fugler, but Mountfield got a foot in where it mattered to stop Fugler from getting in his shot. They did have a man over there. Fugler, who got closest. Halfway through the second half, Bayern press with Dremler. Now the other fullback, Wilmer. Fugler trying to get the cross in. Lerby's up there. Hoeneß also. Well won by Richardson. Just didn't control the pass, which was intended for Sharp. Crowd getting behind the Munich side again as Augenthaler lofts one forward, looking for Kürgel. Here's Matthias. But so quick, aren't they, Everton again? Reed and Bracewell to tackle, and a lovely ball by Trevor Stephen out to Graham Sharp. Reed's coming up outside him, but arrived a second too late. Kürgel taking them on. 2 in the middle waiting. Too long for Dieter Hoeneß. Van den Hauw cleared. Best run and cross we've seen from Kürgel on the left anyway. We had one from the right earlier. Here's Wilmer. Dremler was lying in wait, and it was turned back very calmly by Bracewell. Here's Levy. Kürgel yet again. Earlier ball in this time. Southall cunning. Rummenigge. Matthias. Not much composure about the Bayern finishing there, or they would have been ahead. Kürgel got the ball in earlier this time, and Southall came a long way and didn't connect, or didn't make the ball his anyway. Rummenigge tried first, and he failed, and when it came out to Matthias, he was wildly away from the goal. And Everton achieve in Munich what they came to do. They contain Bayern with a smooth, measured performance. Just 1 or 2 scares, but there always will be. For the most part, Everton had things well in hand. They have maintained their record of not conceding a goal in Europe this season. That's 7 matches now. They go back to Goodison Park with the scores level. The treble is still very much in their sights, with the FA Cup semi-final coming up on Saturday, of course. And Bayern, who desperately had to get something out of this first leg, walk off the pitch a very disappointed side. Another tribute to the confident, collective way that the English First Division leaders are playing just at the moment. Everton beaten now only 11 times in 84 games. Old as Everton come out to make FA Cup history by appearing in their 20th semi-final. and they'll be welcomed by some 25,000 supporters from Merseyside. Villa Park, a massive blue and white, as Evertonians express their allegiance to the side hoping to win 3 trophies. Luton Town celebrated their centenary this week, and it's only their second semi-final in those 100 years. What a day for these players and for their supporters waiting to greet them. Some 18,000 have come to follow the Hatters, knowing they start as underdogs, but determined to enjoy the day, win or lose. Villa Park, a famous semi-final stadium, and 2 infectious characters in this match used to play their club football here. Steve Foster, a semi-finalist with Brighton 2 years ago, knows his chance of leading Luton out at Wembley could depend on how he suppresses Andy Gray. Like Foster, back from injury today and scorer of 9 goals in his last 10 games. Gray and number 11 Kevin Sheedy return to the Everton side, with Harper and Richardson making way for them. It's Everton's 50th match of the season. That defence has already kept 25 clean sheets, and it includes number 3 Pat Vanden Hauwe, a former Birmingham colleague, curiously, of Luton's number 9 Mick Harford, who scored 6 goals in the last 4 games. Luton field the team which beat Millwall in the 6th round, which means Gary Parker gets the number 11 shirt, and he's the youngest player in this semi-final. He and number 2 Tim Breaker are both 19. The late Bill Shankly used to say that the semi-final was the most compelling day on the English football calendar, and whether you're a supporter, a player, a commentator, or even a referee, it's a marvellous occasion to be involved, and John Martin of Alton in Hampshire takes charge of an FA Cup semi-final for the first time. Luton Town in white, playing from right to left in the first half. Sunshine now after showers previously. Here's Breaker. Ricky Hill. Number 11 is Parker. Breaker goes forward straight away from right back. Came off Vanden Hauwe. Turner. Trying to find Steen. Bit of a shove, was it by Steen? Apparently not. Referee was happy, he held off Gary Stevens there, did Steen. Shot went over. That was Gray to Stephen. Offside against Sharp. Adrian Heath on the Everton bench there, second from the left as we look. Had an unlucky season out, or nearly a season, with injury. Donaghy with the kick. Here's Turner. And Nwajobi after a mistake by Stevens. And Everton looked jittery. Reed got in difficulties first of all. Harford threatened. Stevens made an awful hash of it. Missed kicking. And then Nwajobi sent his shot across the goal. It was a let-off for the holders. As Foster was penalised. Taking it. Mountfield coming in. Sheedy, but only to Steen. Sheedy again. Nwajobi. Trying to take them on, Harford, and Nwajobi's in here. He's still in. Oh, blocked by Gary Stevens, nearly on the line. Rajovi can't believe it. He was past the goalkeeper. And Stevens saves Everton. Thomas. Harford on the far side. And here's Hill. And now it's Parker. And Steen's coming in, and Stevens concedes the corner this time. What a dramatic moment in the 6-yard box. And Gary Stevens, the only reason why Luton are not in front. Parker with the corner. Good header out that actually by Pat van den Hauwe. There was already a foul. And the buzz going round the ground because Nwajobi has already given Everton 2 uncomfortable moments, and on that occasion he not only got through, he bustled his way past Southall as well. Perhaps he'll look back and think he should have done it better, but Gary Stevens had the time to get back and make the important clearance. Here's Nwajobi. And still. Well taken by Southall as Harford came in. Nwajobi's cross. Ricky Hill. That's Parker. What a superb effort. This lad made the important goal in the 5th round. Won't be 20 until September, and he's got a good appreciation of the game. Thought he might catch Southall out there, didn't he? Just too high. Reed. There's freedom on the left here for Sheedy. Gray and Sharp are coming in. Foster's header. Sharp. Dangerous. Well played by Sharp. Foster pleased to see the danger averted eventually by Thomas. Van den Hauwe and Sharp are in the near post vicinity. And it was hooked away by Turner. Here's Ratcliffe. Van den Hauwe is still forward, and here's Sharp. Thomas saw the danger. Smart defending that by the left back. Kendall, Everton manager, and Sir John Moores alongside him. Reed. Stephen. Sharp. Donaghy. And Bracewell beat Hill, and here's Sheedy. Gray's unmarked on the far side, and was appealing to Sheedy to cross it. He had his hands in the air, Andy Gray. Although from Sheedy's angle it might not have seemed so obvious. Harford. Ratcliffe. Breaker got the ball away from Sheedy. And also a free kick as the rain comes tippling down again. It's made the pitch pretty sticky in the centre. Foster's in there, and Andy Gray was back defending, but there was a free kick given to Everton anyway, which Mick Harford contested fiercely with the referee. And indeed is still being lectured for that dissent. he stay onside? Well, Donaghy was flattened as he released the ball. That's a free kick. Kevin Ratcliffe was the offender, and the ball had gone. John Martin will just have a word, I'm sure, there. Yes, he did. 10 minutes left in the first half. No score. Foster waiting to come in from the far side. And they want Andy Gray 10 yards away. That was Foster, that was Harford, and it was Stevens. He's had to make some timely clearances, Gary Stevens, notably the one from very near the goal line. Here's Turner. Steen. Turner again. Nuajobi! 3 times now he's been close. A good cross from Wayne Turner. Nuajobi with the header and Southall with the save. But when Luton look back on the first half, 3 opportunities of one sort or another have come the way of Mecca Nuajobi. Steen. Hill. Looks for Parker. Harford's there. And here's Hill. Ricky Hill! Beautifully taken. And Luton deserve their lead. Credit first of all to Harford for unsettling the defence, then to Steen actually for holding one of the defenders off. But when it came out to Ricky Hill, that shot was unstoppable. And after 37 minutes, the underdogs are in front. And the man who was twice capped for England and whose form took a dip earlier this season, but whose class David Pleat felt could be a major factor, has put Luton in front. So often David Pleat has said that when Ricky Hill plays well, Luton are all the better for it. A different side in many ways. But here's Sharp for Everton. Well, they're looking for the instant reply. Gray, Vanden Hauwe. And Stevens. And Hill now to Steen. And Andy Gray is offside. Well, what a spectacular goal. Ricky Hill, 26 now, but in the Luton team since he was 17. And he's sent those fans into raptures, certainly at this stage of the match, with a fine shot. Ray Ons is the referee. Sheedy, Vanden Hauwe. Oof. Bracewell. That was a very high challenge. And Sharp's flick, and Stephen didn't. Yes, he did, and a good save by Seeley. Sharp flicked it on. Stephen with the shot, and Seeley had to get down to make a good one-handed save. And the whistle goes for half-time, with the favourites a goal down, but close to an equaliser. The man whose goal put Luton in front, Ricky Hill. Gary Stevens had earlier knocked one away, which looked like going in for Nuajobi, but that lively attacking play meant that the underdogs, Luton Town, just deserved their half-time lead. Everton had played 13 FA Cup ties without defeat today, and it is Saturday the 13th. I just wonder whether Luton feel luck was on their side from the start. Here's Bracewell. And Now Steen. It was Turner who blocked. And again. Gary Stevens who went in. Free kick. Turner's cross. That's Parker. Luton's only previous appearance in the FA Cup semi-finals, and indeed in the final itself, was in 1959. They beat Norwich in a semi-final replay not far from here at Birmingham City's ground, and lost in the final to Nottingham Forest. Here's Donaghy. This is Van Gaal. Sheedy. Sharp. Foul by Foster. He's walking a bit of a tightrope again, Steve Foster, with disciplinary points, although not many of them since he's been with Luton. Mountfield is forward for the kick. That was Mountfield, and that's Sheedy, and here's Bracewell. He hit the post. A fine effort by Paul Bracewell. Steen for Luton. Oh, Nwajobi, Mountfield fell over. Nwajobi's got one to his left and one to his right. Didn't quite find Turner, but here's Thomas. Offside up. Flag up there anyway, but at the other end, Everton so close to the equaliser. Mountfield was a threat. Sheedy drove it low. It came to Bracewell, and that shot rebounded off the upper half of the post. Kendall, who was beaten on this ground as a player in a semi-final back in 1969 against Manchester City, when with Everton, he's come down to the bench for the second half. Here's Hill. Oh, nicely round Ratcliffe. And the break on the right for Luton is by Gary Parker. Steen's in the centre and there are others joining him. Still Parker, and Harford, and it's Hill again. Good save by Southall. A terrific stop. How important might that be? Stephen for Everton. Stevens. Here's Ratcliffe. Sheedy again on the left. And this is Bracewell. Again, a good build-up by Luton. And when Ricky Hill threatened to get his second goal, Southall, going down to his left, made a magnificent save to keep it out. Hill. Thomas to Nwajobi. That's an intelligent ball to Parker. Steen is free on the right. And again there are three waiting. Ratcliffe, Southall scooped it away from Harford, who was coming in. Another good tackle by Foster. Harford. Oh, Ratcliffe's mistake. This is Steen. And Harford! And Luton again having a good spell here. Thomas. This is Turner, and it was Stevens. Luton chasing the second goal. Nwajobi. Turner. Parker. Good challenge by Ratcliffe. Donaghy. And again. Offside. Steen. Just a moment ago, Brian Steen's skill and persistence set up a shooting chance for Nick Harford and forced another save out of Southall. Kick taken by Ratcliffe. Up goes Gray. Stephen. And now Stevens. Bracewell. Got the cross in, and Andy Gray foiled by Steve Foster. Just the man-to-man combat we thought before the match would prove significant. Two fine headers of the ball there, and Foster won out. Stephen with the corner. Gray's there again, but it went straight through to Seeley. Thought for Howard Kendall, but it's funny how emotions are contrasting. Steve Foster just turned to the Luton fans behind the left-hand goal and said, let's have some more support. Bracewell. Sheedy. Well, that left-hand side where Everton have done so well this season will have to produce something now. This is Gray. And Foster comes to meet him. Steen needing to take... Oof, that's Van den Hauwe. Took Steen high and late and must be booked. Well, they know they're close to Wembley. David Pleat and David Evans. Nwajobi. Hill. Oh, he's fouled by Ratcliffe. Referee played an advantage which may or may not accrue. Thanks to Turner. Well, they were a bit unlucky there, Luton. The free kick should really have gone the other way, but he thought they had possession, and then Turner conceded one. 5 minutes to go. Harford and Foster are up together. And they've been penalised. Now Everton have got a chance to produce something here 5 minutes from the end, and it was 5 minutes from the end that they equalised against Ipswich, remember, or thereabouts. Is Sheedy going to curl one? He drove one. It's there! Sheedy! Everton have equalised! Just under 5 minutes from the end. Sheedy with his left foot found the bottom corner, and Luton, who must have felt they were at the gates of Wembley, have suddenly been dragged back. Howard Kendall and his team are off the hook again. An extra time beckons. Listen now to the Evertonians. Everton supporters have taken over again. David Pleats come downstairs because he may have to do a terrific psychological job lifting his team again now if we're going to have extra time. Reed. Sharp to Gray. Sharp. Outside him is Stephen. Foster stretching and concedes the corner in stoppage time. Sheedy with the kick. What a volley by Gary Stevens. The bench thought that was going in. Well, the relief down there must be enormous. And they could have won it then. Time, and the score is 1-1. Everton came back in the end from Ricky Hill's goal to save themselves with Kevin Sheedy's free kick less than 5 minutes from time. So their dream of the treble, of retaining the FA Cup, is still alive, and Luton are the team who've got to pick themselves up again now, because they will feel that they were so close, and the frustration as against the elation of the Everton camp must be for Foster and company quite distressing. Extra time in the semi-final, but if one feels Everton finished the 90 minutes on a high, one also has to say that they did play a midweek match in Munich, and if it's a question of who's got the legs, well, Luton may feel their fitness is at least equal, if not superior. We shall see. The FA Cup, always a competition designed to spring a surprise when you least expect it. The Everton supporters grateful for that today. Bracewell wide to Sheedy. Bracewell again. Vanden Howe, good run by the left back. Great run. And Gray off the line. Mal Donaghy makes the clearance that keeps Luton in it. Andy Gray might have felt he could have got a better shot in, because Vanden Howe set that up superbly. There was a bit of a dummy on the near post, and Gray's shot kicked away by Donaghy. So, got a goal line clearance at both ends now. A free kick to Everton though, and they're still looking menacing. Mountfield is forward again. And here's Reed. Brandon Howe. The last minute of the first period of extra time. Gray looks dangerous again. Reid is coming in. It's Reid! Great save by Seeley. Reid has held his head. What a save that they'll appreciate. But what a good move too by Everton. Andy Gray set it up. He looked so busy there coming short. He put Reid in, and Reid was going for glory there until Seeley came out and blocked him. The end of the first period of extra time, and surely Luton now will use David Moss. They have Donaghy to thank for a goal line clearance. They have Seeley to thank for a fine save from Reid. And he's determined the others will not relax. And the substitution sees Harford go off and David Moss come on. David Moss, the 33-year-old who's given Luton such good service. So if we're not to have another match here at Villa Park next Wednesday, which is the scheduled replay date and venue, then we must have it settled in the next 15 minutes. Luton playing now from left to right, with Moss on for Harford. The Luton midfield just hasn't got hold of the game since Everton scored. This is Reid. He has. Foul by Steen. So, 4 minutes from the end of extra time, Everton have another free kick. Sheedy curls it, Mountfield's there, and it's a goal! Derek Mountfield! And the free kick does the trick again, and Everton, the holders, are in front for the first time. Kevin Sheedy curled the kick. Derek Mountfield came in for the header. It's his 10th goal of the season, the big centre-half. And it's by far the sweetest for him and for the Evertonians. So, Everton, who saved themselves 5 minutes from the end of normal time, now take the lead 5 minutes from the end of extra time. And Kevin Sheedy's free kicks were responsible on each occasion. Are Everton going back to Wembley after all? Are Luton beaten now? Moss. A semi-final which swayed first one way against those Evertonians, but now is very firmly in their grasp. But Luton have a corner. And foul on Southall. Just squaring up a bit to Thomas there. It's certainly very tense now. The afternoon has gone sour for Luton. But the noise around the ground, sweet music to the ears of the Everton players. Steen is in there. Steen! Oh, it was a chance. It was a chance for Luton. The first they've had for a long, long time. Just under 3 minutes remaining when that happened. But look at this celebration. And look at that disappointment. Bracewell. Vandenhauwe to Gray. And there it is! Everton are through to their second successive FA Cup final. The holders come from behind to win in extra time, thanks to Derek Mountfield's goal. 21 games unbeaten now, still chasing the treble. Everton, at the end of a hard week, can celebrate again. Disappointment for Luton Town, elation for Everton. They only equalised 5 minutes from the end of normal time. They won the match 5 minutes from the end of extra time. Sheedy's free kick's the key after Luton played so well earlier in the match and led for an awful long time. So a semi-final which looked as though it might go the way of the underdogs, but in the end, after a most exciting afternoon at Villa Park, in which players and supporters did themselves proud, went the way of the favourites. And still, the question is who can stop Everton? They win here by 2 goals to 1 and go through to defend the FA Cup at Wembley on May the 18th.
Everton are without 2 of their biggest influences in midfield. Peter Reid and Kevin Sheedy are both injured. Kevin Richardson comes in on the left side, and Alan Harper will take over Reid's role as anchor in the centre. Paul Wilkinson, their recent signing from Grimsby Town, is the Everton substitute. Norwich, meanwhile, adopt a really bold policy today. They plan to play with only 3 at the back. Dave Watson returning after suspension, Steve Bruce back after injury, and Greg Downs sweeping behind them. They'll have 4 in the midfield, including their striker John Dean, and then up front Dale Gordon and Louis Donowa to fly down the wings, and Robert Rosario in the middle. Mick Shannon is left out today, and no Asa Hartford, who is suspended. The referee today is George Courtney of Spennymoor, here for the recent epic FA Cup semi-final between Liverpool and Manchester United that finished in that thrilling 2-2 draw. Well, it's a bright spring day here on Merseyside, but a bitter, blustering wind to go with it. As Norwich City will attack the goal to our right. With a good record here at Goodison, they've not been beaten here on their last 5 visits. Ken Brown, their manager, feels they need 1 more win to make their first division place secure. Everton, of course, in the meantime, chasing this magnificent treble of First Division Championship, Cup Winners' Cup and FA Cup. Ratcliffe will get it back to Neville Southall. Norwich won here last season 2-0 and deposited Everton to 17th in the First Division. And there were only 14,000 people at Goodison here that day. Foul by Bruce, a free kick to Everton. Gary Stevens will take it as Norwich organise themselves in defence. And an offside. Greg Downs. Gordon's off in pursuit. Vanden Hau's there, and there's no margin for error. And in the end, Gordon's half-hit shot was cleared off the line by Mountfield. With the back pass that really caused all the problems. And a goal kick. Well, that could have been a real problem there for Everton in really Norwich's first serious attack. The back pass by Vanden Hau was muffed by Southall. There was no margin for error. The keeper was so close to the defender, but Gordon's shot was half hit. Off Watson's head, it'll be another corner. Stephen will take it. Vanden Hau and Mountfield out from behind. Ratcliffe has stayed back. Vanden Hau with a little chip in there, almost made something, and in the end it was Harper who came steaming in. Away. Ratcliffe. Too high for Watson. Too high for Haylock. And in the end, flipped over by Kevin Richardson. And suddenly everything seemed to be going his way after two Norwich errors, understandable in these conditions, and almost got him in. With the free kick. Andy Gray getting in again. There's Rigby who got it half away. Sharp with the cross once more to Kevin Richardson. And Dale Gordon gets it away for Norwich. Towards Andy Gray. Timed his run perfectly. It was a lovely cross in from Paul Bracewell as well, picking out Gray so well. The breeze took it perfectly for Andy, but his finish wasn't quite what was required. Harper. Haylock. Will it come for Bracewell? Harper again. Played simply and sensibly to Vanden Hau. Gray. Shrugging off two challenges there and finding Richardson. Vanden Hau. Free kick fouled by Dean. Well, in the last minutes of the first half, Everton going to make this advantage with the win behind them count. Discussion there between Ratcliffe and Vanden Hau as to how the kick should be taken. Mountfield again has come up on the far side. It's Ratcliffe who takes it and plants it towards him. And Derek Mountfield, the centre-back who scored so many important goals for Everton, notches number 11 with about 3 minutes to go to half-time. Well, it wasn't Vanden Hau, it was Ratcliffe in the end who hit in that searching free kick. And the big defender coming in late, stooping low, beyond Chris Woods, into the net. So, Derek Mountfield does it again for Everton. Oh, word. That was a boot high by Ratcliffe. Purely accidental, but for all that, it was painful, and it caught Rosario round about the neck, I would have thought. And Rosario is some 6'3". That's a real juddering challenge. You think that Robert Rosario stands 6'3", you could see just how high Kevin Ratcliffe's boot must have been. The whistle had gone fractionally before the collision, so it's Everton's free kick. It's a good shot, and it deflected wickedly, so it was a fine save as well. Richardson really struck it, and some really agile adjustment there. It seemed to just possibly touch Greg Downs. Certainly after that Mountfield goal, the treble still firmly in their sights. As we come to an end of a sprawling first half, ending only satisfactorily for Everton when 3 minutes from the interval, Derek Mountfield scored his 11th goal of the season. A fine free kick from Kevin Ratcliffe. Well, now it's Everton's turn to battle against the wind as we go into the second half. Everton leading by a goal to nil. All the play now will swing to the other end. Maybe Norwich will add to the one chance that came their way in the first half. Mountfield. Alongside him, Trevor Stephen coming up fast. Here's Trevor Stephen, and a good, well-timed challenge by Bruce. But it's a corner for Everton. Stephen will take it. Mountfield again has come up from the back. Rosario's header helped on by Donowa. Bracewell turning it back, that's Haylock's, and then Ratcliffe's header, won by Harper. Landon Howe. Bruce, good, strong header again. Ratcliffe, a bit of space here again for Kevin Richardson. Blue shirts are up in strength, including Sharp, but in fact the deflection came off Watson, or another Everton corner. Second half only 3 minutes old. Their second corner, Everton. Even though the wind is as strong against them as it was for them in the first half. The corner, and in by Trevor Stephen. A quick answer as to how Everton would cope with the wind against them, and the answer very comfortably indeed. As the corner came swinging in, always putting them under pressure, a bit too high for Brucey. They may have just got a touch to it, and as he fell, Trevor Stephen hitting it into the roof of the Norwich net. And that fell straight for Harper from Gordon, and he in turn finds Andy Gray. Effort shot, hit with great power too. Much better start to the second half now by Everton. Bruce winning it. Ratcliffe's header returning it. Stephen up really well against Greg Downs. Here's Bruce back again. Oh, the back pass is a bad one. And Bracewell with a great chance for Everton. And makes it. the sunshine on the Goodison Park terraces. Distress for Chris Woods, who really had no chance. Once the back pass, I think from Bruce, in fact, didn't have enough legs on it. There it is. His back pass didn't really make it, and suddenly Bracewell is in a marvellous position. And having got in that position, he kept his head so well, going round Chris Woods, before planting it firmly into the back of the net. 3-0. Sharp with the header. Trevor Stephen taking it on, played into his path beautifully by Andy Gray, but Watson is there, and there's no foul, and another alarm for Norwich is over. But a great burst by Trevor Stephen. Andy Gray, whose shot in is well handled by Chris Woods. Outfield, this time header, but not Ratcliffe. Donovan trying to get in there, and Mountfield trying to make up for his mistake, but it's Dean now. It's a goal kick. Although it appeared to come from Gary Stevens, it must have just clipped off Dean as he went through. And it's a goal kick to Everton. It's good to see this famous old stadium so well filled now week by week. Outfield. Everton leading by 3-0. Brandon Howe making the charge for them. Finding Sharp, finding Richardson. Right across the goal there. Harper very close indeed to making it number 4. It was a splendid move, full of good, cohesive, accurate football, until in the end it comes to Alan Harper, wide of the goal. Substitution to be made. They're taking off Greg Downs and bringing on their 19-year-old substitute, Paul Clayton. He's hoping to add a bit of firepower up front. He's got good memories of this place. He played in an FA Youth Cup final here for Norwich against Everton and scored. That was in 1983. Paul Clayton.
Rosario.
Watson. Good break here by Clayton. And Donovan's shot curling wide of the goal. Nice little break there by the substitutes. Paul Clayton, who's on for Greg Downs. But in fairness, the small band of Norwich supporters behind Neville Southall's goal, they really haven't had much to cheer their long journey up from East Anglia. Well, the gentleman there, John Moores, so long a figurehead here at Everton, surely with the biggest blue and white scarf in the whole of Goodison Park. Stevens still battling, aided by Richardson, and now Sharp persuading Vanden Howe to get another cross in, which he does, and it's a poor one. Goal kick. Up to 2 minutes of time added on. Chris Woods with what is probably the last goal kick of the game. As the final whistle goes, a remarkable Everton record. They haven't been beaten at all in 1985. Their last defeat here was back in December against Chelsea. They never really looked like losing today after Mountfield had put them ahead. And then Trevor Stephen, number 7, scored that goal early in the second half. and Paul Bracewell added another one to him shortly afterwards. The final score then here, with Everton another 3 points towards the championship. Everton 3, Norwich City 0.
From Boxing Day past May Day, Everton's journey from the dressing room has been made with relish and their return with a smile. A 25-game unbeaten run towards the treble, and whatever the final outcome, unquestionably deserving the title of Team of the Season. And for their supporters, the added point to whet the appetite, the chance that they could do something which has so far eluded Liverpool, win the Cup and League double. And for what, at kick-off, looks one of their most difficult fixtures for the champions-elect, Howard Kendall, their manager, is fortunate in having his first choice available. Peter Reid and Kevin Sheedy returning after injury to bring their very different talents to the midfield. The acclaim for the home team, who themselves have had a fine season back in the big time. But this afternoon they're not so lucky with injuries, because they're without Peter Shirtliff and Nigel Worthington, for whom John Ryan and Laurie Madden deputised. They're so close to a place in Europe, but with 6 teams looking for just 3 available places, they will need to halt the Everton wagon. The referee, Ken Redfern of Whitley Bay, having achieved his first task of taking the 2 mascots to the sidelines. We're already on a cold, wet May afternoon for a fixture which promises much. Everton have the kick-off and start with a front line of 5. You may see the runners on the near side. Stephen, Sharp, look for the long ball. Here it comes, but it's too long. He goes into touch. So a sort of false start. Pushed by Chapman. Sheffield Wednesday, who've only lowered their colours once at Hillsborough this season, back to Norwich City, and have scored in every match. And they give Everton an early corner, conceded by Ryan. Sharp on the near post. Reid. And Blair took his time, and how well. Good break by Smith, but not a good pass. Came off the head of Laurie Madden. Reid. Sharp just managed to stay onside. Oh. Really very, very strong challenge by Laurie Madden on Peter Reid. And you may have noticed the boos for Peter Reid. I think that goes back to the match between these two at Goodison Park, when Reid was involved in an incident with Brian Marwood, Marwood having previously been involved in an incident which ended the season for Adrian Heath. 2 bookings came as a result. Oh, that's a very difficult one, and the goalkeeper troubled by Andy Gray. Troubled by a man right on the line, who was Van den Hauw. Ratcliffe. Sharp and Gray forward. Gray. Bracewell, Ratcliffe, Sheedy. Offside anyway. All the officials come from the northeast. Both linesmen from Cleveland. Fred Bond with the red flag there, and Ken Lupton. Ratcliffe, Shelton, Morris, right back into the rush hour. Sharp, Trevor Stephen, Gray's far post. Beautifully chipped up and blocked on the near post by Smith. Near post in the end. Trevor Stephen breaking to the right. It was a delightful little chip across for the diving head of Gray, who suddenly found the post was being covered by Mark Smith. Madden, Sheedy, off Smith again. Stephen didn't keep it in. Peter Reid is so hyped up, it's not true. Mountfield. Well, Everton may have games in hand. And the cup final now so close, but no question of them being allowed to or wanting to take this one easily. Blair, Gray, oh what a great first time ball from Gray to Bracewell. Sharp, and away by Mike Lyons. Lovely pass by Gray. An instant clip which got Bracewell into space. Sharp. Surprisingly got away, 3 up to help. Lyons, Gray! Well, he rather mishit it, to tell the truth. But Hodge was already diving across, and the ball filled the space that Hodge had left. So Andy Gray, one of 8 players on the field in the double scoring column for goals, takes his personal tally to 12. To the obvious delight of the Everton supporters. Not one of his spectacular goals, but one which gives Everton the lead in the 25th minute. Marwood. '25-match unbeaten run. Started on Boxing Day with a 2-1 win against Sunderland at Roker Park. It's included 21 wins and 4 draws. Sharp in the chase. This time Hodge stays back and right click. Morris took too long. Sharp thought the ball had gone off the fullback, or was he complaining about the free kick? If he was doing the latter, he seemed to me to have a case. Marwood. Must be Verratti! Oh, what a brilliant save! How did he deflect that? Because I don't believe that Verratti actually hit it very hard, which in a curious way might have made it more difficult. He's spinning away, and Southall able to parry the ball out of harm's way. There. Shelton, good header. Blair again. Ryan didn't know he had it. Blair. Ratcliffe, another corner. No time at all for reflection on the save. The pressure is maintained by Wednesday. Mark Smith trying to get through the crowd. Marwood, another corner, got a deflection. Sheffield Wednesday crowd and their team pressing in on Everton. Lance didn't make it, Gray did, another corner. That's number 10. Double the number that Everton have had. But Everton had the only goal. Real congestion on the near post. On by Lyons, brilliant save again, and then went off the crossbar. First from Smith, the second from Marwood. Unbelievable stuff. Don't think I've ever seen such intense pressure applied by a football team, and Everton are really suffering at the moment. Another corner. Southall has made two quite remarkable saves and was helped out by the crossbar. What an end to this first half. Lyons didn't make it, Sharp did. Trevor Stephen. And at last they find an outlet and a relief of the pressure. But not for long. We're in injury time in the first half. Vanden Hauwe for Everton, but the whistle brings him to a halt. And listen to the applause. An unrelenting first half, hugely demanding physically, so determined in style. Produced 16 corners, but only the one goal scored by Andy Gray in the 25th minute, and that gives the champions-elect the half-time. Well, whatever the final result, it is of course a very special day for the Wednesday captain Mike Lyons, playing host to the club whom he served for 13 years. Before the match, the two chairmen of the two clubs, Bert McGee of Sheffield Wednesday and Philip Carter of Everton, came together to present Mike Lyons with a suitably engraved gold watch. It marked his 500th appearance, which he set early last month, and it received great applause from supporters of both Everton and Wednesday. Once again, Everton indebted to Neville Southall. A very fine season he's had. Favourite to be the footballer of the year, and he may have a fair bit of work to do in the second half, judging by the pressure that Sheffield Wednesday applied at the end of the first. No threat. Three up for Wednesday, three just behind them. And this is Gary Shelton. Berardi. Good try, good save. Never any doubt in Berardi's mind that he was going to have a crack. Not a fierce shot, trying to clear the goalkeeper. And Southall able to turn it over with relative ease for a goalkeeper of his quality. Came off the wrong side of Mike Lyons' head. Sheedy. Offside against Bracewell. Smith. Gray quickly between him and the goal. Lyons. Berardi. Berardi and Ryan not together. Madden. Well, he beats Reed. Inside Stevens, and here's Chapman. Too hot to hold. Chapman again. Stevens. Everton with one player down in the area. Referee tells him to get up. Ratcliffe concedes the corner. And Mountfield is the injured party. Mountfield clears the head and prepares like Southall for the corner. Oh! Off the top of the crossbar. Mark Smith's header flew off the top of the crossbar. Free kick against Madden. It's now just a question of what Mr. Redfern has allowed. Should be about a couple of minutes. Gray. Sheedy! Fine save by Martin Hodge. It was labelled and he covered his ground well. Vardy ever hopeful, and still it is now offside. Expression of almost resignation on the face of the linesman. Lyons. Stevens. Mountfield. Trying for the lob to beat the offside trap. Trevor Stephen. Stephen again. Bracewell. Sharp. Morris. Perhaps the last push by Sheffield Wednesday. Well, the referee has in fact given a free kick. Which Blair takes and Reed clears. Stephen. Sharp with Martin Hodge backpedaling furiously. Aside a few seconds. It's the 20th corner of the match. Stephen. And the championship is there for Everton's taking on their own ground on Monday. And don't they know it? A really fierce examination of their abilities and their character by a Sheffield Wednesday side that battle away all the way through. So in the end, after much endeavour and sweat on the brow, the one goal decides, scored by Andy Gray in the 25th minute.
surely has there been a cup final with such an all-star cast. Everton's Pat van den Hauwe is the only player who hasn't appeared at Wembley before, but he's one of 10 in their team who are members of current international squads. Southall, Wales; Stevens, England; Van den Hauwe and Ratcliffe, Wales; Mountfield, the odd man out for now; Reid and Stephen, both called up by England; Sharp and Gray, both in Jock Stein's Scotland party; Paul Bracewell, who also joins Bobby Robson's England squad tonight; and Sheedy of the Irish Republic. But Manchester United can go one better, because we believe they're the first team in the history of Wembley FA Cup finals to take the field with 11 players already capped at full international level. Bailey and Gidman have both played for England; Orbiston, Scotland; Whiteside plays for Northern Ireland; McGrath and Moran for the Republic; Robson, the England captain; Strachan of Scotland; Hughes of Wales; Stapleton, Republic of Ireland; and Jesper Olsen of Denmark. So where do you look for your match winner? You might be tempted to look first at Andy Gray, whose goal in Rotterdam emphasised his liking for the big occasion, scored in the final here against Watford, and got the winner too in a League Cup final for Wolves. Also on a Wembley hat-trick, Frank Stapleton, who scored in the FA Cup final for United 2 years ago and for Arsenal before that, and today he equals another record, appearing in his 5th FA Cup final at Wembley, a feat achieved only previously by Joe Hume, Johnny Giles and Pat Rice. So Everton, all in blue, start what for them could be a momentous match. Can they clinch the FA Cup to go with the League Championship and their European trophy? Or will Manchester United in red stop them at the final hurdle? Number 6, Peter Reid. Gary Stevens looks for Sharp. Sharp was penalised. And he was pushing Stapleton, so another free kick to Manchester United. Robson, short to Strachan, into Hughes, Gray. Orbiston. Sheedy, Van den Hauwe. Whiteside, Gray, it was Olsen, and again, Whiteside looks for Hughes, offside. Offside again. Olsen. Kevin Moran. And the other centre-back, Paul McGrath. Ratcliffe knew the back pass wasn't on. Stapleton had gone in behind him. Gidman. McGrath, away by Mountfield to Gray, Stephen, free kick. Stapleton's header, Whiteside's in there, and he got in front of Southall, who has gone down.
Just wonder there, John, whether Everton felt they were still playing Rapid Vienna. He was a touch casual in that, almost the pace, playing the pace of the game on Wednesday night as against the pace of the game which obviously will be here this afternoon. Sudden transformation, you can warn players about it, but suddenly the tempo is going to be that much faster, but feeling it on the field is a different proposition.
Colin Harvey, nearer to the camera, the Everton coach. A misplaced pass by John Gidman there. It's given Everton an advantage. Good defending though by Moran. Long throw by Stevens, looking for Gray. And Bailey again comes to punch over the heads of those in front of him. Sharp headed that on, missed by Gitman. McGrath hit Gitman with his clearance. Everton appealed for hands. Play goes on. Stevens and Andy Gray's underneath this. Goal kick. Just a suggestion there that the Manchester United back four, and those two players in particular, might have got each other into difficulties. They were looking for a handball decision here, Everton, because it hit Gidman. It wasn't intentional. So the referee allowed play to go on. I think our camera proved him to be absolutely right there. Here's Andy Gray. Sheedy. Halfway through the first half, Everton 0, Manchester United 0. Everton have come closer to scoring, and here's Sharp. Stephen is outside him. Still Sharp, and Bracewell. But now Robson. Looks for Stapleton. Oh, good dummy. Strachan went on his outside. Stapleton shot. Look at Gordon Strachan here, the number 8. He goes outside to fool the defender and gives Stapleton a lot of room the other way. Bit short by Orbiston, and Bailey had to come to block Gray, and Orbiston had a chance to make amends. Gray was nearly there. Orbiston held his breath. Stevens. Sharp. Just over half an hour gone in the 1985 FA Cup final. Everton looking perhaps the more likely scorers, but nothing between the teams that matters so far. Sharp, right side. Those fans behind those fences there won't be sitting on those bench seats for much longer. They're going to be replaced by more comfortable seats before next season here at Wembley. One of many improvements being carried out, not before time. That was McGrath, on by Olsen. Forward by Moran. Stapleton, a good jump, but he was fouled by Gary Stevens. And I understand at Hampden Park it's also 0-0 in the Scottish FA Cup final, the 100th up there between Celtic and Dundee United. Here's Reid for Everton. They haven't got Sheedy into the game much so far. This is Van den Hauwe. They might now. Sheedy finds Bracewell. Sharp is offside. Manchester United were the last team to beat Everton in an FA Cup tie over 2 years ago. Everton have played 14 FA Cup matches since without defeat. Here's Hughes for United. Whiteside ploughing on, but the referee will not give the free kick that Whiteside was looking for. Reid, Manchester United throw. Stapleton, another good touch by him. Hughes appeared to be fouled, or thought he was. The referee said play on. This is Sheedy. Offside against Sharp. And that looks like a booking for Brian Robson. Just under 10 minutes left in the first half, and the England and Manchester United captain has his name taken. After the ball had gone, in by Sheedy. Everton were developing play across the face of the pitch there when Brian Robson got involved, and you could see that he pushed and shoved and perhaps stripped his man. Olsen looking for Whiteside here. Derek Mountfield staying so cool to thwart Norman Whiteside in stoppage time at the end of the first half. Olsen. Bracewell. So at half-time in the 104th FA Cup final, the score between the side hoping to clinch the league and cup double as well as a treble, Everton, and the team for whom this would be the only major honour of the season, Manchester United, is 0-0. Everton perhaps have had slightly the edge. Reid had a shot deflected onto the post, but they haven't scored yet. And the cup final is still wide open. He always looks cheerful and enjoys himself on the big occasion, Neville Southall. Here's Strachan. And that's on by Stapleton. And it was Ratcliffe who went down and looked to be in a bit of pain. Now, Strachan was the man in possession. It seemed a fair challenge, but Ratcliffe, I think, caught the blow behind the left leg. But he's up, and he's about, and he's back in defence as Gidman prepares to take the throw for Manchester United. Stapleton, Reed, coming to Robson. Can Whiteside do anything from here? Reed, Andy Gray. Bit of space here if he can reach it, but he couldn't. On the last 6 occasions these two clubs have met in the FA Cup, 1 goal has separated them every time, and 5 times it's been 1-0. So I suppose a tight game, the form book is to be believed, was on the cards. Here's Whiteside. And now Gidman. Robson, Stephen, McGrath, Alveston, outfield stretching, but Stapleton got there. Challenged by Bracewell, was deemed to be fair. Here's Stephen, looks for Gray, he got the flick on, but McGrath was covering behind Moran. Alveston. Olsen. Alveston, Stapleton's in the centre. Alveston pulled it back from a tight angle. He's well done that. Given Manchester United something to bite on here. Their supporters massed in their ranks behind that goal. They haven't seen quite the colourful football they were hoping for yet. Robson's shooting has been a little off-key, otherwise Manchester United could have had a goal. Onside, Graham Sharp. They gathered round him so quickly. Now it's Strachan, 3 ahead of him for Manchester United. One of them is Hughes, against Ratcliffe, his international colleague. And Hughes again. Gidman. Strachan working a position there with some deft skill. Olsen back to Robson, outside of the foot, and outside of him is Alveston. And Stapleton is waiting for it to drop. Sheedy to Bracewell. And Sharp. And Bracewell again. It was Robson that came through him. I thought he went for the ball, on that occasion anyway. Free kick's been given. Just over 10 minutes gone in the second half, no score. A feeling that the game is warming up, and always that conscious mood in the air that at one mistake could matter so much. Gray's in there. So many cup finals have finished 1-0. Reid to Stevens. Stevens again, and Reid again. And still Reid. And Sheed is there, and Gray! Andy Gray. Reid's inspirational build-up made that possible. It started even before that, but he turned the ball back into Sheedy. It was set up for Gray, but frankly it was further wide than it looked first off. But are we going to see a goal today? This is Reid, Trevor Steven, and now it's Bracewell. Whiteside. It came off Sheedy. Here's Vanden Hauwe for Everton. Into Gray. So the double and the treble is still on. It might not have been had that save not kept Everton in the game. Strachan, Stapleton, and Strachan again. Now then, Robson, that was good play by Strachan, and Robson offside, Hughes. They know, Manchester United, that against defences like Everton and Liverpool, you've got to try to get the runner through the centre if you can, and timing it right to avoid the flag. They've done it before, they did it with Whiteside today, really, but not on that occasion. Here's Mountfield. Gray is coming in. Good header out by McGrath. But here's Steven. Whiteside and Mountfield. Now Reid. Stapleton trying to harass him. Ratcliffe across. Good ball. McGrath's header too is firm. And Strachan into Hughes. Very much a match for defenders so far. Can a forward still win it? McGrath. Oh, mistake by McGrath. They're getting through here. Oh! Well, Reid has been brought down by Kevin Moran. And that has to be a booking at the very least. Peter Reid has been brought down. Moran will be booked. But I have a feeling that if Reid could have passed that ball a moment earlier, one of two other... Oh, he tried to, in fairness. He was trying to find Gray. And is he going to be sent off or not? It looks as though Peter Willis is going to send Kevin Moran off. It was the denying of the goal-scoring opportunity, and we could have a player sent off in the FA Cup final for the first time ever. Kevin Moran has lost his head now because he thinks Peter Willis is sending him off, and they're trying to restrain him. Kevin Moran makes the sort of history that no player would want. Manchester United are going to be reduced to 10 men because Moran is sent off by the referee. Sheedy floats it in. Gray heading it back. Gary Stevens. Trevor Steven. They're still waiting on the far side. In by Bracewell. Appeals for hands, not given. Well, over on the bench they're pointing and shouting to try to reorganise. They've got to get somebody into the back four, and I rather think it'll be Stapleton, who went back there in the Milk Cup final 2 years ago because of injury and has gone there to mark Andy Gray. Extraordinary. The booing is from the Manchester United end. They're down to 10 men, and Stapleton's got a completely new job on here. 10 minutes to go, and Everton have now an advantage they could never have expected. Gary Stevens, Gray, Reid, 10 minutes to go. Reid again, Gray, Stevens. Now let's get a
Well, in the time I shall have to comment on that, John, I might not get much in. An extraordinary decision. There are reasons why... Oh! And another foul, and I do hope it's not going to spoil what up to now may not have been the most exciting day in the world, but it's been a very well-behaved day. And it is a pity that now all the drama and all the tension is going to boil over as Everton take this free kick. It's taken all the flow out of the game now. It's about emotion and excitement rather than football.
So, Manchester United with their backs to the wall. It's going to be Sheedy or Stephen. Mountfield's made his run. Offside flag was up against Andy Gray, so it wouldn't have counted if the ball had gone through. The first ever sending off in the FA Cup final. He overran it there. Whiteside, and a little scuffle between Whiteside and Bracewell, which fortunately comes to nothing more than that. Well, there haven't been many players sent off at Wembley. One recalls Ratin in the famous 1966 incident, and also Gilbert Dresch, the Luxembourg player, was ordered off here in a World Cup qualifier, I think, and now poor, disconsolate Kevin Moran. Stapleton, Whiteside, onside Mark Hughes, but look at Southall. He came off his line like an express train. Olsen. Stapleton, he's coming out of his centre-half position. What can he do? Olsen, Stapleton. There's 2 minutes to go of the 90, a mistake by Mountfield. It's a collector's item almost. Hughes. Here's Gidman. Still John Gidman. Whiteside, Gidman goes again, brilliant saving challenge by Pat Vanden Hauwe. Much appreciated by his goalkeeper. What a storming finish to the normal period. They're up there, the near post. It's been cleared by Andy Gray, only to Albiston. Strachan. They're appealing for offside, and it's been given against Jesper Olsen. The last minute of normal time. No score, but with an extra half hour beckoning, Manchester United down to 10 men. So much has gone for Everton this season. Are they still going to clinch the treble and, of course, the double? Sheedy takes the free kick. And it went right across and no one could make contact. I hear a turnaround at Hampden Park. Celtic now leading Dundee United 2-1 after earlier being a goal down, so drama there too. We're in stoppage time at the end of the 90 minutes, and it's offside against Graham Sharp. And that is the end of the normal period. The booing by the Manchester United fans because their centre-half has to stay where he is, and he's inconsolable. Mike Duxbury's on for Arthur Albiston for Manchester United, so they've had to reorganise now in more ways than one. Duxbury has gone into the left-back position, and just one observation on that sending off: if Moran goes for that, then if you want to just refer back in cup final history, Willie Young should have gone for the tackle on Paul Allen 5 years ago, if we're going to be consistent. If you remember that, Willie Young got booked when Allen was clean through, he brought him down. And Manchester United now to start the first period of extra time with the score 0-0 and Strachan on the ball. Kidman. Now the Manchester United back four now reads Kidman, McGrath, Stapleton and Duxbury. You wouldn't have put much money on that at the start of the afternoon. Although, as I said, Frank has played there before at Wembley in that Milk Cup match against Liverpool for a spell. I think Moran went off that day injured. He certainly hasn't had a lot of luck at Wembley, has he? Here's Ratcliffe. Nice turn by Bracewell. That was Duxbury. Reed. This is Van den Hauwe. Sharp is coming in and Bailey comes over his own defender. That was in fact Stapleton. Reed. And Gary Stevens. And Sheedy as Everton press forward to try to clinch their third trophy. Bracewell and Brian Robson tangling. Celtic have won the Scottish Cup. The 100th final goes their way by 2-1 against Dundee United. Success there for David Hay and his team. And here's Paul McGrath for Manchester United. But here's Gray, and now Sharp and McGrath, and it's Graham Sharp for Everton. Stapleton doing defensive duty now. So is Duxbury. Robson. McGrath's looked an accomplished player, this number 5, fulfilling all the potential that Ron Atkinson's been telling us all season that he's got. Offside against Jesper Olsen. Born just down the road from Wembley, at Ealing actually, Paul McGrath, before his family went back to Ireland. 5 minutes gone in the first period of extra time, and the score is still 0-0. Reed. What an irony when you think that Moran nearly didn't play in the final. Graham Hogg was the man in possession in some of the preceding weeks leading up to it. Now United have got neither of them. Here's Reed. And this is Bracewell to strike it. Good save by Bailey. It came through a crowd from Paul Bracewell. Here's Gray, away from Stapleton, who misjudged it slightly, and then there was a foul. He held Gray back. Free kick to Everton. Sheedy has lined it up, and he's found Ratcliffe, who's fed one in, and Mountfield was there, and here comes Van den Hauwe. That's a corner, there was a block. Norman Whiteside saving Gary Bailey from having to make a save. Mountfield was in so much space, they left him completely unattended. Good block by Whiteside. Corner to Everton. 10 minutes into extra time. Sheedy. Mountfield and Bailey up together, and a corner given on this side. Manchester United unhappy about it, complaining to the referee. But a corner it's got to be. Now Vandenhauwe and Sharp are in the near post vicinity. Robson's header away, but the danger is not finished. Stephen. Strachan saved it from going. Foul. Vandenhauwe on Robson. Ratcliffe. This is Stevens. Now it's Stephen. Oh, that's a trip also by Mike Duxbury, who's just come on, which means Manchester United have used 12 internationals now this afternoon, and there are a few in reserve who didn't get a game as well, like the Gordon McQueens and so on. Alan Brazil's with the party. Sharp's in there. Stevens. Three minutes of the first period of extra time remains, and the score in this Marathon Cup final is still 0-0. Manchester United playing with 10 men. Stapleton back there in defence with Gray, and he gets the free kick. Whiteside, that looked a good turn by Norman Whiteside, but Gary Stevens is such a good athlete, you've got to almost beat him and beat him again before you can get away. Duxbury. Here he is again, and here's Hughes, and Duxbury made a good run there. They want somebody in the box. If they'd had somebody further forward, they would have scored, because Southall couldn't make it. It was about 8 yards out, and Strachan, the nearest man to it, must have been a couple of yards away. I don't think the other Manchester United players believed that Duxbury could get it in from there, or indeed, maybe they couldn't get forward quick enough. It was an invitation from Duxbury for someone to apply the finishing touch. Sheedy. And Sharp. Well played, McGrath. He's a candidate perhaps for man of the match. Robson. Looking for Olsen on the far side. United have got Whiteside charging forward. Still Olsen. Possible save, actually. The last minute of the first period of extra time, with still nothing on the scoreboard. Now Reed. Sharp. Reed inside to Bracewell. Gary Stevens is wide of him, number 2. Looking for Trevor Stephen, testing the fitness now of the players, this surface, and indeed the very humid conditions here. They've been out there, or actually playing, for 105 minutes. And at the halfway period in extra time, it'll be a swift change round. Well, Bobby Robson could be down to 7 or 8 unless he's careful. A replay of this final on Thursday would upset the makeup of his World Cup squad for Finland on Wednesday, of course. So he'll be hoping for a goal one way or the other. Mountfield's cross. Gray's coming in. There are England squad players on both sides, but this is Mark Hughes of Wales. Brian Robson's up with the attack, number 7. Sheedy, though, got to Robson. Is he feeling the pace a bit? Kevin Ratcliffe. This is McGrath. Duxbury, who came on for Orbiston after the 90 minutes was up. Good touch by Jesper Olsen, but Duxbury had checked to avoid being offside. So Everton still haven't let in a goal at Wembley. It's almost 4 matches they've played here now in recent times. And are we going to see the first goalless Wembley FA Cup final? Or will we see some drama as Olsen latches on to the pass by Stapleton? In the centre is Mark Hughes. Still Olsen. Robson. And there are players coming here. Robson shot. There were players coming to his right, hoping he would lay it off. Kidman. Bracewell. Sharp to Gray. Trevor Stephen wide on the right. Possibilities here for Everton. And it's still Stephen. And Stevens comes through. Olsen had to come back and check him. Sheedy there in the left-back spot because Vanden Hauwe's pushed on. Here's Reid. Reid to Gray. Bracewell just to his left. Bracewell shot hits Kidman. Reid. Stephen. Gray is closing. He felt he was blocked. Corner anyway. Palmed away by Bailey. Arguments with Whiteside and the goalkeeper. Sharp and Vanden Hauwe wait to flick it on. Gray waits to come in. And headed backwards by a defender. And turned on. I think it was Brian Robson who almost scored an own goal. Well, that would have been an own goal. I think it was Robson on the near post. And if it was, I'll tell you, it was mighty close. And Everton here seem to have sensed this could be the moment. They have another free kick. But no danger. Well, that was a near thing for Manchester United. This is Olsen. Robson to Hughes. And still Mark Hughes. And a chance here, Whiteside. Defender in the way. Great play by Hughes. Well, it has completely opened up, and if you can predict anything, a goal looks more likely now than at any other time in the afternoon. They've got Gray on the ball. Sharp is coming in. Gidman, McGrath. Half blocked by Sheedy. Vanden Hauwe. Everton are looking for the treble now, without a doubt. A man to spare. Vanden Hauwe chips it in. Gray. But still Manchester United playing with great pluck and intelligence. Get the ball out, and they've made their own openings already in extra time. And this fellow Hughes is coming into it more and more. And here's Whiteside. Strachan is following up. Olsen on this side. That's all he's got. Whiteside shoots. It's there! Norman Whiteside has done it again. Embraced by his colleagues after putting Manchester United in front with a goal out of nothing. The youngest scorer in Wembley FA Cup final history 2 years ago. He's still only just 20, and he writes another chapter in one of the great storybook biographies of post-war football. He planted that left foot shot wide of the Footballer of the Year after 110 minutes. The Everton supporters are absolutely silenced by what's happened. They had the man advantage, but the goal has gone the other way. With 2 minutes to go, a missed kick by Duxbury. Stapleton's there. Reid. There's still work to be done here for Manchester United to prevent Everton from forcing a replay. Sharp's flicked it in. So has Bracewell. Mountfield's up there. Oh, he could so easily have equalised. I don't think he knew how good the chance was. There was no defender anywhere near him. And he put it into a grateful Bailey's arms. Olsen. And here's Duxbury. Sharp, is there a chance yet? Offside flags up. Won't matter, it's offside. Manchester United have won the FA Cup for the second time in 3 years, and Everton's dream of taking an unprecedented treble is over. Ron Atkinson commiserates with Howard Kendall, and what can you say about Norman Whiteside, a cult figure now in Manchester United history? I say now, and as they console Kevin Moran, the man sent off, he's pleased enough to congratulate the others, because Whiteside, only 20 last week, has won the FA Cup.